Hey everyone, happy Friday. This is the fun part of Zoom is you never actually know
Hey
when you're
everyone,
going to be
happy
on.
Friday.
So now I'm on the Zoom and we're here. Excellent. Yay. Thank you all so much for joining us for another amazing episode session of Empower Talks Virtual Summit. And the actual theme of this particular one is authentic leaders. So I have the most amazing lineup. We're going to go over time today. Usually we end by 3. I believe today we're not going to end till about 4. So stay with us for as long as you can. And if you miss whatever, then that's okay because it stays up on my Facebook page right here for pretty much ever. And let me just see. I just need to catch it. Oh, and there we are. And I need to just make this public. So give me a minute. I always do this. I don't know why. I don't have it, but there it is. Feel free to share this with whoever you think may need it. I've made it open to the public. I gather these amazing speakers and they pay to be on here. And so do the sponsors. And, you know, they do this so we can give it to you guys for free. So please enjoy. It's meant to lift everyone up. Each one we do a lot because I work with a lot of entrepreneurs. So we do cater to a lot of entrepreneurs, but you do not need to be an entrepreneur to listen to this and to benefit from it. But I do want to say thank you all for whoever's going to be sharing and commenting. Please give us some love, some hearts. Do what you can. I am expecting my first. Oh, good. Hi, Interpret. Hopefully, I've pronounced your name correctly. And we have Lori with us, but it is not 9 o'clock. I always try to get on here a little bit earlier so I can catch this amazing technology. The only thing that could ever go wrong with virtual summits is the virtual part. And because we're in a Mercury retrograde, you never know what's going to happen. So everyone, please bear with us if anything does happen. It's happened to us before, and it's all good. This is part of being a leader. Yesterday we had an interesting day with some stuff, and it was just like, wow, we just pivoted real quick, which is one of the things that happens when you're an entrepreneur and you're in business for yourself, and technology is amazing. And I love AI, but sometimes it doesn't work as well. Yeah, I'm not going to get into it. So it's all good. So today is Friday, and it's going to be our last summit of this year. So last year, right, maybe around this time, I decided that it would be a good idea if I committed to having a summit every single month. And I've done it. I did this all year. We've had nothing but success. A few virtual glitches, a few technology glitches, no big deal. Stuff happens. You have to be ready for this. It's not that big of a deal. It's part of being authentic. One time we were almost at the end. I had one more speaker and the whole thing came apart. Everything just stopped and my computer died and everything. It was so funny. But we came back on. We didn't come back on for maybe it was like 20 minutes. And we came back on and it was okay. It was in 2 parts. I do have a social media girl that puts my editing. She edits videos really well, and she edited it and made it into one, and that was okay. It's all good. Whatever it is, it's okay, right? Stuff happens. It has to be the way that it has to be. It just is. So going to be a fun day today. We're going to show you how much fun it is being authentic and accepting what happens and accepting the imperfections is what makes us leaders in the first place. I think as a leader, you're almost required to be authentic, because if you try to be someone you're not, if you try to be something you're not, if you pretend, I mean, how's that really going to work out for you? It really isn't, right? I mean, I'm sure you've all had different people where maybe in the past you've had a job and you've had to work for someone who maybe wasn't authentic, let's say. And they were pretending. And I find that people who are very insecure find it difficult to be authentic. And the people who are very secure in themselves are easily authentic. Now, if you're not secure in yourself and you want to be authentic, well, then you just have to make that first step and take a deep breath, and that's it. Like, that's it. You just have to take a deep breath and go with it. There's no real option here. So you may as well just take a deep breath in and just say, hey, I'm going to do this. And if you make a mistake, you make a mistake. Who cares? There's editing everywhere we go. I have a publishing company. We edit all the time because we're not perfect. Lord knows I'm not perfect. So I'm going to tell you something about myself. I have a publishing company and I'm not really very good at spelling. Like, spelling's not my natural thing. You know, I would really have to, like, I love spell check. So if you think you need to be all perfect to have something, and I am in the circles, in my circle of friends, I'm probably one of the least techiest people. I don't understand technology that easily. I'm not from a generation that was born with computers and a phone in my hand. You know, the phones I grew up with had had a cord and they were attached to the wall, most of them. And then later on, they weren't so much attached to the walls. They were on desks, but nevertheless, they were a different kind of phone from the ones that we have now, which is, you know, so different and so much fun. And so I'm not super techy, and here I am doing summits. You know why? Because I love it. I love bringing people together. It's one of my favorite things to do, is to bring people together and, oh my gosh, and then have them go out, because these are all people who love speaking, who are, most of them are coaches, if not all of them, in some capacity. All of them are speakers, obviously, in some form. Most of them are authors, and most of them have been authors with me. And life is good, you know, and they love helping other people. So that's why I offer it up to the public for free. I know times are really tough for people, and we all need a little empowerment every once in a while. I have my own coaches in place. I have more than one. You know, I have spiritual one. Oh gosh, my spiritual coach, I've had her for, like, I don't even know, like 30 years, same person. I've got business coaches. I've got all kinds of different real estate coaches, so on and so forth. So you should too. You should have coaches and you should have people to help guide you. It's more fun that way. And it's easier that way. And you know what else is easier? Being authentic, when you don't have to sit there and pretend, hey, this isn't perfect, that's not perfect. So what? Who cares? Who cares if your hair is not perfect? Who cares if your makeup's not perfect? I mean, you know, if you have time, you can put it on. But once upon a time, I used to fret over makeup. And now I'm like, yeah, whatever. I get some makeup, I don't, I don't. Let's move on. It's about the message. It's not about me. It's about the message. But you know, the first time I did a summit, not a summit, sorry, a podcast. Oh my gosh, I was freaking out for the first 10 minutes. I was so nervous. And then it was just me talking. And that's how it's been. And I've got all these different people they have rules and regulations and systems and processes. And you know what? Good for you. that's not the way I work. I like coming on. I like being authentic. I like my people to be authentic. Um, I don't like rules, so I don't try not to make too many. There's some that we have to follow, you know, that you have to do. I just found out about one recently about AI, and you can't use it to do certain things. And I don't think anyone should write an entire book with AI. I just don't think that's what's the point? I mean, then if you're not writing it, right? Now, if you want to write it and enhance it, I think that's okay. But even that sometimes doesn't roll with some of the publishing places. So it is what it is. And, life is good. So give us some love. Let me see if there's any. Oh, sorry. Usually I have this down. Oh, Christina Roman. Hi. Hi, Robert J. Moore. It is a killer lineup of speakers, and Robert J. Moore will be here shortly to come and speak. He is one of my coaches, and he is amazing. I don't know if let me just see what one of my first guests here is not here yet, so I'm wondering if she's okay. So yeah, we have the most amazing guests ever. I can't wait till they all come here. I'm not really sure. Let me see if there's some technology issues. Give me 1 second. Stay with. There's Alice. Hi, Alice. How you doing?
Hi, I'm okay right at the moment.
Okay, very good. What
My
did you
water main broke, so I'm here though.
see? Okay, see, this is the kind of thing that happens in Mercury retrograde. So my first guest is not able, I don't know why I can't hear what she's saying. Can you tell us a little about yourself? So Alice is going to be speaking a little bit later on, but if you tell us a little about yourself, because I'm not reading bios anymore. So I've had some feedback and everyone says they like it. I did a trial and everyone says they like it better when I don't read bios. It's more authentic. So here we are, authentic leadership. And I'm just going to introduce you to this lovely lady. And she's going to speak for a moment while I listen to what is happening to my first guest and see if there's any technology issues that I can help her with. Go ahead, Alice.
Okay, well, for those who don't know, I am lskirkpatrick.com. Oh, there's a whole lot to me more than that. And I agree with Marianne. I'm doing the same thing on my podcast. I am not giving this big description. I just let the guests tell who they are because that's really what you want to know. You want to know from the guests themselves who they really are. And so I am first me. Second, I am a mother. Third, I'm a wife because this is my second marriage. But I'm more than that. I'm also a grandmother, and that's where my love for telling stories really came from. I always loved hearing stories when I was younger. I wanted to be a storyteller. I was not a good storyteller. I couldn't even tell jokes. I would be so excited about the punchline, I would forget the story on the way to the punchline. So,
Yes, so cool. Okay, so we have some more people joining us here on Zoom. I know that Robert is here with us. Robert, if you can come onto camera, I may let you go speak first because I know that you have to go somewhere and my first speaker is having some tech issues. So if you're able to, I'm not sure if he's able to come on camera yet. Oh, there you are. There he is. There's my coach, everyone. Let's hear it from my coach. Robert, okay speaking first?
Question because you don't question
Sounds like echo.
Whoever.
suggestion, but the question
I mean, he's
better.
Questions. I left them out, so I'll leave.
Okay. Okay, there we go. No, that's not what I want. Okay, Robert, can you hear me? Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
good.
You muted me, so.
Sorry, I did that by accident because my thing's moving here today. Anyway, whatever. It's okay. It's Mercury retrograde. I know your thoughts already on that.
I'm not superstitious or nothing like that. I just go with the flow, and if I know I got to do something, I just get in there and do it. No matter what time of day it is, I've seen me up 3 o'clock in the morning dealing with people in Australia when it's noon over there.
Exactly. Well, everyone, I'm not reading bios, but here's my most amazing coach, Robert J. Moore. He is, oh my gosh, you know what? We wouldn't even have time. He's going to speak for a half an hour. I don't want to take time away from him. If I tried to introduce him, there'd be such a long list of things that we wouldn't even make it. So with that, I present to you the amazing.
Am I taking the spot of Lori right now, but she's not on, or?
She's just not on yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess
She's
we'll
some
switch spots,
issues.
I
Go
guess.
ahead. Yeah. Go
Glad to
ahead.
be the opener, and I'm glad to be here. Merry Christmas to everybody coming up. As she said, I'm Robert J. Moore. I mean, I'm a 5-time international best-selling author, Guinness World Record holder. I've been featured in Forbes twice, been on so many different magazines all through the world, been on prestigious stages through all the world with all the top people. And you know what? I didn't start there, though. I did not start there. I started off being an alcoholic drug addict in the gutter. I left my house at my parents' house, I ran away at 15 and a half years old, thought I knew better. And I lived on the streets for 7 years, in jail for 17. And the reason why I was in jail is because I actually was working for the wrong type of people. I was trying to fill that void. You know, how, even in business right now, you know, people try and fill that void by accomplishing those small goals, but they're actually luring themselves the wrong way. A lot of people do that, and I've noticed that over the years. And that's why what I'm about to tell you today will be beneficial to you, and it'll be less aggravation on you too. Because a lot of people, what happens is that they're very visual and maybe auditory, but they like to go back and revisit things. Here's an opportunity for you that we could do that. It's not just about doing coaching one-on-one or group coaching with me. It's about utilizing my past to bring it to the future. So I instead of people telling me, oh, you don't understand, Robert, you don't understand. Well, I utilized my past, brought it to where it is today. And I actually did a documentary. Marianne was in there. She was one of the top students in there. And I've had police officers in there. I had my son in there that's becoming a police officer, my best friend since 3 years old. And, you know, it turned out I won like 10 awards on that documentary, which is actually right here behind my pumpkin. Reinventing Freedom. If you want to watch that, you may. It's free. You can go on YouTube, watch it, or pay $1 and get all the excerpts on there. It's a really powerful thing. I revisit some of the jails I was in, and I did testimonials and everything there, showed people around, and it was really kind of cool, the stuff that I had to go through to be here today. There's Lori right there. How you doing, Lori?
Hey, good morning. Dealing with tech issues, but I'm good.
Tech issues. That's the funniest thing in the world, eh? I was dealing with them yesterday. Someone hit a pole down the street.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I had no hydro, no nothing. I was on with Satish Verma and everybody else. I just couldn't get back on.
Yep. It's really interesting when you're facing all kinds of weird tech issues that don't make a lot of sense and didn't exist a few minutes ago.
Marianne talks about some Mercury crap. I don't believe in this shit.
Mercury retrograde, everybody.
I don't believe in this shit. I just go with, hey, it works, it don't, it don't.
Okay, cool. So who's going to talk? You want to
let Lori do her thing, because I know she's got some stuff to do, and then I can do mine. I just give an introduction to myself, and I'll skip the introduction later.
Yeah,
Okay.
whatever works.
Okay, so I love the way everyone plays nice in the mailbox. I was going to say in the sandbox, and there's no mailbox for the last month in Canada.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, no bios, but I'm going to present to you the amazing Lori McNeil. She is amazing. Go for it, Lori.
Thank you so much, Marianne, and thank you so much for everyone's patience. Tech this last week has been like this for me, and I know it has been for a lot of people too. So thank you so much for your patience. It is an honor to be here, Marianne. Thank you so much for having me. I am blessed to get to be with you almost every single month in 2024. There was one time I was literally flying in the air and not able to participate, and another time when I was really sick and had no voice. So I've actually been a part of the Empowered Talks 10 out of the 12 months in 2024. And I am so honored. So Marianne, thank you again. And thank you one last time for 2024 for just allowing me to be a part of this amazing year-long series. And it is my honor to be with you here again this morning, talking about authentic leadership. And what an important topic, and what an amazing topic to actually end the year with. I know that many people have struggled with authenticity and integrity and all these different things that I've been hearing all year long because of the different challenges that people have faced this year. But before we jump into this important topic of authentic leadership, for those of you who are not familiar with me, I just wanted to introduce myself really quick. I am Lori McNeil. I am international, Lori McNeil International. I do travel the globe non-stop. And I believe a few months ago, I was actually doing one of these from the Bahamas with a keynote that I was giving in the Bahamas. And so I'm running up and down, the hotel room. And it's always fun. It's always fun to be international and traveling everywhere. And that's the beautiful thing about technology when it works, is that I can participate in multiple events at the same time. So that is one of the good things when it is working. But I am a business strategist, and I help entrepreneurs every single day get from wherever they are to where they want to be at all levels of business. I've been doing what I do for over 28 years. I'm a retired business professor. I design curriculum programs for MBA programs all across the United States. And I've owned different businesses, brick and mortar and online, everything in between. So I'm a course developer. I have three bachelors, three masters, 2 PhDs, and 25 certifications. So I've been doing this a long time. This isn't something that I just took a weekend course and decided, hey, I'll give it a try. So I absolutely love what I do. And we deal with all different levels of business, all different kinds of issues. And when I say that, I don't say that as in, oh yeah, just kind of let me know and we'll figure it out together. I literally have done all kinds of different things for people in all different kinds of industries. And that's what makes what I do really, really fun. And one of the things with that, as a business strategist, if you've heard me teach before, you've heard me say that everything internal and external are so tightly related. Everything that you do, you shouldn't be two different people. So who you are on stage is who you are off stage, and who you are with your family is who you should be in business. I firmly believe that that is a huge, huge part of being an authentic leader that's in integrity, that you should be the same person. 25, 30 years ago, there was the belief that you should, put on your business hat. And when you come home, leave that at the door, leave your family at the door when you, walk in the door to the work and all those kind of things. That used to be a belief system. And now in our culture, it's so important to understand that you are the same person and you should be the same person. So everything that I teach is understanding that direct correlation of really understanding that deeper essence of who you are in the world and how you step into the greater sense of self when you are authentic, when you are who you are operating in the world, no matter what room you're in or who you're speaking to. So I love helping entrepreneurs fully understand that in all aspects of what I do, and which is perfectly parlays into when we're talking about authentic leadership today. So when we talk about authentic leadership, we're really talking about what it is that makes you an authentic leader in your industry and in the world. And so when you think about this topic, I want you to think about it multi-layered, because there really is no one right answer. What I mean by that is it's not just, oh, well, just be who you are. Well, that's a great start, but being who you are is really understanding who you are. And a lot of people in this world don't really truly understand themselves to the degree that they need to in order to really step into the greater version of themselves. You can't step into the greater version of yourself unless you actually know who you are right now in this place. And when you understand that everything that you are, all the tools in your toolbox that make you uniquely qualified to do exactly what you do in this world, all of those tools, good, bad, indifferent, they are who you are. And when you understand what made you who you are to this point, and you understand the person that you are right now, today, in this very moment, then you truly understand what it means to step into that greater version of yourself in an authentic way. That's not fake it till you make it. That's not who can I pretend to kind of be before people find out who I am. There's a lot of that going on in our industry. But when you understand the multi-layers of leadership with you and what that means to be an authentic leader in the industry that you want to be without losing that sense of self, that's huge. And that may sound really easy, but I'm here to tell you that there's a lot of mistakes being made and there's a lot of things being done on purpose, because there's a lot of people that are afraid of that failure. They're afraid of being found out. They're afraid of, what if people don't think that I'm professional enough or intelligent enough? Or what if they feel like I don't fit what it is that I'm trying to do? There's a lot of those kind of self-sabotaging, limiting beliefs and thoughts that enter our mind every day. And that's part of understanding who you are so that you can move forward with it, with where you're wanting to go in a very, very authentic way. I truly believe that all of the tools in your internal toolbox that make you uniquely qualified automatically eliminates any misbelief of competition, because they don't have those same internal tools. They didn't live the same life that you lived growing up. They don't have the same clients. They don't have the same burning desire to do something specific that you have. So when you understand who you are in that, then you understand that there really is no competition around you. The only person that you should be in competition with is yourself and the person that you were yesterday. And many of us have heard that, but very few of us fully understand it and live it. Now, we are all human. We all have that human factor of wanting to be the best in our industry. And we have those insecurities and we have those things that enter our mind. That's the human part of who we are every single day. But when you understand how to combat those immediately and flip that switch to where you stay in your authentic drive and you don't allow those negative thoughts to influence you, that takes practice, that takes leadership, that takes strength. And all of those things come the more that you push yourself outside of your comfort zone, because we all know that you can't grow when you're in your comfort zone. It's just not possible. So as you think about the authentic leader that you are right now and the authentic leader that you want to become as we move into the next calendar year, I want you to understand what it actually takes to get to where you want to go. I love doing what I do. I'm an international business strategist that specializes in media, branding, and marketing. Even though I had a desire to do that years and years ago, I had to put those building blocks in place with every day, every month, every year, as I moved along in my journey. Did I think that I was going to be speaking as a keynote speaker in India and the Bahamas and Australia and all these places? Not really. I knew I wanted to be a speaker, but I didn't necessarily, and yeah, I wanted to do it in a big way, but I didn't necessarily know that I would be doing exactly what it is that I'm doing today. I knew that as I stepped into the greater version of myself and I illuminated that flashlight, that the next step would be revealed to me, and that the overall blueprint would become clearer and clearer and clearer. Because this is what I do know. If you allow fear to take over and you don't allow that faith over fear, then you will become so stagnant, so paralyzed, so afraid of failure that you don't even realize that the decision that you've made to not take that step, to not make that decision, is making a decision. You've made a decision to not move forward. And so it's not even possible. This is what's so important for people to understand. It's not even possible for you to take in all of the options, all of the resources, all of the information. I hear people say all the time, well, I just need to wait to make a decision. I need to wait to, know all the information and really understand it and, do all these things that you think you need to do in order to make that decision. And what I want you to understand is that, yes, people are different. People process information differently. People learn differently. But it's important for you to understand that it is not even possible for you to have all of the information that you need to make that decision until you've made that next step and illuminated that next step in your journey and that next step in your life, because you don't know the people you're going to meet. You don't know the people that are going to be in the room. You don't know the people that are going to resonate with you. There's all kinds of resources, people and opportunities that you don't even know exist until you make that next step. And that is such an important thing to understand when you are trying to work through overcoming that fear, that challenge of fear that that paralyzes people so much in letting go of, you know, time, money, different resources because of all of those limiting beliefs. So when you think about this, I want you to really picture a flashlight in your hand. And when you picture that flashlight in your hand, I want you to understand that that device is meant to illuminate only so far. That is what it is designed to do in order for you to do the task that you need to complete. So when you picture that flashlight in your hand as you're moving through life, as you're moving through your business journey, then you understand better that it's not designed to show you all of the steps in front of you. It's only designed to show you maybe one or two at a time. So when you have, next time you actually are faced with a difficult decision, I want you to picture that flashlight and picture that, oh, I need to move forward, and that flashlight illuminates the next step or two. That is the journey of life. That is the journey of business. And when you understand that, it eliminates and decreases a lot of that failure in moving forward. So when you move forward in your authentic self and you are true to the integrity of what it is that you are trying to accomplish in this world, then you understand that you have a greater mission that goes beyond you. What we're bigger than who we are. A lot of people say, well, it's my family. My family is my why. And that's great. We all love our friends and family and our communities and all those things. I do things every single day to support those things. But what I want you to really understand is to be an authentic leader that is in full integrity, you need to also check yourself. If that is your why, how much is that actually built into your own time management and your own daily plan of you doing what you're doing? A lot of people say that their family is their why, and they don't actually spend a lot of time with their family. They step into the trap of, well, my family knows I'm working hard for them. My family knows that this is important. My family knows that this is the goal. That may be true, but that doesn't give you the green light to completely, you know, more or less ignore your family for huge chunks of time, because then all kinds of different issues arise, and then you'll look back and wonder, well, what happened? I missed out on birthdays. I missed out on, you know, all these different things, soccer games, you name it. And then all that guilt and all that resentment and all those different issues in your personal life will surface and will start to affect you professionally in a way that you'll wake up one day and have major regrets. So how can you start right now today in full integrity, in full authenticity of who you are and what you're trying to accomplish, with making certain small changes today that will actually set you up for a stronger year next year? Don't keep doing the stupid things. I mean, I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be, you know, aggressive in that, but some of you are making some really, really bad decisions. Some of you are making some really, really stupid decisions in business and in life because you are so out of authenticity. You're so out of integrity with the way that you're even thinking. And you have to have the thought first before the tongue speaks and before the actions take place. So you've got to have that right mindset of understanding all of these things that I'm talking about with true authenticity and authentic leadership when you move forward. You have to be the leader for yourself. You have to be the leader for those immediately around you. If you even think that you have a chance at being a strong leader for a greater global impact. If you don't know where you're going, you can't be too upset about where you end up. I'm going to say that again. If you don't know where you're going, you can't be too upset about where you end up. And in order to get to where you want to go, it starts right now today with the things that have to be put in place today that are going to catapult you into that direction of where you want to go. So I want you guys to do it more or less a kind of a deeper dive into this whole issue of authentic leadership and what it means to be an authentic leader and how you show up in the world every single day. How are you showing up for your family? How are you showing up on coaching calls? How are you showing up for people in your life that you say you care about, that are your why? And how is that affecting negatively or positively? Because I want you to reflect this on all levels. How is this actually affecting you showing up in the business world? Now, here's the argument that I get with that. As entrepreneurs, we are very good at juggling a lot of things. Most of us are very, very good at it, which is amazing skill, but it can also be the challenge when we're not showing up authentically to the people in the business world, let's just say, because we've got all kinds of things going on behind the scenes in our personal life. And we think, oh, we've got this. Nobody even knows. Nobody even knows that I'm on the verge of, a nervous breakdown, or I've got issues going on with my kids or my spouse or whatever it is. So here's the thing. There is a way to be authentic and to show up for people in an authentic way without focusing on the negativity and the chaos and all of the challenges that you have in your life. You don't necessarily have to air your dirty laundry all over social media to be authentic. That is not what I mean. And for some people, they feel like they have to do that to be completely authentic. If that feels authentic to you, then do what feels authentic to you and understand the repercussions of doing that and how that affects you throughout your business and throughout your life. But you don't have to do that. I talk to so many people who get so confused on what it means to be authentic when you show up if you're not completely airing your dirty laundry. No, it just means I have challenges. I have kids, I have responsibilities, I have other things that go on in my life, but you're being authentic in a way that tells a story about your messaging. Okay, about your messaging. Everything is tied to a messaging point, but that isn't necessarily telling all the crazy details that are going on in your life. I teach that you need to have 3 to 5 main messaging points behind everything that you do every single day on social media, in your marketing, in your branding, and everything that you do. You can tell about how you had a rough day, needed to take a break, went for a walk, saw a beautiful flower. How does that play into self-care that affects you in the business world? There's a way to show up to be authentic, let people know you're human without going into all the crazy details all over social media and actually drawing the negative energy to yourself. So you don't want to do that. This is a mistake that I see a lot of people doing. So you need to understand how to show up authentically without necessarily doing the internal damage that you will do if you actually focus on the negative. So there's a big difference in that I want people to understand. And this sounds like a little bit of a crazy conversation when we're talking about this today, but it's so vital for people to understand. And I actually have this conversation more than you might think, which is why I'm bringing it up. And Marianne and those that are with us every month understand that when I speak on these stages, I speak in the here and the now. I talk about things that I am having conversations with that are in the here and the now. So because I believe that that's me showing up authentically for you and bringing things in the business world and in life to your attention. And so that you understand that it's not just you. If you're struggling with any of these things that you've heard me say all year long, you're not alone. So I know that entrepreneurship feels lonely at times, and you can think that you're the only one on the island that faces certain things that you face. I'm here to tell you that you're not. It feels that way, but that's when you connect yourself with the authentic audience that you're supposed to connect with. And whether that's through Marianne or through anybody that's on this summit today, find your tribe. We hear that a lot. I'm here to tell you it makes a huge, huge difference. Find your tribe so that you don't feel alone, so that you are catapulting yourself forward personally and professionally. You feel like you're able to show up authentically with the right people. If you feel like you're working with the wrong people or you're always around the wrong people, you need to check your messaging. You need to check your mindset. You need to check what it is that you're doing that you are attracting more or less the wrong clients that you don't want to attract, or the wrong tribe that you just feel like you're constantly not in authenticity with. There's reasons for the way that you feel when you're working with certain people, and you need to be very aware of getting yourself out of that cycle and moving toward those authentic rooms, those authentic relationships that resonate with you, that you feel like you can show up and share certain things, speak certain things, be a certain way, to where you don't feel like you have to be somebody any different. So as you move into the next calendar year, I want you guys to be thinking about all of these different things that I'm sharing with you and what needs to be changed right now today in order for you to show up that stronger, authentic leader that you need to be for yourself, for your family, for your loved ones around you, and for the world. Because I'm here to tell you that the world is waiting for you, the best version of you, to show up in only a way that you can. You were created, all of the tools in your internal toolbox that make you uniquely qualified, you were created internally in a very, very special way to solve external problems in only a way that you can. So as you're thinking about your business strategy, as you're thinking about your media, your branding, your marketing, everything that you need to build that foundation, to build that strong foundation for your business and for your life, I want you to think about how you can show up in an authentic way as a strong leader moving forward from this point forward in all of your graphics, all of your messaging points, social media, on stages, building your business systems on the back end, everything that it takes to do what you need to do in this world. I want you to do a deeper dive and really understand the essence of who you are right now in order to understand the steps that you need to take to be that stronger, authentic leader tomorrow and in the years to come. My friends, the world is waiting for you to show up. Thank you so much for having me, Marianne. It's always a pleasure. And I love doing what I do and helping entrepreneurs just like you get from wherever you are to where you need to be. And more importantly, where you were created to be. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lori, so much. And this is our final one for the year. So thank you so much for all 10 of your appearances. And here's to another 12 in 2025. I just want to tell everyone it is, well, now it's 6:30 in the morning where Lori lives. So she does this at 6. She told me she doesn't do it for anyone else. So I feel really special, and you should too, because this is a big deal. So thank you so much. As always, such great information. And Lori, did you want to tell everyone about your group?
Oh, sure. So I am super excited. Just fairly recently, I launched what I'm calling the Executive Global Business Club, and it is amazing. Marianne's actually a part of that. It is growing, and I bring amazing people to the stages. And there's other people that are on this summit right now that can attest to that, because I get amazing feedback every single time we do a training, a session. I bring a guest speaker, and they are guests that you don't see on a lot of other stages.
Oh.
I bring very, very unique experts from around the globe to what's called the Business Builders. So this is a membership club where I bring massive value with regular trainings, regular teachings, monthly live events, all kinds of special bonuses and opportunities throughout. Right now, we actually have it for $47 for elite members. So it is an amazing smoking opportunity. If you have always tried to figure out how to have more access to me, how to work with me on a different way, but the one-on-one coaching for you just hasn't worked out for whatever reason, this is an amazing opportunity for only $47 a month. And the value is insane for that price point. I've never done a program like this before, and it is incredible. And I'm super excited about the growth of where it's headed in the next calendar year. So if you want to jump on for $47, this is an amazing opportunity. It's bbmembership.net, and you can get signed up right away, start accessing all of the trainings, the discussion board, and we're getting ready to have our next live special guest after Christmas, the beginning of January. And those guests are always surprises, and they're always amazing. So even if your schedule doesn't allow for anything except showing up for those monthly live events, trust me, it's worth the $47 because it's incredible. Yeah,
Sorry.
it's incredible.
As soon as you get off of here, just go onto my page and put
Yeah.
the link on in the chat, and then we'll just repeat it.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Because honestly, everybody should be a part of that. It's amazing. And I just want to add one more thing to that is that that price will be going up. It's already gone up. I started it out when I launched it for 27. It's now at 47. Don't miss the opportunity at 47 because the next jump will be 97. So you do not want to miss the opportunity to come in at this level, and definitely ask Marianne questions. I know Nikki Cruz is a part of that. Ask me questions, reach out to me. There's a lot of amazing global people in that group. Right now we have about, I think, four countries. We're growing. We have about 4 different countries represented in there now, and it's growing very, very quickly because I travel internationally, and so we get people from all kinds of countries coming in there, and it's very, very cool. So I'm going to drop it in the comments section, bbmembership.net, but definitely get locked into that because it's going to be going up very, very soon. All right, with that, Marianne, thank you so much. Again, you guys have a great rest of your summit. And I think Robert J. Moore is next. So have a great rest of your day.
Lori.
Yes.
I don't know what that is. Oh,
I can't tell what
flashlight.
that is.
It's a
Oh, flashlight.
Hey, just before you leave there, it was a great speech, but one thing I want to say is, they're one of the biggest ones I've seen Lori, myself, and Marianne on. We spoke in front of 2.1 million people, and we had the world leaders on there. It was with her late husband. You know what I mean? It was amazing deal, that one there. I've never spoken in front of 2.1 million people after that.
So
It was an
amazing.
yeah, that was an amazing event for sure.
Robert is how I met Lori, and they were doing a program together at the time. Anyways, it was amazing. And just back onto Lori's program for a second. No kidding. This is me writing notes and then I have to still go back to the replay because I didn't catch everything. There's so much information. Her speakers are so amazing. The last speaker was a face reader. Okay. Like, how absolutely cool is that? That's all I'm going to say. Okay. Thank you so much, Lori. Have a great day. Thank you so much again for coming on here at 6 o'clock in the morning, your time. I super appreciate you. Love you. And you have yourself a beautiful, beautiful day. See you next year.
You too. See you next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And over we go to Robert J. Moore.
So I basically did the introduction. I'll just brief it again so you know. I mean, I was a bad boy when I was growing up, drug addict, alcoholic. I'm 19 years clean and sober now, and 17 years in out of prison. I was working for the bikers and the mob, and I thought that was the way to go because it was filling a void. A lot of people, when they're entrepreneurs, they want to go to this meeting or that group, or they want to do this and they want to go there. Oh, Tony Robbins in town, better go see him. The reason why we want to do that is because we know they're becoming successful. They know they do things, but we want to be there too, but we want to catch all the stuff everybody's doing. So the problem is, though, if we scatter ourselves too much, we end up just being scattered. We're not focusing on one thing. We tell people, oh, we're doing this, and doing this. And then it's like, where's your brand? What does your brand actually physically do? What's your mission statement? So I teach people their structure and their foundation. When Marianne first came to me, she says, I would love to be in Forbes. I'd love to be in these top magazines. I said, that's great. I said, I'll keep that in mind. So when I got in Forbes, I made sure I put her in Forbes with me. And then she went in on her own, and then she started blossoming to all these other places. So this is the biggest thing. And not only that, hey, listen, people grow and grow and grow, but here's the biggest thing. If you forget to bring people to bring with you, I was already at top. I was at the top, and I forgot to bring people with me. At least I felt that way. A lot of people said they were with me, but I feel in my heart, body, and soul I forgot to bring people because I got lonely. And that was a publishing company that I sold. After 500 books I did. And so what I did was I opened this one up. Believe it or not, I opened this one up in February, Next Level Coaching. I opened that up in February. Now, since I opened up, because of my recognition, I've been featured in Forbes again. I just become a finalist in the Canadian Choice Awards, so one of the top top Canadian businesses in my area. That's pretty darn cool, man. And I also got from Forbes Awards the Legacy Award as a coach. So I said, you know what? This is powerful stuff. God's actually blessing me. And I'll remember a time when I was in Forbes, I didn't want to go in Forbes. I said, why do I need to be in Forbes? I'm already at the top. And then Marianne kept focusing me and said, well, there's two reasons why. One, to show people that you're doing it the proper way. And for the other, so your clients can't keep up with you. She goes, because if we pass you, then what good are you? So stay alert. So I always study and do things so that people understand that I'm not just stagnant. I always grow. Now, right now, I'm going to tell you something right now. I figured, okay, well, a lot of people may not be able to afford me. I'm not overly expensive. I try and help people out with their budget, try and go with their budget and everything else, try and work with them. There is a cost to working with me one-on-one, and I'm very direct. Very direct. I care more about your business than your emotions. That's one thing I will say. But when it comes down to it, I put together a new program, a new branch to my program. That new branch is like 250 courses. It talks about your SEO, talks about your online media, talks about different things. I got a lot of people speaking on it, a lot of people putting the videos together. You get certificates afterwards. And you know what? It's very affordable for anybody who's an entrepreneur. The highest one is like 3 hours long. It's $177. The lowest one, I think, is like 35 minutes or 45 minutes, and it's like $45. I keep it affordable so you guys can go in there and enjoy it and enjoy it. But the special deal is I got coming up is, and I'm going to put out an email and everything about that, is if people take 3 courses in a period of 2 or 3 months, I'm actually going to go in there and give them a free hour's worth of me personally. You know what I mean? Work with them for an hour, try and structure them, try and help them out, try and guide them. You know what I mean? I don't care if they take $47 and then $47 or $47 ones. I don't care. I want to work with people. I love working with people. I love giving people the structure. And I never tell people, hey, listen, this is the way you need to go. I listen to them, and I want to hear what they are doing. Like there's a lot of things that my clients wanted to do and I didn't agree with on the inside. But you know what? It's not about what I want. It's about what they want. So let's help them get there and structure them. I'm the kind of guy who will surprise you on a daily basis. You know what I mean? You'll never know what's coming. Now, to be different, all right, to be authentic and everything else, to be different, I watch all the other coaches around. I see what they're doing. All right. Now, if you don't see me on Facebook, so say, or LinkedIn or something for a period of a couple of weeks, I'm coming up with something big. Because when I come back in, I'm going to sit there, launch it, and I'm going to tell people about it, just like I'm doing right now. And not only do I have these courses, listen, everybody, I've actually been endorsed by Satish Verma, the CEO of Think of Grow Rich. He endorsed me. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I got a lot of people that I spend time with and I really adore. I asked him personally because there's a lot of self-help stuff in the programs I do. It's a lot of self-reliance, a lot of SEO stuff, a lot of website stuff, a lot of stuff to build your stuff up in business. It's a lot of different stuff in there that I've been working on, putting together for you guys. I do it for my benefit because my benefit is to see you actually grow. If I'm watching someone and I sit there and see that they understand what I'm saying, God bless you, man. That's sweet. Because I know growing up, there was 5 people that could tell me one thing once. And I couldn't understand it. All of a sudden, one person came by and simply said it very simple. Boom, I got it. It is so easy like that to do. So that's why I put accumulation of different people on this website to teach, do the voiceovers and everything else on to help me out. 250, but also all the stuff when I'm talking right now, stuff is being automated right now because I do a lot of automation. I don't have to go and hire the staff to do this, and this, my marketing, because it's all automated now. I can go out there and post things and they'll post at 7 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, whatever. And it's all the things I want, the pictures, the write-ups and everything else. And the reason why I do that is to keep up, because I can't keep up as one person. You need to help. Now, do I need to hire a bunch of people, or do I need to just do automation? At this time of the game, automation seems to be the way to go, because I use a lot of AI. I'm AI certified now. Marianne could tell you some of the things I do. Says, how the hell do you do that? She says. And I said, got to learn all the different coding and everything I do on the sides. Some of the things even my mom, she sits there and says, I don't know how you do this stuff. And I said, well, it takes time to learn it, to structure it. But look, the last time we had the pandemic come, I put a 0 on the end of my paycheck. A lot of people were sitting there saying, oh, I don't have money, can't do this and can't do that. But when they know the value's there, they come to you. They can find the money no matter what, if they know the value's there. So always make sure you're giving that solution to their problem. Listen, I got all my education. I'm going to tell you something. This is a little neat trick I've learned. All right, and it's huge actually. I've got my social service worker diploma. I got my dictions degree, my BA in psychology, my master's in counseling psychology, my harm reduction, mental health crisis, and 2 honorary doctorate degrees. Now listen, I could talk to you about psychology and stuff like that all day long. It will bore you. I guarantee a lot of people will lure off and walk away. But if I talk to you how to build your business, how to bring that problem that you're facing with the marketing or the structure, if I talk to you how to utilize my skills that I've learned and utilize them into you and teach you how to build yourself bigger and better, so that maybe next year you won't need to have that personal coach, and maybe you could outgrow me and get another coach. That is the way it goes. I don't mind if people outgrow me. But the thing is, good trying, because I'll tell you right now, I will continue learning, taking courses at a very high end, because I do not ever want to be the smartest person in that room, because if I'm the smartest person in that room, I get the hell out of there, man. I don't want to be there. Les Brown taught me that. You know, I used to coach his daughter for years, Les Brown's daughter. I coached a lot of high-end people and a lot of people that were structured. I've seen people go from millions of dollars down to bankruptcy and then back up to 6, 7, 8 figures. And I've seen it myself with my own eyes, and I've helped these people do it. And here's the funny thing. If you're sitting there regretting the stuff that you're doing, then you need to sit down and have a structured talk with someone to figure out where you're doing this wrong and what's going on with you. Because if you're feeling guilty about what you're doing, you need to change it. You know what I mean? When a guy like me sits there and talks to you, I'm going to tell you straight up forward, hey, listen, you're not doing this, this, or this, but you need to work on that or that. I went through it myself. I was not going to learn unless someone actually spit it out there for me and told me, hey, this is what's going on. I was used to being, around the rough, tough people. You know what I mean? Like straight out. I mean, I'll tell you right now, Marianne's like a sister to me. She's like a twin to me. She's a lot of people say that must be your sister. I said, no, why? I say that. She goes, well, she talks a lot like you, says it as it is. And I said, well, here's the thing. The reason why she does that is because she knows what she wants in life and where she wants to go. She doesn't sit there and wait for it to happen. Those people that keep sitting there saying, well, maybe next week I'll start off by doing this and doing that. No, start now. What do you mean next week? Why are you procrastinating for? Get off your ass and do it now. You don't, the ones that do things aren't sitting on the couch playing Nintendo games. I'll tell you that right now. You can read a book while you're sitting on the couch or whatever. That's fine. Or put an audio book in while you're driving. Do what you need to do. If you want something, I can guarantee it will happen, but you have to have the heart, body, and soul for it. So you got to really want something. I tell people it's an 18-inch rule from here to here, because I'll tell you why. If you're sitting there with your face underwater, what are you dreaming of? You're wanting your air, right? So, okay, well, if you want air as bad as you want your dreams come true, put it from your head to your heart, put the emotion behind it, and drive it, because then you'll get it. If you put money into something, I guarantee you're going to work harder than getting it for free. Don't ever get it for free, and don't ever work with someone that is one of your best friends, because they're not going to be so kind to you. They're just going to be, oh yeah, don't worry, it's okay, it's okay. It's not okay. You mess up, you get own up to it and get on with it. You know what I mean? Jack Canfield told me that one. So take accountability for what's needed, and you'll be better off. If you did wrong, go let the world know. Let them know. You're not perfect. I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody, and I really hope you make your dreams come true. And I'm always here if needed. Always here if needed. If you want to get a hold of me, it's Robert J. Moore. You can't miss me. Google me. You can find me. I'm all over the place. Or if you're on Facebook, Robert J. Moore, or Next Level Coaching, or Unlock Next Level is my website where all the courses are. I'm still finalizing and ticking things off and putting new courses in there. I'm trying to put another AI course in there right now. Hopefully I get it done before the day because I'm taking off for a Christmas party today in Burlington, Ontario. And then I'm coming back Sunday, and then I have to get ready for the other birthday coming. Then at the same time, I got to get ready for another Christmas. So we're having fun. Thank you so much, Marianne. I tried keeping it sweet.
I
mean,
know.
I could talk for hours.
I was like, wow, that's really short. Usually we go when we have, I've been incredibly stupid busy. Like this business of right before I've got listings, I've got some stuff closing next week too, and it's been insane. But when we do it, like it's not a short conversation. So this was super short, but so good, right? Such great nuggets. And yeah, he's taught me a lot. And I learned a lot from him and from Lori, and both of them. That's actually how I started with Robert.
Yeah,
was-
Lori and I used to own a partnership together. We used to work together and do teachings.
Great. It was amazing. And yeah, so really, really great. So Robert, what's next? What do you want to tell us about that's coming up in the new year? What do you got? What kind of project?
Well,
The
I
part
have
that you
a,
can
I have
talk
a
about.
lot. I have a lot of things coming up. A lot of things. I'll stick with just the courses right now, and I'm going to surprise people as they go. That I'll pick random people here and there that I want to. They start picking in the courses. I'll see what courses they're actually picking up on, and what courses they're actually looking at doing. And when I see it on the back end, and when I see it happening, maybe I'll jump in and email them and say, "Hey, listen, how would you like to jump on a free call?" You know what I mean? Just randomly. And I don't mind doing stuff like that. Give them an hour free, let them know, hey, listen, let's see where your structure's at. Let's see what's best suitable for you. Let's see how we can get you back out there. Or if you've never been out there, let's see how we can get you out there. One thing I'll talk about is branding. I'll talk about the fact of marketing. I know how to reach those top people. I know how to get out there and do things in the right level. I know how to get you on podcasts. I'm the kind of guy that I don't talk it. I walk the walk. I walk the walk, and I tell you, if I say I'm doing something, you better be sure I'm doing it. Hey, Marianne?
Yep, that's true.
You know what I mean? I don't just like to sit there and say, oh yeah, I'm going to do this and do that. I don't dream that like that. I'm too small to dream, I'm too big to dream small, pardon me, and went the backwards way. You know what I mean? Like I dream big. And you got to have a vision board. Put it down. I'll tell you one thing. In chapter 2, I think you grow rich. Okay, I'm going to tell you a little something. If you're listening to it, it'll talk about the fact, okay, if you want something, put a date to it. So hypothetically, years ago, I said, okay, May 29th, I want to have $1 million. Okay, May 29th. So it's about the same time it is now, November, December area. And it's only 6 months away, roughly 5 months away. I'm thinking, okay, well, how am I going to do that and make $1 million in 5 months? Well, you don't focus on what the money is. You focus on the passion. You focus on what you're going to give up, how you're going to get there, how you're going to structure it. And that's what taught me about structuring. That's what taught me about different things. I made that goal. I made that goal happen. Many times over, I did that goal. And straight forward, I'll tell you, man, you have to look at what you're actually going to give up for that. So I give up a lot of sleep. I gave up. I was up 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, still working. It didn't matter what time of day it was. I was working. I was getting things done, structuring things. I was making sure that people understood that here comes Robert, man. Here I am. And it wasn't the fact of I was getting in your face saying, buy me, buy me, buy me. I was actually giving a lot of stuff away for free. And the reason why I was giving things away for free is because if you can get that for free, imagine what it is when you hire me, how much you get. I mean, Marianne's been with me for what, 5.5 years or something? You know what I mean? So that's
Like that,
yeah, 5.5 years now. And I mean, she's amazed half of the shit I do with her, you know? And it's just, I like to surprise people. I really do. I like to surprise people. I don't know how, half the time, like, You know, people don't realize they're in Forbes with me, and I just say, hey, by the way, you don't even know you're in Forbes yet. What do you mean? What do you mean I'm in Forbes? Well, I mentioned you in Forbes. And it's like Marianne said, you did what?
I'm like, I don't have time to process that. Wait on. I'm late for my next Zoom. What? Say what?
I like doing things like little surprises like that and different awards. I mean, she's been nominated for a few awards this year, and there's a good chance she could win. She's actually a judge on one of the panels now, and it's amazing. It's amazing the stuff that happens when you're not actually thinking about it happening to you, because you're always so busy helping other people, you forget about helping yourself, and that you guys got to maintain that. I got so sick one time when I was doing the Guinness World Record. I almost died. I literally was in the hospital for 10 days. My heart was enlarged and I had irregular heartbeat, and they were calling it COVID. I was spitting up a lot of blood. I had, magnesium in my pee. It was like, holy cow, man, I was sick. I had double pneumonia at the same time. It was like, wow, what was going on here? So it was scary. It was scary. But then I realized, okay, well, I got to look after me, and I got to make sure I'm covered in different areas so that way I could be there for the people when needed. I've helped, it's been estimated I've helped over 200,000 people, and I bet you that's a low level there, one of the lowest levels. And the reason why I say is because I helped a lot of people through group coaching, a lot of people individually. I used to be a therapist. I've helping people like crazy, like dealing with grieving and all that. Now, I'll tell you, in a few days from now, it's my brother's death date. And he'll be like 22 years, 23 years deceased. But also, before you judge me on that one, I also have another brother that's going on in April. He'll be 7 years deceased. And then I have another brother. He'll be in March. He'll be deceased 5 years. So I have 3 brothers that died of an overdose. 3 brothers. What's the odds of that? I couldn't show by example good enough because they were so intrigued to what they were doing. They loved what I was doing. They wanted me to get up on stage. My own brother told me, kick that guy off stage, get back on there. You were amazing. I said, I can't do that. It might be my event, but I asked the people to be up there for a reason. You know what I mean? You can't just get up there and speak all day and not have other people speak. So I'll probably have an event coming up soon too, where people can get on with me and do some speaking.
We'll make more announcements later. Maybe you could put your website into the chat.
Yeah, I'll do this stuff when I get off here. I'll do that for sure.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
And
I know
no worries.
I'll
talk to you later on. I'll wave at you when I drive by.
Yeah, you literally have to drive by my place to get to your mom's. Okay.
All right. Cheers, everyone.
Thank you so much, and we'll talk to you probably later today or tomorrow. Probably not today because I'm visiting. So are you.
All right. Cheers, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. Say hi to everyone. Yay. Oops. Oh, look who's next. Sifu. He's all dressed up. He put a suit on for everyone.
Good morning, beautiful
Sifu,
people.
I'm going to let you tell everyone about your awesome self. Sifu and I are in a partnership, and we do have something coming up next year. I'll let Sifu tell you a little more, and then I'll chime in. But I present to you Sifu Raphael.
It's an honor, and thank you so much for allowing me to be part of the Authentic Leaders Summit, because leaders lead and followers follow, but leaders make followers into leaders, right? So a little bit about me. I'm a man. I'm kidding. So I love people. And God put me here for a purpose, to help as many people as I possibly can. So I have been teaching and helping people my entire life. My life has been made specifically to help. And everything that I've gone through in my life has led me to today. This is why our lives are so critical to who we are and who we become. Cedric, my friend, good morning. How are you? And
Morning.
LS, of course, Thank you guys for being here. Nikki, I saw you a minute ago. I got to tell you, for me, when someone asks me about me, it's not that I have a hard time telling people about me. It's more that I'm interested in them, right? So as a people person, I don't like to brag about me, but I will tell you a couple of simple things. I love to teach. I love to help people become leaders. I make people into instructors, leaders, and people leave my presence better than they left, because that is my mission, to always help and guide. So that's who I am. I have 6 podcasts. I'm about to do a 7th with this incredible human being called Dr. Marianne. And this show is going to be about authors. So what I want to talk to you today is about being an authentic leader. And that can go so many different ways, but I want to start with 3 questions that I want to pose to you today. 3 questions that will help you be a better leader overall. First question, who do you think you are? Second question, how did you get here? Third question, what will you leave when you're gone? And that's legacy. Let's go into the first question. Who do you think you are? I want you to consider this. It's Sanskrit. It's tat. I may say it wrong, so if anybody knows how to say it right, tatam asi, right? And is I am that. So who do you think you are? I am that. I am that person who has the answers. I don't always have to go outside of me to find the answer. I am that. I am that person who is willing to sacrifice certain things to develop, to become that person that others look for. But every one of us is that. Who are you? Ask yourself that question. I would write that one down. Who am I? And then consider yourself like an onion. Peel one layer of that onion at a time. Ask yourself, who am I? Am I a father? Am I a business owner? Am I an employee? Am I a friend? Am I a colleague? And those are all layers of that onion that you have. Keep peeling and peeling. But this is a lot of work on your part. It's not a one sitting. It's truly looking while you peel each layer to who you truly are, who you're becoming. When we keep peeling those layers of that onion that we are, we keep peeling. Am I a man? As I said before, I'm a man. Am I a friend? Am I a husband? Am I a partner? Am I a son? Every layer, when you peel it, will give you an answer. Every single layer will start to tell you who you are. And when you peel a layer, guess what? There's another layer. And the reason we want to peel the layers off is to get to the core until there is nothing left to peel except the true essence of you, who you truly are, is all the layers you peeled away until you get to your core. This is not an easy exercise. You may even lie to yourself as to who you are. But what you need to do, and the reason I want to share this with you, and the reason I pose those 3 questions, is so that we can become better leaders. Get to the core of who you are. Once you get to the core of who you truly are, you start to understand who you want to become. You're not there yet. It doesn't matter your age. You could be in your 30s, 20s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 100. You need to become more. If I shared a picture with you that you never saw, but it's an actual picture of you when you were a baby and you never saw that picture, would you recognize you? Probably not. You may recognize if there's someone in your family holding you. Maybe it was your dad. Maybe it was your mom, aunt, uncle, anyone. But unless someone has shown us that picture before and told us this is you, you may not recognize that person. And this is why we have to go deep into who we are so we can learn to recognize us. In a crowd of many, how do you stand out? As a leader, as someone who matters. As a leader, we need to define us first. We need to follow. We need to follow the light. We need to become the light for others to follow. But before us, there was someone else. Someone that may have shown us the way. So the deep question that you need to ask yourself is, who do I think I am? I know initially I asked you, who do you think you are? But then you need to look deeper inside and say, who am I? How will I show up? How will I engage with another human being? Will I be the light that they need to see? Or will I be the one that puts out their light? Oof. I don't want to be that person. Who are you? Let's get into I am that. I am that because of the actions you have taken. I am that because of your beliefs. I am that which you're looking for. I am that which I am looking for. So how do you become that? Have you even been posed that question? How do I become that? It's an interesting concept when we can consider what our life means to us, what it may mean to someone else. In all my research and all my studies, I realized that in order to truly be present, I have to be that. I have to be the person willing to learn, willing to absorb, willing to be wrong, willing to accept my mistakes, willing to accept the pitfalls, willing to accept that I'm not there yet. And at the same time, taking every opportunity to become that which others seek, to guide those in their search, in their query. This leads to my second question. How did you get here? How did I get here? Well, Marianne invited me. And I had no choice. Absolutely no choice. When an incredible human being asks you to be something bigger than you, to be on a platform with other incredible human beings, you know that you are that. It's not conceit. It's not pride. It's the willingness to give with love. Creation is about building, putting something out there that has not been put out before. You are that. I am that. So we got here because we took certain actions. Every one of the speakers that you will hear today on this Authentic Leaders Summit is that. Marianne, Dr. Marianne, Reverend Dr. Marianne, saw value in each an individual, in each of their endeavors, of their actions. And she knew that they would bring value to you, to me. Just because I'm a speaker here doesn't mean I'm the only speaker. I need to listen to every one of you who are going to be speaking today, because your knowledge I will absorb. And in order for me to be that, I need to listen. Here's the cool thing about listening. Did I get your attention? Listen. Listen with intention. The word listen, if you flip the words around, can also be spelled out as silent. In order to listen intently, to learn, you need to be silent. The words are beautiful. You need to be silent to listen. All the same letters. They spell two different words, but they equate a sense of growth. So listen, take notes today. Today is a beautiful, beautiful day to take notes, to grow, to become the leader that you want to be. Everyone on this panel needs to continue to grow, or they will be stuck where they are now. Every single one of us, every speaker, everyone listening, we need to listen and be silent. Set your goals. Set your goals to align with your legacy. Take the actions to fulfill your legacy. Some people, they don't think they're worth it. They don't think they're worthy. The words you say to yourself will engage your subconscious. And when you truly learn to engage your subconscious, you will eventually engage your super conscious, where your words will be like magic spells. Imagine a magic trick that no one knows how it was done. Who's the magician? The one that speaks the words. The one that speaks the words into their subconscious. The positive words. The words that will create the legacy that you so desperately need to create. If you've never thought that you're worthy to create a legacy, allow me, give me permission to tell you you're wrong. You have the power to leave the most incredible legacy, but it starts with the first question I asked. Who do you think you are? And then the answer should be, I am that. I am that which God gave all the gifts to. I am that which fulfills my need for joy. Happiness is not something that can be put upon you. It's a choice that you have. You have to choose to be happy. You have to choose love. Love will bring happiness. Set your goals. Set your goals to become so radiant, so brilliant that no one can dim your light, not even a little. Consider what you have done so far with your life. Yes, like me, we've all made mistakes. Oof. If I needed to write a book on all the mistakes, it would be a row of books. But there would mean, for me, there would be no mistake written in twice, because I've learned from every mistake how to make a different mistake, One mistake can lead you to another mistake. But the mistakes, if you put them together, can lead to brilliance. So don't worry if you make a mistake. When you speak, if you're a public speaker, I hope you make mistakes. I probably made a few already. It's not the mistakes that define me. It's not the scars that I have on my body that define who I am. It's my mind. It's how we put things together. It's how we learn. It's how we grow. The biggest takeaway I want you to have, if you can, from what I am speaking on today is to find out who you are. And then eventually to come to the conclusion that you are that. You're that beautiful. You're that incredible. You're that person that others seek for warmth, for knowledge, for encouragement. Every day, you need to set your goals and align with what you are meant to do with your life. If you don't understand that, that's why the action that I would love for you to take is to get a pen and paper. This beautiful thing right here can impact your life so much. I teach weapons. I teach people how to use all kinds of weapons. But I got to tell you, this is by far my favorite weapon. I write, I scribble, I still write in script, and I write notes all over the place. But then I put them all together. Because it's the words that we think, when we say them, they have more meaning. When we write them, they have meaning. Consider your life. Let's go back to the 3 questions I asked in the beginning. I know I have a few minutes left, but I really, really would love for you to answer them for yourself. Don't do it for me. Do it for you. First question, who do you think you are? And it should not be a one answer. You should write almost a book on who you are. And then your next question that you should write down is, how did I get here? And then go back to your childhood. Remember what you can, and then ask anyone who was around when you were a child and ask them, how was I as a child? What did I do? What mistakes did I make? What fun things can you tell me? And then ask yourself this: what will I leave behind when I'm gone? How will I be remembered? And who will even remember me? That's your legacy. It's not how much money you're going to leave. Don't get me wrong, money is going to help people remember you a little bit more. If you leave somebody a Rolls Royce, they're going to go, woof, wow, you left somebody a house? Yes. But that is not legacy. Because the people that you left material things for will use them up. And their children will not remember that maybe that car or that house was left by you. But if you teach them, ingrain something in their character to make them bigger than they could possibly be, they will share your story over and over and over and over again, because your legacy is about your actions and how you made people believe in themselves more than they could possibly believe in themselves, because your gifts are for you to share. You cannot hold on to your gifts. Not too long ago, my fiance's mom passed away. And as even last night, I was driving and she said to me, "Am I wrong?" And I said, "What do you mean? Am I wrong for laughing?" And I said, "What do you mean? Am I wrong for laughing and having a smile on my face?" And I said, "Absolutely not." I said, "Your mom would want you to have a smile on your face. She loved you." And because I knew her mom for so long, I said, "I love your mom. And I know you love her. And I know she loved you. But I got to tell you, your mom loved me unconditionally, as if I was her own child. So how can you think that she wouldn't want you to have a smile on your face?" She was about to cry. When I reminded her about how much her mother loved her, she actually did cry. And it was a beautiful moment. I couldn't hug her because I was driving. Otherwise, I would have, right? But it is how we treat other people. One of the comments that she made to me is, she goes, "You know, I'll tell you what she calls me, okay? This is the first time anybody in the world is going to hear it outside." She calls me Boo. She calls me Boo Bear, okay? So then I have to growl. And here's the funny thing. She goes, "You are so easygoing." And I said, "So are you." She goes, "No, I'm not. I'm very demanding. I'm this, I'm that." And I go, "You're very easygoing." She goes, "How could you say that?" I said, "Because I know who you are. And to me, I've accepted you. And so therefore, you're easygoing for me too." She goes, "That's what I mean about you. You light me up. You never say no to me. You're there for me. You engage with me. And you're always there to lean on." And so who are you? Every day, we have a chance to impact our love for another human being. I am beyond thrilled that Reverend Dr. Marianne asked me to be here with you, because if there was one thing that I helped you with today, is to reflect on how beautiful you are. Thank you, Dr. Marianne.
Oh, you're touching my heart. And we speak once a week at least. We have an actual appointment, Sifu and I. And so I knew about his fiance's mom passing. It's so hard. Like, it's so hard. When your mom passes, it's like an extra special hard. It's hard when anyone passes away.
Of
That's
course.
you, but of course, it's like an extra special hard when it's your mom, and it's just so, so hard. So thank you so much for sharing that awesomeness with us.
It's my
And
pleasure.
thank you so much for coming to speak. Like, he didn't have a choice. He also didn't have a choice to write a chapter in my book.
I was not given a choice. You know how many people have actually asked me to write books in chapters in their book or be a co-author in their book, and I've said no countless of times.
Yeah.
But I could not say no to you.
You can't say no to your sister. And this whole thing with Jose and Sifu and calling me Reverend Dr. Marianne, it's like, and I always forget to put it on, and it's like this big deal. And now it's just turning into a thing. But I did want to share before Sifu. Well, first of all, thank you again for speaking. Before Sifu leaves, let's tell them what we have coming up in 2025.
Sure. So can I?
Mhm.
I am thrilled. We are starting a podcast together for authors, right? And the name of it, we came through a couple of different things and we figured out that everything, there's a spark when you write a book. There's an idea, there's a concept, and there's beautiful sparks going in your head when you start to write. So we thought Spark Books Show is going to be the name of our podcast, the Spark Book Show. There it is. Oh, she's holding something up and it keeps disappearing, right?
There's our logo. Oh, there it is. Close enough.
Close enough.
It's all over my page.
And so we're looking for authors who want to come on our show. This is going to be a great opportunity. My shows are seen in 185 countries. We're also going to be on Reverend Dr. Marianne's network, which is over 6 million and counting. So your reach for people to get to know about your book is going to be huge.
Plus both of our social medias, like it's insane. The exposure is going to be through the roof. Sorry, please continue.
No, please. And it is a pay to play because of the vast amount of energy that we're going to be putting into it. The show is going to probably be Mondays around 11 a.m. Eastern time. For the most part, it will always be live. And if it's not live, it'll be semi-live. We'll figure out what that means. I just thought I'd throw it in there.
That means we might have to record it, but then we're going to host it live. So
Correct.
we'll be live, but
so just in case, in case there's an author in Australia who doesn't want to get up at 3 a.m. to do the show, I'll get up at 3 a.m. to do it for them because I believe in what we do. And the only reason I do what I do is because what I said when I first started talking, God put me here to help.
Sure. Sifu, what can I say other than thank you? Thank you, thank you, thank you for gracing me with being on my very last show of 2024. My commitment is fulfilled to myself. I'm going to continue next year, but my commitment, my hardcore commitment was for this year, and I enjoyed every minute of it. Thank you so much for being here, actually more than once. I did not make him. He agreed when I asked him to. I did ask Mary.
It's a mutual agreement.
No, it was great. It was great. We've had some interesting things. We actually became accountability partners in the bank code that we were doing, and then we just kind of continued from there. So anyways, I do need to let Cedric come in. So thank you so much, Sifu. And I know your insane schedule. So thank you just for that alone, just for taking time to come out. And he dressed in a suit. So
look at that.
owns
I'm gonna stick around. I'm gonna turn my camera off. I want to listen to Cedric because the man is incredible. Anybody, you are in for a treat. This man, oh my gosh. He's a beautiful soul,
Wow.
Cedric.
Wow. Wow. Oh
In
my
my next
goodness.
book with us too. He's in my next book with us too. But with
Love it.
that, thank you again, Sifu. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. Cedric Singleton, the amazing finance guru. That's what I'm going to call him. And then the rest, I'm going to let him explain. And then he will also post something again in the chat because I'm sure it's lost now. Because they're it's going crazy today. It's off the chart. We're almost at like 200 and we just started an hour
No
ago.
problem. Can you hear me okay? Okay. All right. Great. I got Christine hooked me up. My old computer was acting crazy, so I got a new computer, got a new mic. So I feel Hollywood now. Woo-hoo. So let me go ahead and I'm going to share my screen. I have to send you a request here. I sent the request.
Wait. If you're going to, oh, I see. Okay, this is how that works. Oh, look at that.
Share request.
Did you can you share? If not, I can make you co-host. It's not a big deal.
I think I can share now. Yep, I can share.
Okay, good.
Move this all the way up here. And let me share. I think it's sharing. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, but it's just showing this. Oh, there we go. There you go. It just takes a
Let
while.
me put in screen mode here. Duplicate. And now I think we are good to go. All right. So what I'm doing is a little different. I've been doing workshops on what I think is what's becoming a pretty interesting topic, communication and effective communication. And I'll talk a little bit about kind of my background in a moment. But Sifu, he mentioned just before he finished his talk, he talked about his fiance's nickname for him being Boo Bear, and that he was easygoing, and that it's easy to engage with him. Those were all kind of ways that they connect and communicate with each other. And I'm going to talk a lot about that because right now, there's a lot of ways that we communicate, with social media, with X and Twitter, and I guess Blue Sky and all of our devices. And what I have been finding when I do my workshops, I know Marianne mentioned finance, but my big thing is leadership development, right? And I'll talk about my background. And I do a lot of different workshops in that space. And while we have a lot of ways of communicating, the big question is how well are we connecting with one another, especially nowadays. And so that's going to be what I'm going to share with this audience today is how to effectively connect when we're communicating in today's, information superhighway, so to speak. So a little bit about my background. So I started my professional career in the U.S. Army. I was an armor officer for 4 years, got a chance to play around with tanks, if you will. And then I spent about 30 years in corporate America. I was in healthcare with Abbott Laboratories and then Carrier Global, all in kind of the professional sales and marketing space. And then in sales operations, basically teaching and training our internal sales teams to perfect skills like how to effectively negotiate, team building skills, and effective communication, the topic that I'm going to really cover today. And so I retired from corporate America a couple years ago and founded my company, Peak Performance Leadership Institute, and got into the corporate speaking and leadership development space. Few certifications. I think many people might be familiar with John Maxwell. So I got certified through John Maxwell with leadership training and coaching. Pat Lencioni, he's the guru of sort of team optimization and team building. So I got certified to do team assessments through his training. And LaFleur leadership, his sort of area of expertise is soft skills certifications. So I got corporate training executive certifications there, and then small business veterans. So that's kind of my certification sort of suite, if you will. So now what I'm going to do is kind of get into the meat of what I'm going to talk about today, and that is effective communication. And so to frame this out, what I'm sharing is kind of a full day's workshop that I go through, but I'm kind of giving you kind of the Cliff Notes version. So some of these slides are some of the material that I go through in the workshop. So that's kind of how it's presented. So it won't apply necessarily in this case, but I'm still kind of going to kind of use the slides. But I always start off by saying that I think it's very important that we all invest in our development, our growth and development. And I think it's very important that we do things like we're doing on this call, right? We do, listen and spend time sharpening our skills, sharpening our tools. The talk that Sifu just had, the talk that we're all having all day in this great platform that Marianne has presented. This is great. And so there's a responsibility that people like myself that we have, when you're spending time listening to us. So that being the case, my commitment is that I want this to be engaging. I don't want to waste your time. So I always want to make sure that two things. One, that I acknowledge the fact that it's important that we invest in our growth and development, but it's equally important that I don't waste your time. With that, I also want to provide you with tools on whatever the topic that I'm covering, that I give you value and I give you tools. So I did put a tool, a PDF tool in the Facebook Live. I will put it back in the live because I'm sure it's probably somewhere there, but I'll drop it back in the live once I'm done with this talk. But also, since the topic is, how to effectively communicate and connect, I always at the beginning of workshops try to get what are the expectations of those that are in the workshop? What do they want to get out of it? And I'm going to share with you some of the feedback that, that I get typically when we conduct these workshops, because I want to always make sure that, I get a good grounding, a good level set, so it can be the most impactful session, because these workshops are typically between a half day and a full day. And I want to make sure that we're tracking and aligned with what I'm going to cover and what they're expecting to get out of it, right? And so this is some of the common feedback, right? It's a communication workshop. So first and foremost is, how can I improve my listening skills? Which makes sense because a part of communication, and I think even Sifu mentioned this during his talk, is listening. One of the biggest challenges oftentimes in a conversation is effectively listening. So that's oftentimes some of the things that we talk about. And I should mention that these workshops, whether they're virtual or in person, we have discussions. So whether they're discussions that are in the chat or we do the reaction where you can raise your hand and then we just talk, we have discussions around these points. Many of these people that are in the workshops, they either are a part of teams or they lead teams, and they want to know, how can I use communication to better inspire or be better team players? How can I inspire my team, or how can I be a better team player? So through communication, how can I be more effective, especially if I'm communicating through devices, right? If I'm communicating through chats and stuff like that, where a lot of times things can be lost in translation, right? I may think that I conveyed a certain message, but did the person receive the message as intended? So did things get lost in translation, and how could that impact what I meant to say versus what someone heard? So that is another thing that, we cover. And the other thing is sometimes people are just in roles like HR role, or they may be in a role where they're in quality control or regulatory or compliance, where the nature of their role is that they have to communicate rules and policy. So if they're in that kind of role, right, some of the things that they have to communicate might be, not that positive. So sometimes the question is, when I have to be the bad guy, just as it relates to my job, how is there a good way to communicate, things when the nature of my job might be a little bit more on the negative side? So we kind of walk through and talk through, that. And then that final point is what I call the money question, or the money expectation. What the heck does connecting have to do with communicating? Because that really is the title of the workshop. How to effectively communicate. How to effectively communicate by effectively connecting. So what does connecting have to do with communicating, and how do they relate to one another? So that's what we cover in the workshop. So then we get into the 3 topics. So we talk about the why, the what, and the how. First and foremost, why is communicating important, specifically important in order to be successful? And then the meat of the whole conversation, the meat of the whole workshop is, what's the difference between communicating and connecting, right? And is there a difference? Like, what is the difference? Again, we do a lot of communicating. Much of what we do all day, every day, again, through social media, through texting, through devices, is technically communicating. How effective are we connecting with one another? That is the question. And how important is answering that question? And then the third thing is, how do we effectively do that? Because it's going to be more and more and more and more. And do we hand off communicating to AI, ChatGPT? And when we do that, how much of what we do gets lost in translation? So it's a huge topic, right? So these are the things that we cover. So then we have just a big conversation. Sometimes this conversation lasts for maybe a half hour, especially if we're in person, because this just becomes a big foundational topic that we want to make sure that we get grounded on. Why is communication important to success? So we really, really just grapple with this conversation. I love it when we have these workshops in person, because this becomes a real centering discussion. But here are some of the outcomes of these conversations. It becomes clear that if you have really good communication, you can clear up misunderstandings, and you can avoid unnecessary conflict, right? So sometimes it's just a matter of, talking or communicating to clear up what you think someone said versus what they meant. If you really are working to accomplish different goals, you have to have good communication to be productive and get things done. Another thing that comes up is, how many times do 2 or 3 different people do the same thing and they don't know that they're doing the same thing? So you're wasting a whole bunch of time doing the exact same thing. So communication clears that up. And then the final thing, and I think we've all been there, and that is, in every kind of relationship, communication is important. whether it's a romantic relationship, a work relationship, a friendship. Oftentimes it rises and falls depending on how well you communicate with one another. So these are some of the big elements of communication. But here is the key. Based on a study at Harvard Business School, the number one criteria for advancement for promotion for professionals is the ability to communicate effectively. So the why, as it relates to why communication is important, is it's important for your advancement and your success. So based on everything that we believe is important for communicating, studies show that if you want to get ahead, you have to be able to communicate effectively. That's just the bottom line. And the key word in this particular study is effectively. So now we have to determine what is effective communication, right? Because as I mentioned before, we are communicating all over the place. Right? Now, the question is, how effective are we communicating? And in this study, they broke down effective and ineffective. And on the left-hand side, these are all the attributes of ineffective communication, which we can figure out, right? Not paying attention, lack of understanding, lack of interest. On the right-hand side, active listening, trust, empathy, genuine interest in the other person, right? So that question at the very beginning, which was, what the heck does connecting have to do with communicating? Well, if you look at the difference between ineffective communication and effective communication, the difference between the two is the ability to connect. If you have effective communication, you are connecting. If your communication is ineffective, you can look at it. You're not paying attention. You have negative body language. There's a lack of interest. You are not making a connection. And what does that look like visually? If you look at the left-hand side, that's what not connecting looks like. If you look at the top left-hand side, I call that the tennis match, right? If you think of a tennis match and you're hitting a tennis ball back and forth, right? You're basically waiting for the ball to come to your side so you can just hit it back. And in the conversation, you're just waiting for your opening so you can say your part and hit the ball back. You're not really listening for anything other than to say your piece. In the bottom left, if you have a child, I have a 30-year-old, a 34, and a 43. We've all been there. I have been that mother in the seat, that mother in that chair is just, with the hand up. I've been that as well. She is talking to herself, right? There's no connecting with that daughter on the cell phone, right? There is ineffective communication and there's not a connection. And conversely, on the right-hand side, that is what effective communication looks like. They are connecting, right? There's active listening, there's empathy, there's trust. There are all the elements of making a connection. So now let's summarize. Why is communication important? Based on the study, it's important in order to get ahead in life. Now, what's the what? How do you do it? What do you do to make an effective, to communicate effectively? You have to make a connection. And this is what making a connection looks like. So now the how. How do you make a connection? I'm going to walk through 3 tools, 3 practices. And to walk through these practices, I'm going to use John Maxwell. John Maxwell, for those of you who know, he is the guru of leadership. He's written over 100 books on leadership. I don't know how he does it, but he written 100 books. This is one of the books. Everyone communicates, few connects. I put in the live chat, and I'll put back in the Facebook chat a PDF of the 6 practices that he has in this book. I'm going to go through 3 of the 6, and again, in the PDF are all 6. And if you immediately use these 3 connecting tools, it can improve your ability to effectively communicate. So now let's walk through these 3. The first practice is finding common ground. And what does this mean? What this means is that you have to meet people where they are. It's a little bit tough, especially as a grown-up, because what it means is we come into every situation with our own perspective. Finding common ground means that you basically suspend your own perspective and you meet people where they are. You're inviting, and you basically just eliminate your perspective, and you just take their perspective, and you give them the space to see things from their point of view, and you're just actively listening, right? You're just listening, not necessarily for judgment, but you're just listening to hear their side of how they see things. No judging, you're just listening, you're just seeing how they see things. I almost call it, as a matter of fact, Marianne and Sifu, you guys are starting a podcast. It's like a podcast, right? Some of these Joe Rogan, Shannon Sharp, all these podcasts, it's amazing when they get these celebrities on the couch, and all of a sudden, for an hour or 2 hours, sometimes they get them to drinking also, but you hear things from these folks that you've never heard, and you've known them for years, and all of a sudden, I have no idea what those couches do. It's like truth serum, right? but you connect with them in ways that you never have before. But if you can think of common ground as putting them on the podcast couch, that's really what it's all about. It's not about you at all. It's just giving them a space to get to know them. So finding common ground and using that practice and connecting and basically trying to have a conversation where you're just absolutely listening to that person so that you can learn about them. And that's really what this practice is all about. So that is the first sort of common ground practice to have an effective conversation and learn about, other people, their perspective, and be an effective communicator. The next practice, the practice of simplicity. Now, in a workshop, what I do here is I'll ask everyone to think of someone who they feel near and dear and dear about, a relative, a spouse, who they care a whole lot about. And I would ask them in maybe 6 or 8 words to describe that person. Just a few words to describe that person. And I'll give them maybe about 30, 40 seconds. And what will always happen is they'll say something like, biggest heart in the world, or the most caring person I know, or the most loving man I've ever met. And then that will give me the opportunity to say, these are powerful, simple, connecting words. And the whole point is, when you're using simple connecting words, they don't have to be overly big, complicated statements. When you're connecting, the simpler it is, and the more it connects and it reaches a person's heart, the more impactful it is. I took a note when Sifu was talking, and he mentioned that his fiance calls him Boo Bear. And he said his fiance described him as easygoing. And they engage with one another. That was a perfect example of what I'm describing here. you're keeping it simple, and they, without question, they have a connection, right? They communicate all the time. If he wasn't driving, he would have hugged her, right? I think he said, right? That's the perfect example of keeping it simple. An example of when people go overboard is I always think of graduation commencement speeches. If you can think of these college or even high school graduations where you get very accomplished people, they may have done some of the biggest things that you would ever want to do. Doctors or lawyers or entrepreneurs that have done incredible things. So they're keynote speakers at graduations, and in many cases, they feel like they have to give these huge, big word, long speeches, and they lose the audience because for whatever reason, there's this feeling that you have to just wow people. If you want to see an example of the, in my opinion, the best commencement speech ever, go on YouTube and or Google Dr. Dan Black, Clark Atlanta commencement. I think it was called Here They Come, Y'all, Here They Come. It was a Clark Atlanta University commencement last summer. It was 15 minutes long. From the beginning to the end, the graduates, the staff, anyone listening to it was on their feet. It was simple, plain spoken, and he had the audience from the first word to the last word. Dr. Dan Black, Here They Come, Y'all, Here They Come, Clark Atlanta commencement. If you Google it, you'll see it. I think it went viral. It was as plain spoken as they come. That is how you give a plain spoken speech. And I won't say anything else. Just Google it and you'll see what I mean. It does not have to be overly complicated. When you are use this practice, you're trying to pull people in. And so on this slide right here, the 4 ways to connect through communication, those 4 H's, you can pull people in with humor. You can pull people in by touching their hearts. You can pull people in by giving them hope, right? You can pull people in when you help them. And the 3 S's, you pull people in when you keep it simple, when you say it slowly, and every time you have a smile. When you're keeping it simple, you're trying to pull people in. And when you're connecting, that's all you're really trying to do. Almost by nature, connecting means bringing people close to you. So that's the second practice. And then the third, I love this one. I don't know if you can see this, but connecting is it's the concept that we're all kind of simple people with our unique likes. So this is a little elephant here. This is a ceramic elephant, right? The ceramic elephant. My wife, for whatever reason, she loves elephants, any kind of elephant of any type. And her favorite color is purple, right? So this is a purple elephant. So maybe about 10 years ago at work, we had a team building event. Me and my team went to like this little arts and craft place where we could have lunch and they could help us do a ceramic, make a ceramic, whatever, a ceramic plate, whatever the thing is. I knew my wife liked elephants, so I did this ceramic elephant, right? And you can paint it. To be very honest, the experts there, they kind of did most of the work. but anyway, I got the credit. So we did the ceramic elephant, and I knew my wife at the time, she didn't have the best week at work. So I had this elephant, and I got on the way home, I bought some flowers and I bought like a card. I at the dinner table, I put the elephant, the card, the flowers, and had dinner and everything else. And you would have thought that, I did the biggest thing on earth for my wife, right? I did number 2 on this list. I communicated to her in her world, right? I made it about her world. The elephant wasn't a huge, big thing, but it's something she likes. Purple is her color, and I made it about what she likes. The idea of making it a great experience is finding out the little things that people like and making it a big deal for them. It's not about the money. It's not about the anything like that. It's just finding the little things that a particular person or people like and making a big deal about it. Again, connecting is about bringing people in on their terms. And so the practice of creating an experience is basically finding the little things that a person or people like and making a big deal about it. So those are 3 practices that you can immediately try, and it will help your ability to communicate immediately. And there are 3 more in the PDF that I'll send out, and that will help you be a much more effective communicator. And I will close with this. First, I want to always thank anyone who spends the time to take their valuable time away from whatever life is bringing their way, and to make the investment on themselves. Right, like I said before, I think that is very important. That you invest in your growth and development. I take this as a very important task. I am humbly grateful that you spend the time to hear me. So I hope that this was beneficial to you. I try to make sure that it is. But at the same time, I want to, implore you to really take these tools, because as the data shows, one of the number 1 reasons that you can advance your career is to be an effective communicator. That's what the research shows. And in order to be an effective communicator, you have to master the art of connecting. I provided these tools that can help you do that in this PDF. I'll send it out again. Beyond that, I think my time is kind of getting there. So, Marianne, thank you very much. I love this format. I love this platform. And that is it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. It is kind of awesome, isn't it? It's very authentic. I thought, for my last show for the year, what should I call it? And I'm like, please, this is the most authentic platform ever. It's like literally anybody talks about whatever, and everyone's like, what do you want me to talk about? I go, whatever is in your heart, like, try to keep it clean. But I love this. So I absolutely love this. This was amazing. I really enjoyed this. I love anything to do with communication, because Lord knows things get misconstrued in communication all the time. And people think they're communicating, and they're not. They're not communicating as clearly as they could be. In your head, it's a full sentence. When you're saying it, you're like, how come she took that way? Or how come he misunderstood what I said? Well, yeah, that makes sense, because look at it. Look at it now. When you're just looking at it, what's it sound like? There's no, okay, we're going to do this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, this has become.
That would be great.
Yeah, I will definitely drop this back in the Facebook Live. And now it's interesting. I didn't think I was going to do these workshops as often as now they're being requested.
Right? If you could just stop sharing, that'd be awesome. And then
yes,
we're going to thank you again for a wonderful, absolutely wonderful presentation as always. So this is also Cedric's, I don't even know which visit to us. It's not the first.
Multiple.
We have multiple repetition. People love it here. I love it. I'm so happy people are comfortable here on my platform. It's like you're coming into my home. So, only we get to do it all over the world, which is wonderful. So thank you, Cedric, so much. And Cedric is also in my next book. We had a couple of glitches yesterday, so we're a little bit slow to release it. I was really hoping to release the book here, but that didn't happen, but that's okay. That's the kind of stuff. I'm sure it'll be up and about next week. Keep an eye out on it. It is called Self-Empowerment Reset, Our Rocky Road to Inner Peace. Actually, there's quite a few authors on here that are in the book as well. So Cedric is amazing, and I'm sure we'll see him again. Cedric, thank you so much. Have a fantastic day. Feel free to stay with us as long as you can. And with that, our next speaker is Chris Burns. And Chris, if you will, hang on, let me pull up everyone. Chris, how you doing? Do you need me to make you a co-host?
Yes, please.
Please, he says. So we will make Chris a co-host. And there you go, Chris, because I know he usually does a presentation. And with that, I give you Mr. Chris Burns. Chris, take it away. Love the hat.
Thanks. Casual Friday at home. Casual Friday. Well, it's nice to see all you wonderful people. I think that wonderful presentation by Cedric there will be a good complement to what I'm doing, or vice versa. Certainly communication and what we'll talk about are very important in business and in life and relationships. So if you've tuned into these before, you've probably remembered some of the stuff that I've talked about. I've talked about my busy to results, kind of helping leaders and professionals crystallize a clear vision of what they want to achieve. And that's what I'm going to talk about right now. Can you see my screen? Oh, well, I did not share it then. Okay. I assume you can see it now.
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. So I'm going to teach you how to use your vision to get out of the hamster wheel, avoid burnout, and to maximize productivity. That's really the goal of my talk today. So a little bit about me. I've been in business for about 20 years, been an entrepreneur for a very long time. I've been around marketing most of my life. And over the last 5 years or so, I've kind of evolved into sales and leadership. And I grew up in a business too. So I feel like almost the vast majority of my lifetime I've spent in and around small business. And I can say with great pleasure that I've helped hundreds of businesses, and I've been able to see what truly works and what really doesn't. And that's something I'm very proud of. I've been an adjunct marketing professor. I've owned several businesses, and I've recently sold a couple. So if you're going to follow along and any of this sounds interesting, I'd really encourage you to scan the QR code to download this free tool. We call it the 2020 Vision Guide. It's a guide and a tool that we charge a lot of money to corporations to bring us in to teach them how to do. And this is kind of a snapshot of what part of it will look like. But we're going to go through, we're going to help you identify your why, your business goals, personal goals, because ultimately business and personally, what you want to achieve in life is connected, whether we like it or not. And so our home life relates to our business life and vice versa. So we're going to want to establish some personal goals, some professional goals, and I'm going to really show you how to get there. But first, let's talk about this. And this is a feeling or a position that I think so many of us have been in. I know I have multiple times in my life. I didn't even know I was in the wheel until you kind of look at the end of the year, like Marianne mentioned earlier. At the end of the year, you zoom out and you're like, oh man, I'm kind of no further than where I started. Or you do that over and over for a few years and you realize, geez, my age is catching up with me. I don't have the runway I thought I did when I was in my 20s. So I usually ask the question, but since we're on a video call today, if you've ever felt like this, keep listening, keep watching, because I'm going to try to give you as much value here as possible. And I encourage you to scan that QR code to download the vision guide, because this will be a really key to hopefully you having a tremendous 2025. But if you're stuck in the hamster wheel, this is what's going to happen. And it happened to me, and I had a massive health scare years ago. And I didn't know I was burned out, but my body shut down. and ended up developing cancer. And that's what I attributed to. I was not happy mentally. I was doing too much. I was staying up late, grinding, hustling, as they say, but not the right way. And what if I told you that you could avoid this? That given your 30 hours a week or 40 or whatever it is you have allotted, that you can maximize your time, that you can crush your goals without having to work more. In fact, in some cases, you could do it with working less. A lot of people don't believe that, but it's wholeheartedly true. But before we go there, let's talk about why so many entrepreneurs end up in that hamster wheel, why they fail, why they come up short, or they quit before they finally get that big break. And that's just it. Success takes a long time, but success requires strategy, requires a plan. And only then, over consistency and time, can you get to that level of success. But it's of my opinion that most entrepreneurs end up in this kind of cul-de-sac to a dead end because they don't have a strategy. They just don't have a game plan of any sort. And that takes me to this, is that, whether we're a head coach or an assistant coach of a basketball team, a hockey team, a football team, insert whatever it is that you like to teach or coach, if you show up without a game plan, you should expect to lose most of your games. And if you lose most of your games, you should expect to get fired. But unfortunately, a lot of us show up to our business every day. We just kind of chase our tail. We have motion, but we don't really have progress. And that's because we don't have a strategy. We don't have that North Star guiding us every single day to tell us what to do or where we're even going. And that's really what this is all about. So again, check the QR code, download the document, 100% free. And even if you self-implement here, I think you're going to have a lot of success with this. And this is what I was mentioning before. It's motion versus progress, or motion versus action. Most of us don't really stop to think about this, but you've got busy entrepreneurs like LS, Marianne, myself, Nikki. We've got a lot going on. There's no doubt. And there are some days where even the best of us have motion or just chasing our tail. Just because we're doing stuff doesn't mean it's strategic. Doesn't mean it's moving the needle. Doesn't mean it's revenue generating or it's goal oriented. It just means we're doing busy work. And a lot of times that is picking the low hanging fruit, the things that are not making the biggest impact, the things that are making the least amount of impact. Progress is the opposite. It's strategic. It's biting off the biggest part and saying, you know what, I'm going to tackle this first. I'm going to tackle the most daunting task, get that done right away. But you'd have to be strategic to know what tasks to tackle first, right? Kind of getting back to the old 80-20 rule. You'd have to have a plan. You'd have to have a vision to know, what should I be doing tomorrow that's going to help me get to my revenue goal at the end of the year? So let's talk about behaviors, and we'll get to some of that later on. I typically ask this question when I speak on stage or I speak at events, is how many people have a strategy? How many of you actually have a game plan? How many of you have a vision? And it is shocking how many people don't. So I speak at a local summit, and whenever I speak on stage, I ask this question. And I'm not kidding when I'm met with less than 10%. And then I'll ask the follow-up question, which, keep your hand up if you have it in document format and you've actually looked at it or leveraged it in the last 6 months. And of course, hands go down. We're left with maybe 5%. And it's just so critical because strategy and a plan is really the foundation for everything that we do, especially a vision. You can't have a strategy if you don't have a vision. So let's dive into this a little bit further. Most entrepreneurs don't have a vision. They don't have a game plan. They operate on this. This is their operating system. I call it the light switch theory. And they wake up tomorrow, they lose some employees. They say, oh, we gotta hire. Well, let's just run an ad. Well, ads aren't that effective. Posting on Facebook isn't all that effective. Or they realize tomorrow, well, our sales are down 25%. We need to do something about it. Well, you should always, if you have a team, you should always be looking to hire. You should always be looking to increase your sales. You should always be looking to build awareness or increase your email list. And so if you are, that's proactive. That's being strategic. But unfortunately, so many entrepreneurs are reactive. They think, oh, we'll just flip the switch and we'll fix that. or we'll fix the switch, flip the switch, and we'll try to attempt to resolve this problem. But we can't be reactionary in leadership, in business, in sales. We can't leave our goals to chance, but that's what you're doing if you operate by the light switch theory. So if you want to be proactive, if you want to be strategic, what are the ways you can be successful? If you can actually be that thing. My crazy dog sneezing. Think about that just for a quick second. Well, number one, you could use a planner. Not just any planner, but hopefully a planner that aligns with your goals and aligns with you. We created a planner because we realized that the planners that were out there didn't really work with what we were trying to achieve. This isn't a plug to buy our planner, but this is one of the stepping stones to get to be strategic, to get to have a vision, because a planner can be your personalized strategy. It does prevent things from slipping through the cracks, which, again, if you have a higher follow-through rate, that's good for business. That's good for you. You get more stuff done. It eliminates anxiety, and it keeps your goals and keeps your vision top of mind. It keeps them in front of you because, as I tell my wife, out of sight, out of mind, right? And the culmination of all these things means it's going to yield confidence. And if you have confidence and less anxiety, guess what? You're getting shit done. You're productive, you're successful, you're increasing your revenue. And that is just so important. So that planner will end up helping you stack daily victories to win the week, win the weeks, win the month, win the months, win the year. This is really has been a catalyst for us and a lot of our clients, just getting a planner. And again, doesn't have to be ours. I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about a big light bulb moment for me. And one of them was the planner, no doubt. But the other one was I was diagnosed with cancer 7-8 years ago. I was sitting in a hospital bed by myself a lot because my wife was working, taking care of the kids, taking care of the house. And so I had a lot of time to sit and think and reflect. As you know, of course, you expect the worst when you're diagnosed with something like that. And this ended up being something that really changed the way that I operate and do business. I didn't know it, and I wouldn't know it for a long time, but it's called the CTFAR model. I was sitting there and I was thinking, my circumstances are pretty bleak. I'm going to die. Doesn't matter what the doctor tells you, you're going to think the worst. And your circumstances trigger your thoughts. I was thinking very negatively. I was thinking down. It was hard to feel good because my thoughts were negative. And what were my actions going to be when I got out, if I got out? They weren't going to be very good. I was going to continue to eat Cheetos and ice cream every night and, not exercise and not sleep and, just grind until my body fell apart again. Well, my body needed rest. My body needed better food, needed more sleep, needed all those things. So I said, a buddy gave me a book, and this is where I learned about this. And I said, geez, here's my circumstance. I need to think better about this. I need to be optimistic because I've got little kids. I want to leave a legacy. I want to create a legacy for myself. No one more but me. That's what I want it for. I want people to remember me, and I want to have some memories. And so I need to think better. I need to feel better. So to think and feel better, I got to change my thoughts because I'm in 100% control of my mind. I'm in control, whether we want to believe that or not. And that started to change the way I feel. And I also realized if I took care of my body physically, exercise, food, sleep, less alcohol, other things that can help me feel better, it's going to lead to better actions. And it did. And that changed the result, which changed my circumstance. So this is a flywheel for how you can change your life. And people they don't see it this way. So they don't recognize that they can change. But if you see this and you understand it and you believe it, this is going to be your stepping stone to get out of whatever's in your way or whatever you think is in your way, because chances are nothing's really in your way. So the other day I was talking about this and I said to someone, what's your destination? Like, what do you want? And I was met with this answer. If you could see my face, they were just scanning the room. And if it was 20 seconds, it felt like 3 minutes. The person didn't know. I said, okay, well, you got a GPS in front of you. What's the address? Well, I don't know. Okay, well, if you don't have an address and you don't have a GPS, you're lucky if you have a compass. You don't even know what direction you're going. And that's a tough thing in business. It'd be great to have a compass, but there's a lot of us that don't even have that. And so we first have to crystallize, where do we want to go? Because then I can give you a destination. And then you can create a game plan for how to get there. Where am I going to stop and stay? Where am I going to eat? Is there anything I want to do along the way? I'm going to make a road trip around the country or across the country. I need a destination and I need a plan, because I can't just willy-nilly drive across the country. I need to know if I have the money, my car is ready. I need to know how long it's going to take. Is there something along the way I want to do? So we need to crystallize that. We need a crystal clear vision. And this is, in my opinion, again, one of the number one reasons why most people don't achieve their goals. And they end up quitting or getting burnt out or stuck in that hamster wheel. So we have to have clarity of vision. It's just so important. So here again, we're going to talk about the vision guide, which you can download if you check that QR code. I want to know about your personal why. So a vision is just more than you telling me that statement that's on your website, because that's not your personal vision. That's not a vision guide. It is more than your goals. It is more than personal growth. Like, I want to read X number of books this year. I want to go on a cruise. So much more than that. And so if you haven't already, download that. We're going to talk about it right now. So number one, you fill this out. And I want to know your why. And there's no right or wrong answer. But I can tell you mine, and my business partner and I have a pretty similar one here. And we talk a lot about our legacy. That number one, and in no particular order, we want to be involved in our local community. We want to give back, be philanthropical, whether that means donating time or money, and also be active in the community, not just someone who gives. I want to leave a legacy for my children. I want them to remember their dad as someone who was a loving father, a loving husband, a good friend, philanthropic, also a good business person. So there's a lot of personal things with that I want to achieve. I also want to be a good husband. I want to be present. I want to be active. I want to be doing things. I want them to see that, yes, dad does work hard and sometimes works at night and on weekends, but at the same time, dad prioritizes time for family. That's my why. I do everything for my family to be successful, to provide for them. And there's a lot of different ways you could crystallize that. But I can also tell you that my health is very, very important because of the health scare that I've had. And so I prioritize exercise 5 days a week. So in there, what do I want to achieve? I want to achieve working out 5 days a week. I want to run another half marathon. Relationships. I want to do more date nights with my wife. I want to cultivate and I want to improve specific relationships with friends, because some can deteriorate over time just because we're too caught up in business. My mindset's very important to me. Mindset and education are very much related and combined for me personally, because I have to work on my mindset. And how I do that is I play golf, I get a massage, I take personal time for myself, because if I can't take care of myself, I can't get into the right mindset. Part of that is education. So I listen to podcasts, I read books, I listen to audiobooks. So I try to continually educate myself, because that also helps my mindset and helps my business. So all these things are very much tied in. So in business, I've got 2 revenue and profit goals. And other times I've had things where it's an add-on. I want to create this add-on to my business, this new product, this new service. This year it was publishing my book. And then I've got more tangible, smart goals. I'm going to tell you right now, I typically only have 2. Some people can afford 3. They have the capacity, they have the bandwidth, they can do more. Some people have 4, 2 personal, 2 professional. It's whatever you want, because everyone's vision guide is different. And guess what? Your vision guide may look very different this year than it did last year. And that's perfectly okay. Now that you've established your goals, we need to talk about the behaviors that you'll need to adapt or keep to achieve those goals. And for some of us, that means getting up early. Now, I've got kids, got a busy morning. I've got to get up by at least 6 o'clock. Otherwise, I'm not getting my workout in. I just don't have time. I've got to get up at probably 5:30 some days, because let's face it, you got other stuff happening going on in life, or there's days I just can't do a workout. So I've got to wake up earlier. Number 2, I want to read 30 books a year, which I did. That means I have to stop scrolling on social media. Number 2 behavior is less aimless scrolling on social media every day. Doesn't do me any good. Well, it keeps a lot of people up at night, gives them anxiety to see all the junk and the spam out there, political stuff too. Behavior number 3 could be something like, well, I mean, you could make up your own. There could be a lot of them based on your goals. And so I don't want to fill in the blank for you, but they would be very much dependent upon your goals. It could be guesting on 12 podcasts this year. If you feel like that's going to be helpful to get you to the goal of achieving a bigger personal brand where you can make more money to speak, there's a lot of behaviors that you can identify. Now, the most fun part for me is the barriers. The barriers are, I don't have time usually. I don't have money usually. Okay, well, if you don't have time, you're not going to find it, but you need to make it. And that usually means sacrificing something, sacrificing binging that Netflix series, sacrificing scrolling aimlessly through social media, sacrificing going out at night, sacrificing going out to eat, instead making something at home. There's a lot of sacrifices or barriers that really aren't barriers. They're just BS excuses that are getting in our way, you know, or my mom is this, or my parents aren't supportive. It's not a barrier. That's a mental thought that really no one cares. No one's going to judge you for starting a podcast or a personal brand. But write them down, because a lot of times we think it's a barrier and then we end up talking ourselves out of it and saying, you know what, it's not a barrier. It's not going to get in my way if I really want to achieve these things. And then you finish with, what would this mean to me? And if it doesn't mean anything, you're probably not as probable to achieve these things. So you have to tell yourself and tell others what it means for this to actually happen. And so put some thought into it, because that is, I would say, very important. And when you do this, when you have your vision guide completed, you're essentially creating a personalized recipe. You're creating a recipe for success, a recipe that is something I use synonymously with strategy. And I'm going to talk about this for a moment because it's in my book and it's something I'm very passionate about. So if you travel the world and you ask people, what's your recipe for chili? You're going to get a million variations, none right, none wrong. God forbid we debate the noodles, no noodles, spicy, not spicy. Is it ground beef? Is it ground chicken? Is it ground turkey? Is it brisket? Is it what? I've seen so many variations, and I love them all. I love them all. But here's the thing. You got to ask yourself, what's in the proverbial pantry? Who am I cooking for? How much time do I have? Do I have the utensils? If I'm busy, I got to just do a dump recipe where I throw it all in the crock pot and I come back at the end of the day and I got something delicious. If I got a lot of time and I want to do something more extravagant with some brisket or some pulled pork, and yes, I would do that, I'd probably need to do it on a weekend where I got more time. I'm going to have more ingredients. I need to go to the store and do more prep. But I also know my kids aren't going to eat that. So I have to ask myself, do I have the ingredients? Who am I cooking for? And only then can I craft a recipe. And if I craft that recipe and I omit 1 or 2 of the ingredients, or I skip a step, it's not going to taste right. I could throw the ground beef in the crock pot, but if I don't brown it first and get a little sear on it, it's not going to taste as good. Nobody will notice but me. And that's okay. So there are little techniques that we can adapt to help it get the right outcome. But big thing is there's no secret sauce. The secret sauce is crafting a recipe and following the recipe. That's how you get the outcome of the vision guide. That's how you get the outcome of the strategy. And so again, as you look at this, as you zoom out, ask yourself, what are your barriers? What are your excuses? That's ultimately what they are. Barriers are hurdles, where literally all you have to do is lift up your leg and step over it. There's nothing stopping you from getting through it or over it. It just takes a little bit of effort to identify it's there, tell yourself it's not in the way, and then step over it. Because a lot of the times the hurdles are much shorter than they appear in real life. And the one thing I want to talk about there is time, because time is just so critical here. It is the number one thing that we see in our workshops. And I'm telling you, probably 95% of the people say time. The other 5% say it and they realize that's not really an excuse, but that's what I tell myself, because they know they can change that. It's just that when you say it's time, most of the time, it's because we don't prioritize our schedules. We don't value our calendar. We don't respect our calendar. And so we need to do a better job of blocking time on our calendar for deep work. And when I say that is, Monday mornings for me are times where I sit down and I block a lot of my batch my content in Canva, create a lot of my content. I do some of my editing so I don't have to do it later in the week. And then on Wednesdays, I've got a chunk of time where I do a lot of commenting and messaging. I get caught up in the DMs. I get caught up on social media because my business is marketing. My business is social media. And I also have an assistant who helps with a lot of those things, with inboxes, with messaging, with commenting. And so you got to take time to recalibrate. And I also do that on Sundays. I take an hour every Sunday to look at my week ahead, to plan it out, to plot it out, because I need to know how can I show up and be my best self. If I don't, I'm waking up Monday morning and I'm like, oh boy, I got this tomorrow and I got that next week. And I'm like, oh, I am sick and tired of running my life like that because it adds anxiety and stress. So you need to master and be the master of your calendar, of your schedule, of your time, because if you do that, you will find there is more time, especially the delegation side, which, we're not going to get into today. So ultimately, when you think about this, it's up to you. It's all up to you. And as I mentioned on the mindset part, you are, for the most part, 100% control. And you have to identify what it is that you want versus I can't live without. And that vision guide will help you crystallize this. What is it that you want? And what can I not live without? I want to take my family on a cruise. Did that. I want to buy a home in Florida. Not yet there. What can I not live without? I could live without that, but it's up on top of my want list. So it feels like I can't live without it. What are my non-negotiables? I ask people when they reach out to me, like, hey, do you want to network? Well, what do you want to network on? What do you want to connect on? Do you want to sell me something? Do you want to buy my services or something else? Because a lot of times, 40% of the time, I sit on that call only to be caught off guard by a pitch. And so if you don't respect your time and respect your calendar, if you don't have non-negotiables, people will take advantage of your time. Not because they're bad people, but just because you're not protecting your time. And so what are you willing to sacrifice? What are you not willing to sacrifice? And so we learn some of these lessons the hard way over time as we get older, that we really don't have to, shouldn't have to. And so it is important that when you do this, you jot down your non-negotiables, because only then can you get to that next level. And then when you do that, your operating system is totally different. You will have a new way of doing business. You have a new way of generating results that feels less stressful, has less anxiety, and you're going to feel driven by commitment. And ultimately, this is important because no one wants it more than you. No one's going to give you the vision that you have. No one's going to help you get to the goals that you have, at least not like you are. Nobody's looking out for you is something that I say a lot. No one's looking out for you like you. So you have to be in charge, in control. And it all starts right up here with your mindset, as I mentioned. So what does this all lead to? Leads to a fulfilled you. If there are no excuses, it creates fulfillment, creates success, it creates goal achievement and satisfaction. And fulfillment is a great feeling because when you have fulfillment, seldom does that come with the stress and anxiety and burden that we often live our life and run our business with. And that's just no fun. I've been there. We've all been there multiple times. And that's what has led me to burnout. It's what's led me to health issues. And that's no fun. You should be able to sleep at night. But let's get back to success. Let's get back to self-love and financial freedom, because this is about having direction. It's about getting back to clarity and purpose and productivity. And I'll tell you what, when you're there, financial freedom's the next stop on the highway. It really, really is. But so many of us, we don't have it. We're not there. We think we're there. We feel like we're close, but this is really the tool, kind of the cheat code, as my colleague says all the time, to get you there. This is our hustle framework. So if any of this stuff has resonated with you, it's something that's important to me when I talk about hustle, because hustle has become a negative word, and it has a negative connotation with many different segments, including women, that we've come to learn. Women are not a big fan of the word hustle, and I totally understand. There's been entrepreneurs like Gary Vaynerchuk and others who have suggested for the last decade plus that if you want to be successful, you got to hustle. And their definition of hustle is very different than ours. Their definition is work 50, 60, 70 hours a week till you can't work anymore, till you can't keep your eyes open. Eat like shit, ramen noodles, pizza, takeout, whatever you can to get by, spending the least amount of money possible. And sacrifice your relationships. Don't go out, don't have friendships, don't have a social life, don't have fun. Well, I don't buy it. I don't believe that. I think that you can be successful hustling using your allotted 30 or 40 hours per week. I really believe that. You don't have to work more. In fact, I think you could work less, hustle just as much, and crush your goals. And this is what it's about. The H in hustle stands for hard work. It's about putting in the hours. It's about having a pace of play, which we got back to before with the calendar, the time management, and being the master of your schedule. Prioritizing the effort, what's important, really picking the high hanging fruit, not the low hanging fruit. The U is for unrelenting. It's about having the commitment to consistency over and over again. It's boring, but it's what wins the race, no doubt. It's about being persistent on things, specifically in sales. And then again, the prioritization of both life and business. And that's where the vision guide comes in, is the prioritization of your personal life. The S is smarter, not just harder. And because it is the 80-20, what I mentioned before, it really is focusing on the right things. It's not about working harder, it's about working smarter. And I know that's cliche for some people, but some of us, that means organization. It means doing it the way that is going to be successful. Getting away from really what doesn't work and focusing on what does work. It's also about taking chances, failing, accepting failure, and learning from it. Failing forward, as we say. Not betting the farm, but taking calculated gambles and really putting yourself out there, taking a chance, but not in a way that's going to sacrifice your business or do harm. And stepping outside your comfort zone, because nothing good comes from within the comfort zone. Learning from others, it's networking, being curious, learning, diving into books. And then finally, E is enjoying the process, because you need to celebrate your victories, even the smallest of victories. You need to have fun along the way. And if you're not, you're going to forget about those little victories that all stack up, because daily victories are what create yearly victories. If you don't have daily victories or weekly victories, the end of the year is going to feel like a failure. So make sure you're highlighting those, as my dog's trying to make an appearance here. Say hi, Kenny. All right. So if you liked anything I had to say so far, if this has been fun, this has been interesting, obviously make sure you download the 2020 Vision Guide. This is a couple links, QR codes to our podcast. We've had some very successful Super Bowl athletes. We've had famous Neil Patel, the marketer, and a lot of other folks. Just an absolute wealth of knowledge. We talk marketing, personal brand strategy, sales, culture, productivity, failure. God, we've had so many great people on the show, and our YouTube channel is growing. We don't make any money from the podcast, so I promote it because it's selfishly as much for us as it is for our listeners and our clients. So check it out, please. I think you'll find some value there. And we do weave in a lot of our hustle framework and a lot of our hustle training into that. We've got a 3-part series around the Vision Guide launching on the podcast. The 3rd episode of the 6 will be out today. And so maybe something you can double down on as you work through the guide. There's a little call to action here. I've got this new thing called Snappy Video. I got a marketing audit. So if you're interested in anything I have going on, scan the QR codes, check out those resources, those new tools I've got. And then I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. I always have a lot of fun with these workshops. I appreciate you, Marianne, for putting these on. And I know I'm a little ahead of schedule, but if there's any questions, feel free to throw them out there. I'm an open book.
They can't ask. It's all on Facebook. So if you want to put your information on my Facebook page underneath the live, that's great. Or if you want to share the live on your Facebook, that's also great. If you could stop sharing, that would be great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chris. As always, amazing. And yes, we are fully behind schedule as usual. That's all good. So our next wonderful speaker is Alice Kirkpatrick. So Alice and I are both in the CLA. Actually, you know what? Everyone that's on here, except for Rosemary, who just joined us, we're all in CLA, which is Connected Leaders Academy. And we are all loving Jose, who will be on at 1 o'clock. So he speaks on at 1, and Alice needs to get going. So I need to let her speak now. So with that, if everyone could mute themselves, please, we are going to let Alice speak. Go for it, Alice. Woohoo.
All right. Wow. These are phenomenal speakers today. And we still got so many more to go. Thank you, Marianne. And I want to say, talk about wisdom on the front porch. Okay, I know that's a shameless plug for my podcast and magazine, but that wisdom is how I lead. That wisdom is how I bring value into your lives because you are my why. Yeah, and I do really want to thank you, Dr. Marianne, for honoring me today by allowing me to be here with all of these amazing speakers. I had a talk all prepared about leadership this morning, but I felt, it was only about stuff that you already know. And I wanted to take a deeper dive into leadership, provide you with perspective and contemplate and consider and talk about speaking correctly, communicating. Let's see if I can keep my stuttering to a little bit. Now, you might have heard of Genghis Khan and that he was a leader. He was evil, bloodthirsty. So was he really a leader? Well, he led his team, even with evil and a bloodthirsty passion. But according to Forbes, he also ruled a self-made kingdom of nearly 12 million square miles, which lasted in parts for nearly 7 centuries. He also, I don't know if you knew this, I didn't know this, he abolished torture. He embraced religious freedom, united disparate tribes. They're all out there doing their own thing. He hated aristocrat privilege, put it in words I can say, and he ran his kingdoms meritocratically. Based on merits, he loved learning and advanced the rights of women in the Mongol society. Now, you probably don't usually think of those things with Genghis Khan. So, and then you have, as we heard earlier, Sifu Raphael. Sifu led his sons by pursuing their own successful enterprises when they were still in high school or around high school age. He led with kindness, compassion for others, but strength and wisdom so they would know who they are, what they do, and how to treat others along the way. Then you have temple leaders like Jim Jones in the 1970s who had a huge following. His cult, he led them to move from North America to South America, a whole other country, just to commit mass suicide. Yet he was a leader. Now today you have John Maxwell, who has his own following, and he teaches leaders to become great leaders, teaching them about the qualities of a leader, such as taking full responsibility for your team's actions, no matter what those actions are. Now, you're going to hear many more great speakers today, leaders of their own teams who want to share their insights to guide you to where you want to go, to where they want to go, and in ways that will be beneficial to them and to you. Now, I've shared a couple of famous or infamous leaders here who are very different in how they led and to what they led, or for a better lack of word, they're followers too. There's a saying that there are leaders and there are followers, but sometimes you are both. Now, when you think of leaders, you probably don't automatically think of a couple of examples I've mentioned here, but let me give you a few more that you can think about. Mahatma Gandhi was a leader. Mandela was a leader. Joan of Arc was a leader, and they led by example and sacrifice. Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King Jr., Queen Victoria were great leaders who led for their people to have a better life. Maya Angelou, Golda Meir, Mother Teresa, Cleopatra, Alexander the Great, Henry Ford, Winston Churchill, all leaders. But here's some leaders you may not even think of, and maybe you haven't heard of them. Tecumseh, Osceola, Geronimo, Redbird, Wilma Mankiller, who was not, by the way, a man killer, but she was a principal chief of the Cherokee Nation in 1985 and became the first woman ever to lead a major Native American tribe. So, who are some of the leaders today? As I mentioned, John Maxwell. He has a leadership that creates other leaders. You've got Grant Cardone, Ed Milet, Earl Nightingale, Napoleon Hill, Bob Proctor, Tony Robbins, and whether you like them or not, President Trump, Priscilla Shirer, President Obama, Oprah Winfrey, and even Taylor Swift. Now, what about those who are leaders in their niche? They aren't out there conquering the whole world. Kind of they are. But there's Joe Rogan, Richard Kiyosaki, Steve Jobs, Mel Robbins. There's actors and actresses and singers and many others. And by these examples, stature and size is not a quality of leadership. You know, I was pretty small in stature myself most all of my life. It wasn't until the summer when I turned 16 that I finally grew and suddenly reached average height. But it wasn't until I was 21, 5 years later, when I was at a gathering at my parents' home, and someone there asked my oldest sister, "How does it feel to be shorter than your younger sister?" And I thought, my sister's not shorter than me. And then I looked at her and I realized that her head was tilted up, her eyes were tilted up, and she was looking up to me. Even though I had grown in size physically, in my mind, there was still this perspective that I was small. So where is your mind's perspective with your leadership? Now, this would be a good segue to say who I am. So before January 2022, I was a nobody. At least that's what I incorrectly thought. Then I went to my first mastermind, and this whole new world that I didn't even know existed opened up. Within 4 months, I had my first summit and my first live show that turned into a podcast. And within that first 6 months, I had my first bestseller. Within 10 months, I had 11 books and 8 of them were #1 bestsellers. Then I became a publisher myself. And today I am fired up and ignited with my 2 podcasts, my magazine, my membership, my trainings, my speaker, and my speaking awards, and so many more things that I do. But they all go to my why. You are my why. Adding value into you, passing that legacy down to my grandchildren so they know they can be and live what really lights them up. Now, for some people, but not all, it seems to be a natural thing being a leader. A couple of days ago, Clifford Starks was on my podcast with him on the front porch, and I asked him, "When did you first become a leader?" You know what his response was? Well, unless you listen to the podcast, your answer is no, but I'll let you know what he said. Clifford Starks said that he became a leader when he was 4 years old, but he didn't recognize it for what it was until he was 37 years old when his father talked to him, communicating with him, and told him that he was a leader. You see, some leaders, they don't even recognize themselves as a leader. In fact, that was me. I was sure I wasn't a leader. I was always a follower, where anytime I tried to assert my leadership, it failed over and over and over again. That was until twice, on 2 separate occasions, my family looked to me to lead them. I'm like, what, me? No, that's my husband's role. And that was my must take charge of everything daughter-in-law's role. Her words, not mine. But when the 2 of them looked at me to lead, that was like that time back when my sister and I were looking at each other and she looked up at me and my perspective changed. So I ask you again, where is your perspective with yourself in being a leader? And for some leaders, people just naturally gravitate to them. My sister, just older than me, was like that. It didn't matter where we were. It amazed me every time, even now it still does, how quickly other people gravitate to her. Jose Escobar is like that. He just draws people to him. So did Robin Williams. Didn't think of him as a leader, did you? He had a following like crazy, like Taylor Swift does. Sometimes I think people are silent leaders until they aren't. But it's not like that for every leader. It's good to know that leadership can be learned, and really great leaders always have a mentor or two. So, what qualifies as a leader? Most of you know the easy answers to this, so I don't need to go over them. Personally, I believe one of the most important qualifications is what I said earlier. You have to have a mentor yourself, and you have to be teachable. Hitler was a leader. He was mentored by his dad and his grandfather and a few others, and he learned how to be a leader from them, how to rule with superiority, fear, and hate. Writer and philosopher Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "Our chief want is someone who will inspire us to be what we know we could be." Now, to paraphrase Colin Baker, he says that Emerson is talking about how leaders can help others achieve great things. Leadership isn't about holding authority over someone else. It's almost positively influencing people to reach new heights. Well, Colin, I think that's only part of it, because I don't think Hitler or Genghis Khan were positively influencing people to new heights, though in their minds that might have been how they justified it. But they did influence people to make a difference, albeit a negative difference. Are you a leader? Answer these questions. Why would you want to be a leader? What do you want to lead people from, and what do you want to lead them to? What type of a leader do you want to be? And how are you going to lead? What qualifies a leader, especially a great leader? Well, from these few examples I've already mentioned, what I see that great leaders have is that they are equipped. They are equipped in great communication. They know, their team knows what they want, and their followers know what they want. They have a desire for change. They are action takers with a perseverance in igniting that change. They have courage. They have a team around them. They are teachable, and they are teachers. They have to teach their team in the way they lead so their team can lead others. They know their why, and they can see their dream as if it is a reality that has already happened. And they know how to change the perspective as they are learning and growing, having humility and knowing how to be grateful. Okay, I hear you. I hear you that not all leaders have humility and know how to be grateful. But the truly great leaders that we admire and want to fashion our own leadership after, they do. And I think this question should be answered. Why do you suppose it's important to have a team for leadership? All of these leaders had teams, except maybe Sifu. But he had to have those around him who backed him up and didn't butt in and counter his teachings for his sons. So again, I ask you, why do you need a team? Well, I believe leaders need a team to get more followers on their team. And here's what I mean by that. Who is going to follow anyone that no one else is following? We see it in social media. The ones who get followed are the ones who have followers already. Do you think Taylor Swift would be leading if she didn't have the massive following on social media that she has? And those on your team, the team players, they play a very integral role. They are like-minded. And so I'm going to use this phrase dream or vision here. You can call it whatever you like. They are also like-minded to the dream or vision, and they have the qualities of leadership themselves. They can carry out the dream or vision on their own as leaders while still being a follower to the main leader. Now, dissension through poor leadership is also how some leaders have mutinies, and in my humble opinion, the team leaders think they can do without the main leader. Well, if they have no bond, no reason to communicate with their leader, and the leader doesn't give them that, then why would they stay? Why would you stay? So leader needs to know how to keep his team satisfied, fulfilled, and on fire for the dream or vision. Jim Rohn says, make sure we don't sacrifice some values for others. Now let that sink in for a little bit. Leaders need to communicate and communicate clearly, as Cedric told us earlier. Jim Rohn also tells us to take thoughtful care about putting into words how you feel. Take the time to say something unique about how you care. Words can be clumsy, especially when you try to say what is in your head and your heart. Sorry, Jim, I just had to. It's too unique. And being unique, being authentic is important. So, as Jim would have said, words can be clumsy, especially when you try to say what is in your head and what is in your heart. Sorry, Joe. He says that is how you build empires and create great societies. It's how you share the great intricacies of philosophy and change someone's life. Make it unique as you can to get the point across. So you see, leaders do need to be teachable. Another quote from Jim Rohn is, not self-sacrifice, but self-development to be there for everybody else. I will take care of me for you if you take care of you for me. Leaders also remember the people who make the sacrifices to make others great. Jim Rohn's mother scrubbed floors for years and years to get her kids into college. Les Brown's mother is part of his great story. She wasn't a great leader like Les Brown, but she sacrificed so Les Brown could be a great leader. So when you look at a leader, I think the most important question to ask how they balance career and wealth and family and all of that is important. But what you should be asking is the most important question that Jim Rohn just asked. Who scrubbed the floors so they could be a great leader? And who's scrubbing the floors now so you can be a great leader? Great leaders also teach justice. Don't believe me? Talk to football coach Bill McCartney, head of coach at the University of Colorado Boulder for 13 seasons. He compiled a .624 record, won over 3 consecutive Big 8 conference titles, and his 1990 team was crowned as national champions by the Associated Press, splitting the title with Georgia Tech, first in the final coaches poll. Now, however, you most likely recognize him as one of the founders of Promise Keepers Men's Ministry. That's how he leads with justice. Okay, I'm from Texas. You know there had to be a football reference in here at some point. So lead with justice. You have to know what justice is. And I'm going to say each one separately so you can get them. Comes from Proverbs 29, actually. Justice is being fair. Justice is reasonable. It's faithful, equitable, has decency, correctness, it's lawful, and it has impartiality. It's also righteous. Now, I've also seen that a leader has to have courage. Leaders are rebuilding, they're restoring, they're raising others up, loosening chains, untying cords, setting the oppressed free. Now picture this in your mind. Leaders have to be a well-watered garden that has a continuous spring of water that doesn't dry up when the weather gets hot. This makes me think of a great leader, one who knows where to get strength in themselves, or to get satisfaction in their life. Leaders also know who's guarding them, protecting them in the back, because they're looking forward and guiding others going forward. Leaders know who to cry to for help when they need it personally and when they need it to guide their people for them. They also know they are that path of courage for others. Now, recently I was at a Life Search event and the comedian Michael Jr. was there. I really like him. I was so glad he was there. He talked about one time how he was entering a prison to speak. And on the path to where the men were, Michael Jr. noticed that one by one the guards were holding back. And he kind of began to get a little bit scared. And with each step, he's thinking of what he could do to lead these prisoners into a few moments of joy, but nothing was coming to him. He knew that the guards could still get to him if something happened, but not until something happened. He had to keep stepping on the path of courage through the fear that was gripping him. And being a man of faith, he kept asking God to give him something. And he gets to the end of this path and he still has nothing. Then he sees the men in the circle, and at the head of the circle, there was his something. It was a man who had a white beard, and his name was Moses. So being courageous in the strength of God, he walked right up to the man, looked him right in the eyes and said, "The next time you see that warden, you walk straight up to him, you look him in the eyes and say, 'My name is Moses. Let my people go.'" Now, leaders don't always know when their courage is going to be needed, but they always know where their courage is coming from. Do you know where your courage comes from? Do you know what you are leading others to? How are you leading your teams? How are you leading them so they can go out and gather followers without causing a mutiny? What is your dream or vision for change, for taking action, for changing perspectives? And how are you doing this? Now, if you go to the website know-the-ada.com, that is knowtheada.com with the dashes in between, you will find Tony Cello, a congressman and a person living with epilepsy who was a crucial advocate for the ADA within the political sphere. He authored and helped pass the Fair Housing Amendment Act of 1988, which was the precursor to the ADA. Justin Dart Jr., often held as a godfather of the ADA. His leadership was pivotal in the fight for disability rights. Survivor of polio and a wheelchair user, his personal experiences with discrimination fueled his passion for advocacy. He co-founded the American Association of People with Disabilities and tirelessly lobbied Congress to pass the ADA. You don't have to be charismatic to be a leader, but it sure can help, and that too can be learned. Judith Heumann, forced to be reckoned with within the sphere's disability rights, she was denied the right to teach in New York City public schools because she was in a wheelchair. Did you get that? She was denied to teach because she had to use a wheelchair. Heuman's lawsuit against the Board of Education marked one of the first disability right causes brought to the federal courts. And there's more. Even George H.W. Bush, the leader of our nation, whether you like him or not, he can't be overlooked in this because his decision to sign the ADA into law on July 26, 1990 was a defining moment in the history of disability rights in the United States. Now, what about those you may not consider a leader, and perhaps you don't even know about, like Fatima Al-Fihir, founder of and it's HRI, I don't know how else to say it. She's the founder of the world's first university, documented by the Guinness Book of World Records as the oldest existing and continually operating educational institution in the world. She paved the way for higher education in AD 859. That's right. It was the year 859, a legacy that continues to this day. And get this, Hedy Lamarr, best known for being an actress in MGM Studios during the Golden Age, 30s and 40s, This intelligent and talented Austrian-born woman invented the technology called the spread spectrum, which led the way to how we communicate in our world today. Now, it was patented, and she gave it to the World War II effort, donated it. But even though the technology wasn't used during the war, it's used today for the technology for GPS, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth. Now, you may not think of her as a leader because she invented that, but she was definitely a leader with a follower in her acting career. So remember when I talked about those who scrub floors? You, fathers of daughters, you want your daughters to grow up to be leaders instead of followers, right? Give them someone to look up to, besides yourself, of course. Give your daughters and give your sons other examples of those who did something unique so others can do great things. Corrie ten Boom led others to know that it was okay to speak up about injustice in culture and injustice in themselves, but mostly she led others to find a better path, a better way of being. Her main mission in life was not advocating against the injustice of one of history's most vile and cruel events. She was an advocacy for change in people's hearts and for them to see that there's something better for them, no matter what their situation in life is. She lived it. She helped others live it. And though she started out herself without a team, she did acquire a team and she taught others how to have a team. One thing that I didn't catch about Corrie until recently was that she made people feel important. Those who were beaten down, they were important. Those who were imprisoned wrongfully or rightfully, she still made them feel important. Those who never felt like they mattered in this world ever, she made them feel important. Alexander Den Heyer is quoted as saying, "When I talk to managers, I get the feeling they are important. When I talk to leaders, I get the feeling that I'm important." So remember to watch your mindset. Adlai Stevenson says it's hard to lead a cavalry charge if you think you look funny on a horse, but you can change your perspective. Dwight D. Eisenhower said, "Leadership is the art of getting someone else to do something you want done because he wants to do it." He also said, "You don't lead by hitting people over the head. That's assault, not leadership." And if you have young kids, you might recognize this quote from the show A Bug's Life. First rule of leadership: everything is your fault. I like what James Gibbons says, "There are no office hours for leaders." We've heard that with our speakers today already. Now, perhaps you do not consider yourself to be a giant leader. Maybe it's your role as a leader to lead others to scrub the path of courage so that those other leaders can lead in their uniqueness. So whether you're a floor scrubber or a leader of many, remember what George S. Patton and what President Franklin Roosevelt said. Five-star General George S. Patton said, "Never tell people how to do things. Tell them what to do, and they will surprise you with their ingenuity." President Franklin Roosevelt said, "It is a terrible thing to look over your shoulder when you're trying to lead and find that no one is there." So let's go back to Jim Rohn for a moment. Make it unique as you can to get your point across. Take the time to say something unique, something authentic about how you care. Brian Tracy said this about leaders. Leaders think and talk about the solutions. Followers think and talk about the problems. And remember this from Mark Twain: keep away from people who try to belittle your ambitions. Small people always do that, but the really great make you feel that you too can become great. So my last quote for you is this: you have great value in you. You are worthy. You are enough, and you certainly do matter. And that's from me. I'm L.S. Kirkpatrick, and I went from scrubber to leader. Now you go out and be that great leader you dream and see in your vision.
Alice Kirkpatrick, I am so proud of you. That was outstanding. outstanding. Can we get a standing ovation at home, people, for my girl here? Oh, what I told her in one of our sessions. So we do some coaching together. She was like, I'm going to talk on your summit. And I'm like, you sure are. This was spectacular. I am so, you were, yeah, that's it. No words. It's hard to make me speechless. That doesn't happen often. Okay, everybody stop, they're all going, yeah, yeah. Hard to make me stop talking. So super, super proud. That was outstanding, amazing. And it's funny because when you said, don't tell them what to do, just tell them, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to tell you what to do on your speech. You're going to do what am I going to talk about? I don't know what you're going to talk about it. The theme's authentic leaders. I don't know what you want to talk about. I'm just here observing. And also talking about Jim Rohn. Jim Rohn is one of my favorites. Like I could listen to Jim all day long, and he has a really specific way of speaking. So I absolutely adore him. And for those who don't know who we're talking about, Jim Rohn is no longer with us on this plane, but he was amazing. And I believe he was Tony Robbins' coach, and that's how I heard about him in the first place. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please stay with us as long as you can. And that was amazing. Woo! Yay! So this is the 12 o'clock hour where I get to make up for time. This is why I've actually put it in here, because right about now, we're usually falling behind. And then we do a reset. So I leave an hour, but I almost never get to use that full hour because we're always a little behind. It's just the way things work, right? And look at all these beauties that I have here with me. Rosemary, come on camera if you can, if you're with us. Julia, who is so this is Authentic Leaders. This is about as authentic as we all get. So my leader is Julia. And in the next segment that we're going to be talking about, APL Go, I call it the APL Go Hour. And Nikki is with me. So we are all involved with APL Go, and Julia is our head leader. Okay, I need to say this because the amount of work this woman does for us is insane. I can almost leave her a message almost any time of day, and she will get back to me if she's not already in some other meeting, which she is all day long because that's what she does. She gets back to me even when she can't talk. She still gets back to me. We were just texting 2 seconds before we went on. Absolutely amazing. You have to join this company if you're looking for a side hustle. And if you are not looking for a side hustle and you need a hustle because you have none, and this is going to be your main hustle, this is a good hustle. I mean, I don't want to talk about money, but I did really good last month, and this month's not over yet. So, hey, and not to mention, we both, Julia and I, won a trip. She won a double one because she's, 2 people above me. So she's awesome. So her and her husband are we're all going to Dominican Republic. And Nikki is on my team, and so is Rosemary. And we're going to talk a little bit about, and actually Ellis is actually on my team as well. And we are going to talk a little bit about the product. You can listen in. Whoever wants to say any kind of testimonial, go right ahead. I just did want to mention this brand new product, Julia. Isn't this amazing? Okay, we just got this, like mine came last week. Last week is when I got my first one. This is what it looks like. I'm going to let Julia say more about it, but this is our stem cell regeneration and telomere extender product. If you all don't know what stem cells are, you should probably look it up, because that's all the talk of everywhere. Telomeres are the little endings at the end of your nerves. They're if you look at shoelaces, the little plastic things at the edge, that's kind of sort of. Obviously, telomeres are more fun. I have 2 parents that both ended up having dementia. I insist and forbid myself not to have it. I forbid myself to have it, I guess. Sorry, I think is what I meant. So I am in full bloom using this on a regular basis. And what an easy way to take it. Look, it's a candy. It's a candy. It's not a needle. It's not a surgery. It's a candy. And it's less than $100, even in Canada. It's less than $100. If you get one of these, it will amplify it. It'll 10x it. It'll 10x it. I'm going to have to use Grant Cardone's 10x. Sorry. It will 10x it. It might even 100x it. So I'm going to stop talking for a moment, which again, rare. I'm going to let Julia speak for a bit. Thank you so much, Julia. Julia, in her crazy busy schedule, has given us the honor of joining.
I love it. Rosemary, Marianne, I was looking at Rosemary talking to Marianne. Sorry, girls. Just, I have to say, and Nikki, you look amazing, and Rosemary, you look amazing. I'm so glad to see you. And Marianne, that color on you is just giving. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. LS, I've heard your name so many times. I'm so glad to finally see you in person. And I came in kind of close to the end of your talk, and it was so powerful. I loved your quotes. I was really moved by them, and really, really enchanted by what you were talking about. I do want to talk a little bit about leadership if I can, but before I do that, I would like to share about LFT, or Lifetime, our newest product, which is our 19th product. So I always referred to this product for the last 4 years as Healthy DNA Candy. I called it that. And then I had the incredible opportunity to go visit our factory in Europe, which was absolutely like being treated like a princess or a queen, royalty, completely beyond my scope of what I expected on any kind of trip. And I will never be able to genuinely call it candy again. Now I have to refer to this as nutraceutical lozenges, because I saw how impactful and how specific our product is made. It is actually made in a pharmaceutical grade factory that was so spotless. I've never seen a facility of any kind this spotless. It was absolutely beautiful. I got to ask countless questions, especially about how we're able to put negative ions into our product, because our product actually is an ingestible negative ion product, which is very unusual, because you can have a negative ion product that is external to you, this one you're taking in, and I didn't realize that they were actually balancing the frequencies to different botanicals, and they actually do that in an enclosed portion of the facility. It is so high tech. It was just not what I expected. I think in my 4 years here, I've done a disservice, and I've almost minimized the impact of these products. Even though I've always thought they were so incredible, I didn't take it as seriously as I did after the visit to our factory. And I urge you to talk to whoever you know here and take a look at some of the pictures that we took, talk with some of the people that were able to attend the actual event. It was just incredible. And I was able to speak to the man who runs the entire factory, named George, through translators, and it was just beyond what I expected. I don't know how else to describe it. First, I want to say that as far as LFT is concerned, we have in all of our products, this is something that is new information as well that I'm sharing today. All of our products on the back have the ingredients that are listed. And of course, we're using the DNA and the phytonutrients of these ingredients. We're not actually using the plant or the herb or the stem or the leaf or the whatever. We're actually using the DNA and phytonutrients, which is nanotechnology, super high tech. And there are products listed on the back, but every one of our products contains a proprietary blend of ingredients that are not listed. They're listed as a proprietary blend. So while I'm looking at this and seeing what ingredients are here, I know that there are also additional ones. And that is really something that impacted me greatly, because my favorite product has always been grow for immunity, mood. All right, let's just stop with immunity and mood because those are the two things I needed the most help with, but they made my hair grow and all things like that. But the flavor of that product is over the top for me. It's grape, and my mouth waters every time I talk about it. But this one is an ingredient that I'm allergic to. I'm highly allergic to mangoes, and that's the flavor of this product. And when I say highly allergic, I mean EpiPen. And I can have this product because it's the phytonutrients that's in the flavoring. That's it, even though it's the actual mango, it's the phytonutrients. So I love to share that. Telomeres are like, if you think about the DNA strand, the ladder, it's where the ladder pieces come together, like Marianne was just explaining. And I do want to share a little bit about this product and what it does because it's so unique and different. It reverses aging. We call this an anti-aging product. We call this an energy product. Why do we age? Well, one of the reasons is because telomeres get shorter. They shorten as we age. So every time, you know how up at the copy machine, there's a copy of a copy of a copy. Our cells are like that, right? And so there's some degradation in our cells over time as we age. And this is actually going to take us back to what our cells were like when we were younger people, so that we have more energy, we feel better, we look better. It's the essential cells and minerals, the key micronutrients that your body needs to be more vital, more energetic. And we have some great pictures that really sum that up. I love these graphics because I really searched long and hard to find these. They really sum it up for me. Rosemary, turmeric, ginger, milk thistle, spirulina, black pepper, Japanese knotweed root. Never heard of that. And even when I was doing Chinese medicine things, I didn't know about that. Siberian larch, red grapes. You guys are familiar with the word resveratrol, right? This is a resveratrol rich product, incredibly powerful, filled with resveratrol. Okay. That talks a little bit about the product. We also have a limited edition pendant, which some in this team are lucky enough to have a few additional ones to sell. So check in with a couple of the members of our amazing team. This product is a medallion, a pendant, an amulet, whatever you'd like to call it. You know, you can see how thick it is. Let me get the green screen there. Inside, it contains volcanic dust from a Japanese volcano, as well as quartz. You know, the gem or the quartz gem, white quartz. And what this does is it resonates at the frequency of the Schumann frequency, which is a grounding frequency. So this is going to ground you. Now, I am speaking of things that I've learned. Marianne knows this stuff Marianne knows it. I'm sharing it. Marianne will be able to educate you. I'm just sharing what I've learned. But Marianne can educate on that. But why I'm so passionate about this is because just what Marianne said, it will 10x, maybe even 100x the power of our drops. This is not a standalone product. This is a make it better product. Food tastes good, then you add salt and it's magically more flavorful. This is the salt, right? But there's only a few left. This is a limited edition product. I'm sharing that with you. There are other energetic tools like this on the market. You will see them. Ours is incredibly unique because of the power. Many people who are into energetic medicine and into stones, into energy, into all kinds of different things have done some measurements of this tool and have found that this is more powerful than other ones that they're using currently. So I can't speak to that. I can share with you what I know. All right. Now, down to some business. Let me share something with you. Authentic leadership. In your life, you probably had the experience of being chosen first for a team of some kind. Maybe it was kickball. Maybe it was the knitting club. Maybe it was choir. Maybe it was church. I don't know, but you've had an experience where you were chosen, right? You were the one selected. And that was the leadership opportunity that you had. You were like hand selected out of the vending machine. Think of the minions. Anyway, what that feels like when you're hand chosen to be a leader is so empowering and enlightening, and it like makes you feel so proud of yourself and so good about yourself. This is a place, this company is a place where your leadership qualities are so essential and important to what we're doing here. And if you know Marianne, and if you know her other friends and colleagues and the other people that speak on this summit, to be a part of the leadership of people like the people that are here, what an incredible opportunity. And that's what you have here. This company, APL Go, that I'm a part of, that Rosemary, that Nikki, that Amanda, that Ellis, that Marianne are all a part of, that we're a community of, is a place where we're here to lift up leaders and bring out your best qualities of leadership. Everybody's qualities are different. Everybody is different. We're you know, a thumbprint. We're all different and unique. But as leaders, we can stand together and we can help others. And this is your chance to do that. And if you want to shine with what you do best and who you are, this is the day, this is the place to do that. And it's really, I don't usually get this wrapped up in our topics, but this is a topic that speaks to me very loudly, because we know that leaders are welcome here and that your voice will be heard here. And I know there are many companies and places and businesses and worlds where you go and you want to offer your leadership and it's rejected. And here it's embraced and lifted up. So I appreciate being able to share this today. Thank you guys so much for letting me share. And I will turn it back over to you.
Goodness. Thank you so much, Julia. That was amazing. And honestly, you know what? She has an open invitation to come on to these. She doesn't always have time. So just thank you so much for creating the time to come on here, first of all. Second of all, thank you. You look beautiful too. We both are wearing cream color. We did not call each other. There's no way. We didn't have time. We might have, but we didn't have time. I just want to say resveratrol is a hardcore antioxidant. Schumann is a Schumann resonance. It is basically looked at as the heartbeat of Earth. That's why it's grounding, because it is the heartbeat of Earth. It is an actual measurement. When the Schumann resonance is high, there's a lot of planetary activity. There's a lot of intense energy that is not for everyone. And sometimes calls in all kinds of different energies in people. So it's all good. It's just the Schumann resonance has been off the chart this month. And
isn't it amazing to see? She's educating us. I was just sharing. She's educating. I love this so much. Thank you.
It's all good. It's just, yeah, I used to have a really great measurement, and I had it was an app, and then something happened. I think I changed phones, and I'm not very techy, so I need someone to hook me up with the same app. But it was really good. I would get the Schumann resonance daily, and I'm like, oh, that's why I have a headache today, because I don't really get a headache. I'm not a headachy kind of person at all. But headaches, migraines, you people who suffer from migraines, I feel for you, because I don't even suffer from headaches, and I will get one. The Schumann resonance is through the roof. And it typically is during a Mercury retrograde or any other kind of activity. And this particular Mercury goes into retrograde for 3 weeks, but the energy is funky prior to it and a little after it. So I do find that these help us ground. And I have this, oh my gosh, like this has been the most interesting. So I have seen numerous ones of these up to and over $2,000. And for my Canadian friends, I'm talking US dollars, which is super close to 3,000 for us Canadians. These are, Julie, how much are they in the US in US dollars?
So they're 110 plus shipping plus membership. So in all sum total, probably around 150.
And there's taxes in various states. So I've noticed
Right.
people sign
Yeah,
up.
it changes anywhere from 150 to 200
In Ontario,
US.
blessed to have this at 13% taxes. Plus in Canadian dollars, I believe it's like oh gosh, now I've forgotten the exact number. I want to say 140, so it might have been 137. I'm not sure, but let's say 140 plus tax, plus shipping, plus the $32 it is to sign up, and you know, whatever else if you're already a member. But even if you're a member, we couldn't get like what 25 minutes or something. The whole thing sold out. Like we got 1,000 of them, and it was insane. It just
They were gone poof, and we thought we were going to receive them. We thought we were going to get more, and we don't know if that's going to happen or not, so we're going to see.
Sure, we're going to get more, just nobody really knows when. So I am still going to talk a little about it. I'm telling you, I don't even suffer from anxiety. I mean, I might have an anxiety moment, an anxious moment, but I don't really suffer from anxiety. But boy, I put this thing on my neck. I was like, okay, how much calmer could I be? You know, I was like, okay, I feel like I'm doing a walking meditation, but very alert, not asleep, calm, just calm and nothing. I mean, I meditate throughout the day to keep myself calm because I could go into anxiety if someone let me. But I do what but this was like effortless. I was just like, uh-huh. And someone said something to me and I go, okay, yeah, that's fine. And they're like, that's fine. And I'm like, oh, it is what it is. And I'm like, okay.
And I must add to that, I'm fortunate enough to have a pendant, and I've sold a couple to people, and they've just said, I'm not sure what it's supposed to be doing. And a couple of days later said, I'm just more peaceful. And different people have had different responses. But what was really interesting is it took a while for it to work for me. And I thought, well, I know everyone. I mean, my husband has one, and he felt the impact of the improvement of the candies, particularly the brain. He said he could feel it. And I didn't know what was going on. But last week, I was wearing a heart monitor. So because of the frequency and thing, I had to take my pendant off. I did not realize how not nice a person I was without the pendant. And I certainly hope I wasn't like that before. But definitely, I felt the irritability. I felt the stress and pressure. And since I put it back on, I felt that ease. Now, I was a big skeptic. With the actual, I'm going to call them candies because I can't pronounce that big word Julia used. But I was a big skeptic with the candies. But let me tell you, with the pendant, I was skeptical sharing it until I saw some of the videos, until I heard people's excitement. You can't make that stuff up. So if you can get hold of somebody who's got one of these, just try it. I know I said to my people, I'll give you a money back guarantee because I know that it works. But you do have to put it on and give it a chance. So for the skeptics out there, for the people who are thinking these people speak in big words, no, I speak in simple words. This is the simple word. The pendant works. But I also wanted to comment on what Julia was saying about leadership. Can you imagine being in a community of people and running your business where you have leaders like Marianne, who has one set of knowledge, and Julia, who has another set of knowledge and skills? You have access to both of them because this community works together. It's not something like many other businesses that you sign up for and people say, oh, go and get on with it. It's not like that at all. We lead one another, and I say one another because it doesn't matter how far down the rung you are in terms of who you signed up with. You can contribute and receive, and it is about community. There is education on the product, there's education on leadership. There is so much. So I just wanted to add that to what Julia was saying, because I'm privileged enough to have both of them as leaders. And then I get to connect with Rosemary as well and utilize her skills and everybody else who's involved. So don't look at this and think, oh, well, those people up there have it all going on. That happens in a lot of businesses. In this one, we've all got it going on. It's your choice. So
Awesome. Thank you so much. So Nikki and I pretty much talk almost every day, and the last week was so funny. Every time, hey Nick, how's it going? I really miss my pendant. I'm like, okay, yeah, but you got to wear that heart monitor. It's really important for you to wear that. So you know, yeah, but I really miss it. Okay. Next day, hey Nikki, how's it going? I really miss my pendant. I'm like, yeah, yeah, okay. But you got to wear the heart monitor, right? Like, don't take it off. Okay. And don't put the pendant on just in case. Okay, that's fine. I really miss my pendant the next day. And I'm like, oh my God, when is this week over? So she could have her pendant back.
and I started thinking it's just me. But I got a phone call from someone who said, you know, I took my pendant off to have a shower and I left it in the bathroom. And I had the most terrible night's sleep. I woke up achy and all the rest. She put the pendant back on and she said within hours. And she was like me. She said, how am I going to know this thing works? I'm not sure that this is going to work, you know, but she noticed the change within hours of putting it back on. And she won't put it on her dog to help heal her dog because she says she doesn't want her dog's negative energy. However, her dog is in a lot of pain, so she's sharing her pendant.
You can clean it in the moonlight, and you can clean it in various ways. You can get rid of, you know, you could just clean it. You could just do this and consciously know that you're cleaning the energy.
Yeah.
I actually am using it with my dog, but in a different way. I'm not putting it directly onto him. So I have purchased two for myself, so that I have one on me and one is in my bedroom, charging up my bed where because we do the most amount of healing when we're sleeping, right? So that is super important. So I have a queen size bed and I have two night tables. So one is always on the one night table. And that's also where my alarm is, right? My CD, yes, I still have something with CDs in it. A radio, like a clock radio with a CD. It's a Bose, right? The traditional Bose one. So I have that, and frequently I will have my phone there if I need it for whatever reason. And then on the other side is where I need to take this off at night because I am wild while I'm sleeping. There is, my sheets are everywhere in the morning, so I know I'm flipping all over the place. So this would just wrap itself around my neck. So it's not about this, it's about this. So I put it right beside my night table, and that's the side that my dog sleeps on the floor. And I have noticed that his entire very otherwise sensitive metabolism has become much stronger and much better. And so that's another way you can use it with your dog. You can put it directly on them if they need it. Sometimes I'll put it directly on him just for a moment, or, you know, I'll hold it on here. Or if I have, I don't know, if I have a headache, I do this. It's just, I don't have that many headaches, just yeah, when the energy goes wild.
I've definitely done that. I would love to share with you a couple different kinds of stories with the pendant, and I'll be very fast. For me personally, I have noticed that that from the minute I put it on, and Marianne will attest to this, I became like this creative volcano. Like it was like oozing out of me like lava. Like creativity was just spurting. I couldn't keep up with the creativity. I was flowing. And still I feel that way. And I also feel incredibly intuitive when I wear it. Like I'm into, and you know, I have intuition. We all do, right? But it's like supercharged. But my mom, She's 76. She has MS. She has a walker. She's healed from cancer, so she's good there. But she doesn't have really great mobility at all. She benefits incredibly from our BRN brain product and from our GTS product for energy, stamina, and brain fog. She knew as soon as I told her about the pendant that she wanted one, but I couldn't get it to her until a week ago yesterday. There was a small group of us together because it was my birthday, so we had a little birthday celebration, and everyone witnessed Mom's transformation with the drops, with the candy, with the lozenges. But when she put on the pendant, oh my gosh, I couldn't believe it. And I was so grateful that my youngest sister was there, and I gave her one as well. She got one too, bought one too. My mother was able to lift her feet off of the ground. She was able to put her arm behind her and put on her winter coat. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but it is such a radical improvement and was within minutes. And it wasn't like I was saying, oh, look, Mom, you're doing this. Look, Mom. Other people were there going, look at your mother. Do you see that? I mean, it was so good. So I don't know, like maybe it'll be a pain thing. Maybe it'll be an intuition thing. Maybe it'll be mobility. But the grounding, like you were saying, Marianne, like the grounding piece of it is making you feel connected. And thank you for letting me share that.
It does different things for different people. So for me, my lower back, I have some hip lower back issues, more due to a bad knee that I broke when I, et cetera, et cetera. You know, once you turn 60, all kinds of things come to visit and revisit you from your past that you've done. And then you feel these joints and whatnot. And of course, it's just turning cold outside for us here. Yesterday was the coldest day so far this year. It was like just super cold. But the other thing that it did for me, so like I'll tell you right about now, what time is it? Almost 1. So right about now, my eyes start to get very sore from the computer, you know, because I'm trying to look good while I'm on camera, so on and so forth. Nothing. Today, nothing. I got nothing. No pain, no sore, no nothing. No drops. Right about now, I'm putting drops into my eyes. Nope. No drops, nothing, no glasses. I mean, I may put some on later because it's probably not that great to sit in front of a computer. Today's a little bit longer for me than usual, just because we had so many people. And I had to cut different people's, like they speak for an hour, so I had to cut them down to a half an hour. So yeah, no, this is just amazing. And so back to the whole 10X. And different things for different people. So eyes, I remember my eyes were watering a lot when I first put it on, and the calmness. And it took an hour or two before the lower back started feeling significantly better, and just better. You know, like walking down the hall, walking outside. I do a lot of walking with my dog. Just walking was easier. Just there wasn't the pain, the balance is better. Like it's just, I don't know. I can't really say any one particular thing, but I'll tell you something. If you are, I mean, we've already established that if you are allergic to anything, you will not be allergic to these. Okay, there's Julia. She's probably the most allergic person to everything I've ever heard of anyone I know. But if you are still afraid and you think, oh no, I can't take that chance, this is your answer right here, right? Because there's no allergy to this. So you can wear it, you can hold it, you can put it in your pocket. You don't have to put it onto your skin. I like it on my skin. It matches with the rest of my black. It doesn't, probably looks like it's part of my outfit today. It's good. But if it wasn't going to match and I didn't want to wear it, I could just put it here right in front of me. It would still work, right? Or I could put it in my pocket. It will still work. So it's amazing. But I don't want to just talk about this all day long. I'll let Rosemary speak a little because she's here. Rosemary is, you know what, Rosemary, go ahead and introduce yourself to us.
Good afternoon, ladies, and thank you for inviting me on here to talk about or give a testimonial on my experiences with APL Go. And it's been an interesting experience that I've had, and I've been on them now for about, I'm going to say about a year and a half, I think. And like everybody, you go into this with skepticism. Is it going to work? Is it just another one of those hoo-ha things that people try and introduce you to? But I took it on and I said, I'm going to use them. I'm going to take them. And I had a lot of health issues. One of which was bone health. I break bones very easily and very weak bones. I also have a lot of problems with my sinuses, allergies. So we talked about that and we pulled up a couple of products that were going to help me with that. And the first of those was a product called ALT. If Nikki has that in front of her, I don't have one with me. But ALT was for allergies. It's for pollen. It's for all of those air things that come and they make your breathing miserable. You get filled up sinuses. And I had that for years. So I started taking that product, and I think it was probably the second night of sleeping that I actually noticed anything. And on the second morning, I woke up, and I swear this is not made up. I felt different. I actually woke up breathing instead of sniffling and blowing my nose and just clearing up the stuffiness overnight. This worked. And I can't begin to say what a difference it made for me, because I spent years trying to breathe properly, and this worked. So it was amazing. The second product that I took on was related to my bone health, the pain in my legs, arthritic kind of issues around my knees. And as a little bit of a backstory, because of all the weakness I had in my bones, I never wore heels. That's my backstory. Always flats. And that's the way I lived. I started taking this product, and then, the product is SLD. Yeah, that's it. And it's for the inflammation and problems around your bones and their bone health. I started taking them, and as I was starting to take them, I was also planning on going to a big event. And I decided that I needed some new shoes. So I was out shopping for a pair of flats, because that's what I wear. But I came across this beautiful pump stiletto heel that I thought, wow, if only I could wear something like that. It makes you feel good, right? It makes you feel a little bit different. So I decided I'm going to experiment and try it. So I bought the shoe, the high heels. Going to the event, I decided to put them on first thing in the morning. Started like 9 o'clock in the morning and went right through to like 6 o'clock in the evening. So I put them on and then got on with the conference, which many of you know. You're walking and you're moving and you're standing and you're sitting and you're networking and you're constantly on the move. I actually forgot that I was wearing heels. It was about mid-afternoon when one of my coaches, mentor friends of mine, come up to me and expressed how great I looked in these heels and said, you know what? I've never seen you in heels before, and you look amazing. And I realized at that moment, if I put them on at 9 o'clock, this was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I was experiencing no pain. I had been wearing them all day long and totally forgot that I was wearing them. So I'm a testament to saying that these products work. As Julie's been saying, Marianne's been saying, I can't begin to say enough. And those are only a couple of the products. There's many, many more for many more other issues that people are having, and it does help. As mentioned earlier, it's absorbent. You put it into your mouth and you just let it go through your system naturally by letting it melt in your mouth. So, and they're beautiful, rich candy that have amazing flavors, fruit flavors, to the point that I'll add another little thing on that is that when I have dinner or a meal or whatever that's very savory and you want something sweet at the end of it, try one of these, any one of these, and it satisfies that fruit sweetness that you want to have. And that's really cool too. Those are my experiences. I can't say enough about the products. They do work. If you have questions or anything about them and you want to find out more about them, you can reach out to any one of us here. Give me a call or text me or whatever online. And I'll be more than happy to walk you through and talk about some of the things you want to talk about and see how these products work for you as well. Thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you so much. So Rosemary is here in Toronto with me, and Nikki is in Texas, and actually LS is in Texas. I believe she's at an appointment right now, and Julia is in Maryland. I think I should be in Maryland because I went for the first time this year and I fell in love with Maryland. I haven't been to Texas yet because I'm sure I'm going to fall in love with Texas. I have liked Texas since I was a little girl, and I don't know why. I think it was because of what was it, Dynasty, or which one had the Texas?
Dynasty. Yeah,
Was
Dynasty.
Dallas was also, Dallas,
Dallas.
Texas.
Dallas.
Yeah.
Nikki is in Dallas, and LS is in Austin. And who is in Houston? Somebody is in Houston and somewhere else. And then there's some other people with places in Dallas and so on and so forth. Yes, and so we're at 1 o'clock, so we can still chat a little bit before Jose joins us. Jose is speaking. Oh, you're leaving. Julia, thank you so much again. Thank you so much for your precious time. And Julia is
And Merry Holidays.
and Merry Christmas. Well, I'm going to talk to you later, so I'm going to talk to you all the time. But yeah, so she does actually, Julia does all my flyers for this amazing event, the one with everybody, and then the one, like as soon as I finish this one, I put up my flyer for my next one. And while we're here, I'm going to tell you that my next one is January 24th. It's also a Friday. I have to do it on a Friday. I used to do it on a Thursday, but I have my own coaching thing going on right now with Think and Grow Rich, which Robert was talking about earlier. Robert and I are both taking a Think and Grow Rich coaching program so that we can be coaches under the umbrella of Think and Grow Rich, which is going to happen next year sometime towards the end of the year. Super exciting. And I was going to say something else. Oh yeah, so the January one is already about half, well, actually it's probably more than half full. I have to actually count the people, but it is called Goal Junkies because it's January and we all write goals. I don't know about you guys, but I've been writing goals since I was 19 years old. Right around now, so right before Christmas to New Year's, and usually within the first week. Sometimes it stretches out to the second week in January, depending on how much time I have. I usually write out 100 goals. So the one year I had like 121, and I think last year I had like 111. So we'll see what happens this year. It's always been 100. I usually stop at 100, and then I'm like, why are you stopping if you still have more ideas inside? So it's funny because different goals develop differently, right? Like you sometimes just let go. Like you could just write them down. You don't have to sit there and discuss, oh, how's this going to happen? So last year I had a goal to go somewhere, and I'm not going to announce it just yet because it has been solidified, but we don't have a date for it yet, so I don't want to jinx. But it didn't happen this year. The event got canceled, so I'm not going there this year, but I did create it for next year. And it's a big one. It's like a real big bucket list place for me. So I'm not telling you where yet, but I am going to Dominican next year. I know that because and that was fun.
So often I look at you, Marianne, and I wonder, how do you manage it all? But now I know it's with the candies.
The candies now the pendant, but the candies are, the pendants. So let me just see if everything's okay with Jose, because I know
And
he's.
while you do that, can I share about the amazing gift I received? You check on Jose.
It's okay. I did.
I
Okay.
got an amazing gift from the beautiful Dr. Marianne Pagan. It came in this beautiful box. And this is something we haven't talked about, but you see it behind Marianne in her background. And this is their line of skincare products and beauty products. And I've always just focused on the candies. But you know what? And I hope I've got the story right, because I'm a doesn't it work person. But the founder here fell pregnant and wanted to use really clean products. And I don't know if you know this, but in the States, we have far less restrictions on what goes into our cosmetics and our skincare products. And she wanted far cleaner products and couldn't find one that worked for her. So what does a woman do? What does an entrepreneur? She created one. And it is the beauty line by APL Go. And Marianne sent me these two beautiful products, and people have been telling me I look amazing. Well, what do you expect? I'm taking beauty candies and I have these amazing products. And this is the mist, and it's the elixir mist. And this one I haven't even started yet because I'm finishing off other products. But what an amazing gift to give somebody. Look at how beautifully it arrives. And I was delighted. But you know what else? It's in glass bottles. I don't think you can hear this with my screen. I've got a new camera, so if I hold something close, I go out of focus. It's in glass, but it's not in any glass. And with the company's awareness of frequency and all the rest, this is putting glass that is Venetian glass, and it affects the frequency when you put it in. Am I right there, Marianne? You can explain that better, because I'm just learning all this stuff from these incredible women. But, oh, what a beautiful gift. And can you imagine, if you're a guy watching, getting something beautiful like this for your wife? If you don't make it for Christmas, how about Mother's Day? They have amazing products and so special. And I just want to say thank you so much to Marianne again for this beautiful gift. You see, these things do so much more for us than just provide a business. These provide a lively health style, a healthy lifestyle, you know. And when you go out, what's the worst that can happen if you try to take these?
Mhm.
If you don't see them work, good company, but they will work. They will work.
True.
And it's just amazing. I have always been skeptical. I've stepped into this, and I now do it as a business. And people said, you can't split your business. You're a coach. Well, you know what? I believe people get to be healthy, wealthy, and wise. And how can you coach well if you can't take care of yourself? And if you can't offer that to other people? So this is the healthy pillar of my business.
It's beautiful. Thank you. I just want to mention, it is the full skincare line is not yet available in Canada, so not yet to us, but it is available to the US, which is why she got it. And yes, so the owner's wife was actually pregnant and she wanted something very clean because she didn't want any chemicals inside her body. So the US allows something like just over 3,000 chemicals that are actually acceptable and allowed. And then Canada's got a few less, not much. And then Europe is down to like 1,200. And here, as far as I understand, there aren't any. And the addition, they're very vibrationally aware, the couple that owns APL Go. And so, you know, putting them into Venetian glass, if you've ever been to Venice, which I have, there's, you know, they have the famous Murano glass, and this is it. Like, we're talking, like, this is this is the highest that I know of vibration that you can get. I mean, that's a lot of energy and money that goes into it, and it's totally affordable. And it's an amazing product. I can hardly wait. I think we had one product that was allowed in Canada, and that was just for the last couple of weeks. There was a special, and I went, "Whoa, I like buying this right away." But when I go to the States, I order it, I send it to Julia's house, and then I go there and pick it up. So we did it like that. And here comes Jose. He was having some tech issues. So on that note, thank you all so much for listening to us. And if you need to connect with any one of the three of us, if you feel drawn to Rosemary, go there. If you feel, if you're in the States, you should probably go to Nikki anyways. Ellis is on another call right now, but go to her and also go to me. So if you don't know anyone's information, but you want to go, please come to me. I will be happy to share the information with you. So on that note, Jose, are you able to come on camera? Are we good now? Yes,
we're good.
Here is our fearless leader, Jose. Well, Candice is also here. LS is here. So LS, Candice, myself, and Nikki are all in Jose's group. So here we go. With that, thank you very much, Rosemary. And I know you have to get going. That's why I was like, thank you so much. And thank you, Nikki, for participating in this. Nikki and I will be back at the end to talk about bank code. Right now, we're going to let Jose take it away. Jose Escobar, please take it away.
All right. Thank you so much for having me once again, Marianne, or should I say Reverend Dr. Marianne Pageant, as I always love to say, because you earned those stripes and might as well say it, right? So thank you for this amazing platform, authentic leadership. It is a topic that I absolutely love, adore. I eat, sleep, and breathe authentic leadership. I think there's a difference between leadership and authentic leadership. And it's special when we talk about authentic leadership because we have to be genuine, right? We have to be authentic. We have to be transparent. We have to be predictable in terms of how we show up in a positive way. I don't know who said this. Maybe Dr. Phil said it because I'm a huge Dr. Phil fan, but it's been said that the greatest predictor of future behavior is past behavior, right? So if you look at somebody and you want to do business with somebody, or you look at somebody and you want to perhaps be a part of their organization, be a part of their company, maybe a preferred partner, a joint venture, whatever it is, it's always important to know, how has this person produced and shown up before, right? And a lot of times we make the big mistake where we look at somebody and we see the writing on the wall, but we still decide to move forward with that person in whatever it is, whether it's a personal relationship, whether it's as an employee to that person, or as a whatever it may be. It could be a significant other. We have to be very careful about who we follow. And then we also have to be careful about how we lead, because if we're leading, then that means people are by default what? In the comments, please. Yes, we're being followed. If we're leaders, we're being followed. So it is absolutely critical. Your entire business life blood depends on whether you can be a good leader or not. And a good leader, a strong leader, an authentic leader, is going to make the necessary decisions that need to be made when they need to be made. And they're going to back those decisions by commitments, because I always say somebody can decide today to do something and decide tomorrow they change their mind. Are you committed as a leader to follow through on the things that you commit to? Sometimes it's going to sting. Sometimes it's not going to be so fun. Sometimes it's going to be extremely inconvenient. But it is required that we follow through on the things that we say we're going to do. And while I'm saying this out loud to all of you, guess who else I'm speaking to? Myself. Because I've made decisions. I've made commitments. And gosh darn it, if I make those, I better follow through on them. So I have a number of the commitments that I've made and things that I said I was going to do that are right now in the back of my mind stinging me a little bit, because that's life, right? Who goes through business and life unscathed? Anybody? You know, those rug burns, those falling on your chin or face first on the street, you hit a speed bump and you're on a bicycle, or you hit a rock and you fall over and a bike falls over and lands on your head and it hits you on the pavement. You know, that's happened to me before. So, but it can also happen to us in business as well. It can happen to us in personal relationships with maybe our parents or our siblings or our children or our spouse. It can happen at church with people that are, you know, churchgoers, your peers there, your parishioners is what we call it in my church, right? It could be on a sports team. It could be as an employer to an employee or an employee to an employer. It could be from business partner to business partner. We have to really, really pay attention to how we're showing up. And part of that showing up process is a nice 2-word statement that says self-awareness. How self-aware are you when it comes to your authentic leadership? Are you real? Are you honest? Are you transparent? Do you take time to reflect and to analyze yourself at the end of the day? How did I show up today? What commitments did I not follow through on today? Where did I fall short? Where did I overpromise and underdeliver? That's a big one. So we have to be very, very clear about how we're showing up. And remember, how you do anything is how you do everything. That's not a blanket statement that's 100% true across the board, but for the most part, it's true. Okay. And then you might disagree, and that's okay. If we all agreed, life would be boring. So it's okay if you disagree. So how you do anything is how you do everything. And you have to monitor that. You got to pay attention. If you don't want somebody out there in business to agree to speak on your platform and then no-show you, right? If you don't want somebody to do that to you, maybe you shouldn't do that to other people. Authentic leadership. If you don't want people gossiping about you behind your back, saying negative things about you in a derogatory way that doesn't serve either party, maybe you shouldn't gossip about others. Authentic leadership. If you don't want somebody that has a challenge with you in your business, and if you don't want somebody going, let's say that, you know, for example, let's say, I don't care what the product or service is. It could be any product or service. But let's say you have a product or service and there's some miscommunication or something, you know, the person decides to no longer use your product or service, and the person decides to go and file a bank dispute on you, right? If somebody goes and files a bank dispute with you or on your business before coming to you, we don't like that, do we? If you don't want people to do that to you, then maybe you shouldn't do it to other people. Authentic leadership. I mean, I can keep going down the rabbit hole. If you say you're going to do something, if you say you're going to do something and you don't do it, somebody says they're going to do something and don't do it with you. Again, we have to be authentically leaders in everything that we do across the board. And that applies in your personal life too, because as leaders, it's not just about business and the professional career. It's also about how you show up in your day-to-day life. I have to be an authentic leader in my household. I'm a husband, happily married, keyword happily, and I have 6 kids. I have to be authentic in my leadership when it comes to how I parent my children. I have to be authentic in how I show up as a husband. I can't tell my wife, hey, I love you, sweetheart. You're amazing. I'm so glad I married you. You're the perfect partner for me. And then I go to an event and I'm looking to sleep with somebody. Like, how authentic would that be of me as a leader to do that? So what is the greatest thing you can do to prevent yourself from falling short on authentic leadership? You should have guardrails in your life. You should have guardrails where you already know what you're going to do when this type of thing occurs. When you have a situation that all of a sudden shows up, you already know the decision you're going to make when that thing happens because you've already predetermined what this is a possibility. So I'll give you the example since we're talking about the infidelity piece, right? I would never do that. But let's just say, for example, I was at an event and, you know, a lot of people know me as the CEO of the Connected Leaders Academy. And they, you know, a lot of times afterwards, they want to hang out with me in the lobby and we're having a couple of drinks and that kind of a thing. And anybody could easily get very flirty and I could just go down that rabbit hole. But I've already told myself in my mind, before I show up to an event, I already know if I'm presented one day with a situation where someone decides to cross a particular line, I already know how I'm going to react to that situation because I've already said, no, I'm happily married. I'm a man of character and integrity and accountability. Authentic leadership. You have to be that all the time. Now, you might fall short in some arenas. And there's some arenas and some places where it's okay to fall short. And then there's others where it's not. Just like the difference between a mortal sin and a venial sin. If you're Catholic, you know what I'm talking about, right? There are things that you can fall short on, and then there are things that you cannot fall short on because you may not be able to come back from it. You got to know the difference. And the people who make decisions that they can't come back from, can I tell you something? 9 out of 10 times, if not 10 out of 10, they did not have the guardrails in place. So you got to ask yourself, what kind of guardrails do you have in your life? Are you self-aware? Do you know where you're weak? Do you know where you fall short? And if so, what are you doing about it? How many of us are self-aware, but we do nothing about it? Well, that's kind of almost a waste of, thoughtfulness. If you know that you're not so good at something that you should be good at because it's required of you in whatever it is that you're doing, but you don't do anything about it, what's the point of being self-aware then? A mentor of mine said, Jose, I would rather be ignorant than stupid. And I said, oof, what does that mean? I said, what does that mean? He said, and yes, that is pride, Candace, and great to see you. I was like, what does that mean? Can you elaborate, please, sir mentor? And the mentor said to me, without name dropping, the mentor said to me, Jose, if you're doing something that is wrong, or something that is not necessarily going to make you look great, or something that where you fell short, or something that you shouldn't do, whatever, you did something that's wrong or whatever. He said, if you were not aware, that's called ignorance. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. It doesn't mean you suck. It doesn't mean you're somebody I will never follow or I don't want to be associated with. It just means you didn't know. And if you don't know, the way to learn sometimes, unfortunately, is to learn from a mistake. But you didn't know. That's called ignorance. If somebody says you're ignorant, don't feel insulted. That just means you were not aware of something, right? And sometimes you don't know that you don't know. Hello. Am I talking to myself or do other people hear what I'm saying? So it goes back down to one of those things where, okay, I didn't know, now I know. Now in the future, if I do it again, that's not called ignorance. That's called stupidity. And that's what he was telling me. He said, Jose, I would much rather be ignorant than stupid. And too many people enjoy hanging around stupid. And I was like, oh boy, man, talk to me for real. My goodness gracious. This guy is a straight shooter. And I've learned all kinds of great lessons from him. Right. So another one that I like to drop all the time, he said, Jose, never wrestle with a pig in mud. I'm like, what does that mean? And he's like, if you wrestle with a pig in mud, you get dirty and the pig likes it. Right. I was like, oh man. He's like, so never wrestle with a pig in mud. And I was saying, in what context would you, because I'm always asking like deeper questions. I said, in what context are you referring to, Mr. Mentor? And he said, well, have you noticed that if you say something on social media that's controversial, and then all of a sudden you're going to get a bunch of people that come out the woodwork that never, ever comment on anything you do, never love anything, never comment, never share. They just come out the woodwork because they're contrarians and they're just coming out to come and try to debunk you, right? When you say something that is meaningful to you or something that is thoughtful or thought-provoking, and they would never say anything until it's time to come and if you say something about your faith, or you say something about a politician, or you say something about anything, they're waiting for that moment to come and shut you down at the time that is right for them, which is usually when it's something controversial. So what happens is, if you go back and forth with that person behind a computer, of which, guess what, anybody can do that. I guarantee you 9 out of those 10 people, if they were to sit down with me on a debate, they wouldn't do it in person, but they'll do it all day behind a computer. It's not a side note there, but that being the case is, if I go back and forth with that person trying to defend my stance, that's the concept of wrestling with a pig in mud, because they like it and you're getting dirty in the process. You're lowering yourself to that back and forth debate. And guess what? Most debates these days, they don't end nicely, right? They don't end nicely. People insult you. They'll put your name in the mud and drag it, they'll drag it all over the ground. And then they're going to go spew that venom to other people that are in their world and that, and then it becomes something that doesn't solve anything. So you got to know when to say things and when not to say things, and you got to know what matters and what doesn't matter. Not everything matters equally, folks. So going back, I can go down this rabbit hole. I'm going to go back to what I was saying earlier. It's self-awareness. We got to be self-aware as authentic leaders. I want you guys, after this call, whoever's here live or watching the replay, I want you to get a piece of paper down and do a 1-page journaling exercise where you just go and you journal for 1 page. You don't got to do 2 or 3 or 10 or write a chapter or a book or an anthology, nothing, just 1 page. Now, I don't want the page to be like this kind of 1 page, if I could find it here. Of course, whenever you need something, you never find it, right? I'm not talking about this kind of 1 page, like a small little mini 1 page. I'm talking about like a full-blown piece of paper, 8 by 11. Okay, 8 by 11 piece of paper. Yeah, like that, like what LS is showing up, right? So not like a small 1 page like that. I'm talking like a regular 1 page. And I want you to ask yourself the question, how self-aware am I? How self-aware am I? On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being extremely self-aware, and a scale and 1 being completely unaware, I probably don't even know that I'm unaware. Where do you lie? And just be real with yourself. And not just in business, but across the board. I want you to put 10 categories. And the 10 categories that I always pull are from your best year ever, right? So where are you financially in terms of self-awareness, right? With your parenting, with your relationship in terms of whether you have a significant other or you're a wife or a husband, right? Or with your career, your business, your job, whatever it is that you have, your health and wellness, your spiritual life, the recreational pieces, avocational. What are you doing on your spare and unproductive time? Are you even self-aware of that? I'm not going to go into all of them right now, but you can just go online, or you can pick up this book, Your Best Year Ever by Michael Hyatt. And it talks about the 10 life domains. But you got to look at yourself holistically. As a leader, as an authentic leader, you have to be extremely self-aware. That's really where I'm hovering today. I mean, there's a lot of different categories. I can go on this long tangent, and we could be here for a week doing a 7-day masterclass on authentic leadership, because there's so many different categories of authentic leadership. But I'm just really hovering over self-awareness because it's so important. It is extremely important. It is more important than most people realize. And then I want you, once you have that number, right, and you know what that number is, whether it's a 7, 8, 6, 7, whatever, I mean, whatever that number is, then I want you to just start whatever comes to your mind. I want you to just write it down, jot it down, freestyle journaling, where you're just writing thoughts that come to your mind, positive or negative, around what you just discovered as you're rating yourself in every category. And that's going to help you. It's going to be step one to being just more self-aware. And that's huge. There's a great quote by William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare says, "To thine own self be true." We've heard that before, haven't we? To thine own self be true. You got to be real. REAL. You got to be genuine. You got to show up the same way you show up with your spouse, is the same way you show up with your kids, the same way you show up with your friends, the same way you show up with your business partners, the same way you show up with your peers in your church, the same way you show up with clients and bosses and coaches and mentors across the board. You just got to be authentic. And it's crazy how in society today, there's so many unauthentic people out there. Am I the only one that sees this? The people putting on these masks and facades and fakeness and just going around, saying things that they're not doing, behaving one way here and behaving this way here, preaching, saying this is how you build a business, but they're not doing it themselves. I mean, I can keep going. There's too many sages from the stages, as they say. Too many people preaching from the pulpit. But a lot of people, I'm not going to dare say most, but a lot of those people have areas to grow, just like I do, just like you do, just like we do. I'm not saying by any means I'm the most self-aware person out there, and that's why I'm talking about it. No, I'm just bringing something up that is required. If you're going to be an authentic leader, you have to be self-aware. And most people don't want to talk about that, because what does it cause them to do? It causes them to do some reflection, some soul searching. Sometimes you got to cut yourself open and look inside and see what's there. A lot of people don't want to look at that, because it requires us to do what? To grow. And authentic leaders are always in growth mode. You need to have a growth plan. If you don't have a growth plan, how are you leading? Because the minute you stop learning, you will soon stop leading. Authentic leaders are always learning. And the reason why they're always learning is because they understand they haven't arrived. They understand that there's still a white belt in life and in business and in everything. Because the only way we're going to grow is if we have the understanding that we haven't arrived. But when you think you know everything, guess what? That's the minute you start learning. That's a golden nugget right there. So my battle cry, as I approach my final 3 minutes here, be very, very self-aware. Commit to the things that you commit to. How you do anything is how you do everything. Start being the same everywhere you go with everyone you're with. If you say something, mean it. If you're going to do something, do it. Stop talking about what you're going to do and start doing it. We need more leaders out there. There's too many followers, and there's too many inauthentic leaders. What we need are more leaders, and leaders, by default, real leaders are authentic leaders. There's too many inauthentic leaders. And guess what? If you're an inauthentic leader, you are just not a leader, in my opinion. So, and also know that just because you're an authentic leader doesn't mean you are free of mistakes, free of poor decisions, free of all the things that we all go through, because we all learn. They say that the greatest experience is the greatest teacher. Have you guys heard that before? Experience is the greatest teacher. Yes, it is, but it's only half a statement. Experience is the best teacher only if it's somebody else's experience. Because if we learn from somebody else's mistakes, guess what? We don't have to make those same mistakes. It's like walking through a minefield. If you're going to walk through a minefield, can I give you some advice? Follow somebody. I don't want to be the first one walking down that minefield. Somebody has to do it. Okay, you'll see me lead in most times, but if it's a minefield, I am not leading. I will gladly follow. Okay. And sometimes you might not necessarily be in the trenches. You might not necessarily be on the front lines following down the rabbit hole of the minefield, or you might not even be following somebody or being the one leading that. Sometimes you're up in a tree, just observing and learning. And that's okay. And when the time is right, you'll put your boots on the ground. But not all leaders need to be in the field. Some leaders are leaders that are in the oven. They're in the crock pot. They're being mentored and they're learning and they haven't pulled the trigger and taken action. So if you're in the crock pot right now as a soon to be authentic leader, good for you. You're on the right track. But I can tell you your life will change the minute you start taking action. You can learn all day, you can prepare all day, but if you're not in the game, then the needle doesn't move. But anyway, I will leave it there. Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Marianne Pageant. I greatly appreciate you having me on this platform. I'm always excited to add value to people, to be around winners like all of you here. Anybody who's tuning into this, whether it's live or in the replay, much respect to you, because you know what that tells me? That tells me that you understand that self-education, seeking specialized knowledge, investing time, money, resources, energy into yourself is the key to your next level. And I respect that greatly because I do it and I respect anybody who does that. And if you're, again, a leader, don't just leave it there. There's a gap between leadership and authentic leadership. Be an authentic leader and do what it takes and don't let up off the gas. Stay focused. Thank you so much. God bless everybody. Take care.
Thank you so much, Jose. Can you please tell us what your event is tomorrow and where they
Yes.
get some tickets? Because I'm speaking. So today, Jose speaking at my event on authentic leadership, and the title of my speech tomorrow is actually Authentic Leadership.
Yes. So very simply put, tomorrow, Saturday, December 14th, 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., we have our 4th Connected Leaders Academy virtual conference. It's called Leadership. We've already had 3 prior this year. We had Thrive, we had Catalyze, we had Mastery, and now we have Leadership. And Marianne was already in some of these here, so I'm excited. She's going to be back to impact so many people. And it's a global event, so you can literally attend from home. You can attend in your PJs, in your robe, in your bed with coffee, whatever you want to do. But it's for leaders, it's for entrepreneurs, it is for aspiring entrepreneurs. You don't have to be a Connected Leaders Academy member to attend. Anybody can attend. All you got to do is have a ticket, and it's a virtual event. Just go to www.connectedleadersacademyvc, as in Victor Charlie, virtual conference, right? connectedleadersacademyvc.com. There's general admission tickets. There's VIP tickets. You select your path. I recommend VIP because you keep all the recordings for a lifetime, and the free gifts that you get just for showing up is massively amazing. So every speaker is providing free gifts for all the attendees just for showing up. So if you do nothing else, you're going to walk away with tremendous value just from the free gifts alone, but you're going to be able to network, learn, grow, meet some people, take some strategies away to take you, your life, and your business to the next level in 2025. I can keep talking if you want, Dr. Marianne. While she's wrapping that up, our keynote speaker is Dr. Rob McClelland. He's amazing. He's one of the top 10 leadership trainers in the world. Dr. Rob is actually very, very, very responsible on the back end for putting John Maxwell, if you know John Maxwell, into every single country in the world. This guy's brilliant. He's our keynote speaker. Of course, any stage Marianne speaks on is an amazing stage. And we have, besides Dr. Rob and Marianne, we have 23 other world-class speakers that are going to be there. Tune in. We have Nikki Cruz, who's here right now, who's going to be a speaker there as well. So I can keep going, but thank you so much, Marianne. I appreciate you all. Enjoy your day.
The link in the chat on my Facebook, so please grab it. We'll post it again. And if you can't find the link, that's fine. Connect with me and I will connect you to Jose if you can't find Jose, although it's hard not to find him. So, because he's so awesome. Thank you so much, Jose. Thank you for your time. Crazy, insane schedule with your 6 kids, and I don't even know how he does it. I don't know. Like I do a lot, but he does so much and has the 6 kids and the wife. and other family members, and he's awesome. So thank you, Jose, so much for all of that. We will now go on to our next speaker, which is Candace Gaffey. Candace, hang on, let me get into gallery. Candace, look, oh, the lady in red speaks. So we are no longer doing bios like we did last time when you were here. So I am going to allow you to tell us all about yourself and whatever else you want to tell us about authentic leadership. Candace, take it away.
Well, I am super duper excited to be here. A great honor. Marianne, amazing, of course. Very, very makes sense for you to be focused on authentic leadership. You are one of the most authentic people that I know. But I will say, Marianne, I don't know what you were thinking, you putting me behind Jose. But we're going to make it work today. I've been on all morning, and this has been an amazing summit. I had to scratch half the things that I was going to say just because all of us are kind of in the same vein when it comes to authentic leadership. So I made a decision after I was listening this morning that I'm really going to freestyle and be an authentic leader during this summit today. I had a complete meltdown on yesterday. Anytime you're thinking about authentic leadership, the word that I want you guys to take away today is journey. It's absolutely a journey, but I want you to really focus on the fact that this is a personalized journey just for you. So you have to think about, what does this mean for me? What actions am I making that represent me? When I had my meltdown on yesterday, when I think of authentic leadership, this morning we talked a lot about business owners, and we'll continue to talk about that this afternoon. But I'm also a mom of 2 boys, Logan and Miles. Logan's my oldest, 8. Miles is my youngest, 6. And they cannot be more different. So as an authentic leader and a business owner, also for me, it is the hat of mom, wife, sister, friend, and all the other hats that as women that we wear, leader at my church, leader in my community. We wear so many hats as leaders, right? How do you balance all of these hats, right? So my meltdown that I had on yesterday was, I am a mother, but I'm also an entrepreneur. How do I cut my hours back and still make sure that I have time to do homework with my son that's 8? So last time when I spoke, I talked a lot about my health issues that happened to me. And when I had my stroke and brain hemorrhage in 2018, that was right after I had my youngest son. So because of that, I unfortunately was not able to focus on my oldest son as much as I needed to, who was only under 2 at the time. And so now I still have a little bit of regret because I wasn't able to give him the focus that he needed. And so I had a meltdown on yesterday of, what does this mean? How can I fix this for him? And am I actually a good mom? But I had to go back and think about my story. And we've talked about this a lot today, guys. When you think about being an authentic leader, the first thing that you have to think about is, again, it being personalized, that this is your specific story. And I had to think back to the times of when I've been at these hurdles before. What have I done? How have I overcome? Remind myself of my wins. It's not going to always be a winning season, guys. And when you're not in that winning season, you have to remind yourselves of when you hit those hurdles and those valleys before and how you overcame them. So I had to do a lot of focusing on that on yesterday. And I recommend highly that all of you today take the time to really focus on, what is your story? Who do you represent? How are you planning to get there? Now, when we think about authenticity, I often think of, why do people choose not to be authentic, right? Because we all have our own DNA, right? We're all uniquely made. As a Christian, I believe in God's image. So why do we refer away from that and choose to be unauthentic? One of the things that I thought of as I was thinking about that is people want things that are quick. They want things that are easy. And because of social media and the times that we're living in today, everyone just wants to be like someone else. They want to copy paste, right? So you have to choose in this day and age to say that social media will not define me. Even growing up, don't allow your parents, don't allow your village to define you. You are uniquely made as you. So how are you going to go out and be the best you that you were created to be? So the way to be able to do that, the first step that we want to talk about is knowing yourself. And a couple of people have spoken about that today. I think Jose spoke about it a few minutes ago. So when I first wrote my first book a couple of years ago, after my brain trauma that happened to me, and God gave me the unction to write this book, I'm like, okay, I'm going to write this about what happened to me. And God told me, no. You're going to write this back all the way to when you started this journey, my story, right? So I took it from childhood all the way up to my craniotomy. And the reason that wasn't so important, guys, is because that first word that I told you, this is a life journey. So how are you going to customize this and execute this DNA, this fingerprint that God has given you to execute what your unique purpose is? You can only do that if you are authentic to yourself. I can never be Jose, and God forbid, I definitely can never be Marianne. So I have to be who God has called Candace to be. And so I choose to do that every day by focusing on the gifts that he's given me and the experiences that he has given me as well. So when I was at an event not long ago, I was speaking to one of the speakers there, and she was talking about how you never find the word balance in your career. And for me, it's hard because we were just talking about juggling all these different hats as a woman, as a mom, as a wife, as an entrepreneur. And I learned very quickly, she said, Candace, you don't need to find your balance, you need to find your rhythm. So I challenge each and every one of you to find your unique rhythm. Everyone's dance is different. No one's dance is the same. I talked about my two boys, Logan and Miles. They cannot be more different, I told you earlier, but definitely when it comes to their dancing. Logan is absolutely going to do his flips and splits, and Miles is going to do his 1-2 step and his moonwalk, and he's going to rock back and forth. Totally different dances. If I want to dance with a partner, it's absolutely going to be with Miles. If I want to just flip and have a good time and turn the music up, it's going to be with Logan. And that is totally fine because we're both made uniquely different, right? Find the rhythm that works for you. How are you going to learn to prioritize within that? So it's not necessarily the balance, but how do I find the rhythm and the prioritization within my day, right? So this week it might be, hey, my summit's coming up. I need to prep for my summit. Next week it could be my son has a soccer game, and that's going to be the priority for that particular week. So it's not to say that one thing is more important than the other, but being authentic to what's important to me. So although that particular item might be more important to someone else on my prioritization list, because I'm being authentic to me and my family and what's important to me, I have to prioritize that accordingly. So definitely make sure that as you're going throughout this life journey and looking at your success story, that you're absolutely prioritizing what's most important to you and making that customized for you. And also give yourself a little grace, guys. Everything's not going to go perfect. So when I had my meltdown on yesterday, I had to quickly realize, Candace, it's just one of those days. Too much stuff is on your plate. Your son is more needy today than he was yesterday or than he was an hour ago. And you have to be able to be agile with yourself. We have these terms that we often use in business. And it's ironic to me because we have so much grace when it comes to who we're serving, but do we have that same level of grace with ourselves, right? So I had to give myself that same level of grace to say, you know what, Candace, the same grace that you give people in the community, in the church, that client that you're working with, do you give that to yourself? Do you give that to your home? So flipping the switch on yourself to be authentic, as Jose said, in every area that you are in, not just in the pulpit, not just when you're in the boardroom. Am I being authentic to me everywhere that I go? So just making sure that you're doing that and acknowledging, hey, I made this mistake. Am I falling fast and getting up fast, right? Fall forward, as many often say. So make sure that you're focusing on that and realizing that, yeah, this may have happened. But as I talk about oftentimes with my health issues, yeah, I've had a craniotomy and a stroke and a brain hemorrhage and diagnosed with epilepsy. But those are things that have happened to me. But guess what? They do not define who I am. So acknowledging who you are and deciding that, you know what? Yeah, I'm writing this story, this book. But guess what? I can turn the chapter, turn the page. And today is a new day. It's a new hour. I am choosing to focus on something else, and I'm choosing to be positive in this new era. Also, make sure as you're going through these phases, guys, I know as I look back on my career, oftentimes you can get self-consumed. So when I look back at my career, I had a very, very blessed career. I majored in finance and marketing, worked with some major Fortune 100 companies, global executive positions. And then everything switched in 2018 when I had that stroke and the brain hemorrhage. And I had led major organizations before, but I will tell you hands down, there is no job, in my personal opinion, that deserves more credit than being an entrepreneur. You having that ability to say, hey, every week, every month, whatever it is, how often you get paid, that I know this check is going to cash, is totally different than waking up every day and being on your grind. Your leadership is totally different. And realizing that it takes a team. We all see that on different jobs. We know that it takes a team, but do you actually exercise that? I always told people when I was leading teams globally that, you know what? My job is to make my boss's job easier. And it's also my job to make sure my team has the tools that they need to be able to execute their job. So we all work together. So if you go back to the Lion King, I think there's a new Mufasa that's coming out. I'm so excited to take my boys to it on the 20th. It's all about the circle of life, right? The circle of life, it all goes together. So how do we connect the dots and make it work together? But at the same time, guys, even though you may have a major skill set that separates you from someone else when we talk about being authentic, you got to remain humble, right? That is not saying that you minimize your value value of what you have, but just understanding that it's not all about you. It is about that teamwork that we just talked about. And how do you do that? And how are you able to leverage that for others? Is by learning how to listen authentically. Oftentimes people listen to speak versus listening to hear, right? And oftentimes, if you're very strategic, we get caught up in that easily because we're trying to plan our next step, our next response, right? But am I listening to actually hear you? As a business consultant myself, I took my finance background when I started my consulting business and said, how can I serve other businesses? It is not just about the money, which we want to get them to the profit. But for me, my whole motto in life in general is how do we maximize time over money? Because you can get some more money, guys, but you can't get any more time. So I applaud all of you for taking the time to invest in yourself today. Now, with that, and when we talk about doing that, I realized very quickly, I have to figure out how to be the bridge for that specific client, right? And I have to hear very clearly what they're doing well and what they're not doing well, right? So that I can get them to the next level. Anything that we're doing in life, we're trying to be that bridge. That's a major part of this journey that we're on, is how do I gracefully be that bridge that someone else needs? So all the things that you go through, all the things that I've been through, these are just testimonials because it's not for you. This life journey is about someone else. And I think pretty much everyone that's spoken today at this summit in one way, shape, or another has said the exact same thing. It's not about you, it's about someone else. So how do we do that? We do that by actively listening and being able to pull out the best in the other person, but also showcasing vulnerably the places that maybe you have fallen, but showing them, hey, I fell here, but I got back up. And as Jose was just saying a second ago, how do you get back up and get them to a place where they don't have to fall in the same pitfalls that you fell in? How to jump over that hurdle a little bit easier than you jumped over it. So again, we're all flowing together in this circle of life. And then you want to make sure that you're being conscious of how you're making people feel. Even though it's authentic to you, everything that's authentic to you, maybe in the way that you speak, in the way that you dance, in the way that you move, may not be authentic to someone else. So realizing that everyone is unique and everyone should be operating in their own unique, authentic self. And so because of that, everyone's response is not going to be the same. So again, giving them a little bit of that grace and making sure that as you're giving them that grace, you're also giving not only yourself the grace, but giving them the opportunity to be uniquely who they are as well, and listening to them along the journey. Now, as you're listening to them along this journey, you also want to make sure that you're building them up. How do I build them up? Now, you build them up by not only hearing what you know that they need to do better, but also doing it in an effective way. Now, how do you do this effectively? There are so many different tools out there that people have out there that they use, right? And technology is out here to help you with it as well. But are you doing it in a way that relates to them, right? So remember, I just told you about my two boys that are absolutely different. So when I'm speaking to Logan, I may say one thing. When I'm speaking to Miles, I may say a totally different things, right? So, and remember, and it's just ironic to me because we can go all the way back to our childhood, right? Our parent can tell us a thing 1,000 times, right? And the same thing that your parent told you, your friend's mother can tell you the same thing and you will hear it totally different. Or your friend can tell you that and you hear it totally different, right? How does it relate to me? Do they understand what I'm speaking? Are we speaking the same language? So you definitely have to make it relatable as a leader because your style and how you go about it may be different than theirs. So that's that connection again that Cedric was talking about earlier today. So how do we communicate effectively in a way that we're actually making that genuine connection with them? So while still being authentic to yourself. And I know that, guys, it is a bit of work. So it's an exercise. We're working on it daily. So that's why I keep going back to that initial word. This is a journey. This is not one thing that we're one and done. Give yourself that grace every day to be better at it. Now, as you continually to listen effectively, you also want to be intentional that you never give up on yourself or what you're doing. Now, I started off with my finance degree and finance has always been my focus. And so I have my consulting business, but what I really, really love, guys, is people, especially after what has happened to me. I am absolutely on this mission of maximizing time over money. And I share my story every chance that I get because life is precious and every moment is precious to you. And I want to make sure that we're sharing that story so that people are intentional with their time, with their money, with their resources, and trying to maximize and make the most of it. So as we go through this journey, guys, I want to make sure that you understand that this bad chapter, it doesn't define you. Again, we're just going to turn the page. And I think earlier today, Chris was talking about recipes. Again, like I said, a lot of the things that I was going to talk about is redundant, but I think he was making a roast earlier. This recipe is important. I'm going to bake a cake instead, okay? Because to me, it's more delectable and my children would enjoy that much better than the roast. So I make more cakes than I make roast. And so when you're making a cake, right? You have all these ingredients that go into this cake, right? You got your butter, you got your flour, but I guarantee you, if someone handed you a stick of butter or handed you a cup of flour, you're not just going to take that by itself and want to eat it. But when you put all of those ingredients together, guys, and you decide to put that in this heated oven, right? That's on fire. Then you get this beautiful cake that you can release if you did the process correctly and you actually grease the pan to easily release it, right? So there's all these steps that we have to take to make sure that we are effectively getting ourselves to that end point. But we have to follow the process and the recipe. And that's why a lot of people are not able to be authentic, because they want to take shortcuts and get the easy route versus doing what should be authentic for them, as well as following the process for them. So if you put all of that together, all of these experiences, guys, that make you authentically who you are, and you go through that fire, that's how you get that beautiful result of that beautiful cake that you're looking for. And make sure that you're always choosing to be the victor versus the victim, which we go through a lot of things and a lot of people choose to be the victim. Now, how can we turn that pain into passion? And so that's what I'm on a mission to do, is really focusing on turning that pain into passion. And so I do a lot of speaking, not only about my story, but also just financially how to make people more sound. And in a parallel to that, I make sure that I am showing people by example. That's another thing, guys. And Jose spoke a lot about this in his last session, is that we often tell people what it takes, but are we practicing what we preach, right? So are we living it out, right? And for me, I get a mirror every single day. If you don't have kids, if you're not married, I promise you it's the best mirror you're ever going to find, because they're the people that live with you. So yeah, I'm in the community, I'm in the church, and I tell them what it means and what it sounds like. But when you get home, your child or your husband, eventually they're going to let you know if you're doing what you said that you are doing. And that's the best way too, even if you're leading a team of people, a community, whatever it is you're instructing them to do, guys, the best teachers, Jose said a minute ago, really is life experience. And they see it best by the person that's leading them. So you have to lead by example. So just ensure that everything that you're doing, guys, is showcasing your authenticity. And the more you do that, the practice makes perfect. You will find yourself at your end goal sooner than later. And just making sure, again, guys, that you're maximizing all of those moments, okay? Again, you don't get another chance at this. I tell people all the time, people say, you know, you get one life. But I tell them in lieu of that, instead of saying you get one life, guess what? I get a new day tomorrow. So even though my birthday comes every year, my birthday comes, and now after everything that's happened to me, guys, my birthday comes every day. Every day that I get to wake up is another opportunity for me to do something better than I did it before. So choose to be your authentic self every single day, and make sure that other people are seeing the authenticity within you as well. So that's what I really had. I really wanted to focus on the journey, guys. I know that it's not an easy ride for any of us, especially if you're in the entrepreneurial lane. It's a very hard ride, and trying to balance that with everything else. But I promise you, if you stay in the vein of being you, because guess what the positive side of that is? Nobody can be better than you. So I am my biggest competition. So if I'm out here being the best me, nobody can beat me. I am Candace Gaddy. No one can replicate Candace Gaddy in this fingerprint, in this hair follicle that I have in my head. So you choose to be the best you every day, and you will be the true authentic leader that you are called to be. So that's what I had today, Marianne. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I just couldn't unmute because, you know, technology has to hit in. That was amazing. Thank you so much. That was so powerful. Did y'all get that? You're all unique. You're not her, I'm not her, you're not me, I'm not you, etc., etc. Go ahead. You have permission. Finally, for those seeking permission, you have permission. It's funny because I'm so excited. When I signed up for Jose's event, I'm like, what do I talk about? And it's about leadership. For that, I'm hosting an authentic leadership. So I too am listening to everything, and I'm going, oh my God, I have that. All of that is already in my speech. I love it.
How you feel, Reverend Dr. Marianne, is exactly how I've been feeling all day long. Everybody's saying the same thing. And that's how you know you have an amazing panel of speakers today, Reverend Dr. Marianne, is because all of us are in the same vein of what an authentic leader should absolutely be.
That's right. We're all on the same page. This is what it is. Basically, go out, drop all the crap and just go move forward. Like, let's just be ourselves. I mean, this is why we became entrepreneurs, right?
Absolutely. But you know what? The hard part is that people don't want to fail, right? And that's a part of being authentic to yourself, is realizing that, you know what, I might fall, but I get up better authentically, and I choose to be better than I was when I fell down, and I learn from it. And then more importantly, I share that golden nugget of why I stumbled with someone else so they don't do the same thing.
Well, we're gonna fail. Like, like not perfect. Like, unless you're opening up a business for the, I don't know, 10th time. And then I want to know, what did you do the other 10 times? Did you shut
Right.
it? Because if you sold it, I want to hear how you got there. But
Right.
you know, like, it's just, it's perfect, right? That's amazing. Yeah, that's, you've been through some stuff, right?
Mhm.
You look beautiful. You feel beautiful. You're doing a great job.
I do. I need that pendant though. So I put it in this Slack. I mean, in the message. I don't know if you guys saw it, but you said it's not available right now, right?
Right now, it is not available. I don't, we'll ask Nikki, see if she's got one. She's in the US, it'll be a lot easier. Let's see if, when she comes back on, I'll ask her, and I'll ask her after if she's got an extra one that she wants to sell. If not, I'll go look into mine, because most of mine, I did buy a couple extra. Mine were all spoken for with my clients and with my girls underneath, because it was a mad rush. Like, you had to have seen this. This was like, literally all of them sold out in like 25 minutes. Oh, you do have one, Nikki? Okay, so Nikki, I'm gonna connect you guys, okay?
Yeah, Nikki and I already chat, but I'll DM her on Facebook when we're done here.
Go. There you go.
Being amazing, Marianne. Thank you so much for the opportunity and this platform and allowing us to speak so freely. And I mean, this was literally just food for my soul, because after the meltdown I had yesterday, I literally was like, you know what, I'm talking to myself. And if I need to hear it, I'm sure somebody else probably needs to hear it too. And that's what an authentic leader does.
Oh, for sure. And thank you so much for sharing. And I too had a meltdown. Not that that's going to make you feel any better, but I had a meltdown for another reason. And yeah, it was just to do with a book, very not, you know, nothing personal. But yeah, it was just, I'm like, I've been doing this for how many years? Why are you doing this? Like, some platforms really finicky, and I'm not going to name them, even though they're the largest platform for books, but that's all I'm going to say. But yeah, they did some nasty stuff, and it's like, gosh, you're messing with my life here. Like, this is what I do for a living. What do you, like, why are you doing this? Like, it's so crazy. And you know what? Again, Mercury coming out of retrograde. So the planets are doing some funky stuff. The Schumann resonance, which I wish I had the measuring thing for it, is just like, it's like this. So I find that this helps. I think this will help you as well.
Yes, I look forward to it. I'm going to DM Nikki as soon as we close here.
There you go. And we'll be happy.
Don't put me after Jose again. That was horrible, Reverend Dr. Marianne.
It's Jose, and then it's you, and then it's Michael Faber, who will be coming on shortly, and then right after Michael is Spencer Jones. Jules at the end, and then it's back to me and Nikki, and we'll be talking about bank code just briefly. And why not? You're an awesome speaker. You're an awesome energy. You are a powerhouse since the first day I met you, which was when, like last year sometime, not even this year.
Yeah.
And look at all the, like, she takes care of not just her, not only did she have, you know, surgery, which was so intense, and she has 2 boys, but she takes care of her mom, which I don't even know if you mentioned, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's just prioritizing what's important to you. And it's just crazy, because that's why I said, for me, it really was authentic leadership. Wasn't just from a business perspective. It's just from how you run your household, and the respect that I have now for my mother is 100-fold from when I was a child, now that I'm a mother myself.
Right. And you know, we're in that age now, in that group where we're taking care of the parents, the kids. Now, I don't have kids. I have a dog, but I have to,
they're kids. I have a dog too.
They are kids. So I have 1, you have 3, I guess, right? Because you've got the 2 kids and the dog. I had both my parents, but they both had dementia, and there's no way that one person could take care of them. I mean, they need to end up in a nursing home, which, it was good because I knew that they would be taken care of. I mean, there was no way that I could take off work and take care of them. And, why not put them in with the professionals? And then I got to go there every day, which was great. Right. I would just, at the time I was working, so I would just come straight from work. I would stop off and I would, go visit, and then I would go home, and it was good. I got everything done, and I missed them. Right. Like,
You. And I know that that's hard. And I think we talked about that earlier. When I think was it Sifu? His wife's mother had passed away.
yeah.
And so, those are always hard moments. But I think another part of just being authentic is realizing, as I said, this is what's important to me right now that I must take care of, and being confident in making those decisions because that's authentic to you right now as a leader for your family that you made those choices.
And sometimes you have to be the leader of yourself. You can't just rely on what other people say or do. You have to figure out what's important. And, my father was extremely abusive, basically my entire life until the last 3 years of his life. And that was maybe, so what am I now? 62. I'm going to be 63. So basically for 60 years almost. And no, wait, he passed away a few years, like I want to say about 4 years ago, my dad passed away. My mom passed away before that. She was like, now it's coming up to 11 years for her. Yeah. Oh, here comes Michael. And yeah, very difficult, very difficult to make that decision. But, some of my friends are like, oh, my mom. And I said, no, you know what? You have her, and we don't know how long you have her for, right? That's the whole thing, is we don't know how long we have them for. So do what you can, I mean, it did take over my personal life because it was work, nursing home, and late at night home. I'm the only child. If I didn't go visit my parents, then who's going to? And most of the time they didn't even know who I was. I remember I owned a spa at the time, and I had clients of mine that would say, wow, that's really amazing that you're going to see your mom and she doesn't even know who you are. And I said, but she is.
Right?
I know who she is, and I think they feel the energy, even if they're not.
I do too.
With my dad, his was different. His was a little more confusion. He would say, like, the nurses would come to me and they'd say, do you have a sister? And I said, no. Like, yeah, we've never seen your sister, and we couldn't figure out who your dad was talking about. And he said, his 17-year-old daughter. And I said, oh, thanks, Dad. That's the best thing you've ever. And I was probably 7 at the time, And I'm like, yeah, give or take 40 years. It was great. But, you got to do what you got to do. Because when they're gone, they're gone. You can't go back to that, right?
And you get to live now, Reverend Dr. Marianne, with no regrets, right?
Oh, and you know what? It's there's a different kind of peace that happens. I look at, we're always going to miss them. There is no good time for them to leave.
Right.
But I was blessed. I got to be by my mom's side and I got to be by my dad's side. And I said goodbye to both of them with nothing. Like there was like no issues with anyone, So anyways, thank you so much, honey. Thank you for coming.
Blessing to be here always. Thanks for sharing your platform.
Thank you. And thank you for listening to the whole thing, because I've seen
It's
you
amazing all day.
and they're making the comments and stuff. It is good, isn't it? I love doing this. This is my favorite thing to do out of everything I do. Although I get excited about everything. I get excited about a good book, I get excited about all kinds of see Nikki Nails. I'm like, oh my God, my book is done. Oh my God, we're going to summit. Oh, we're going to do this now. Oh, this is so awesome. You got to love what you do or forget it, right?
Absolutely. Being authentically you. So thank you so much.
You're so beautiful. Thank you so, so much. And Michael, I saw you come in. I know you're in here. There he is. And so another one of my favorites. I love Michael. He is so awesome. I had the pleasure of meeting him this year in Maryland, and he is, you want to talk authentic leadership? All of my leaders are authentic. Michael, I don't know. He's got a separate, it's like authentic stamped right on his forehead. I am no longer going to speak about this. Michael, a favor, please introduce yourself to my amazing audience. Thank you so much, Michael.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm surprised I got an invite back. That's you really like me when you give me a second invite. You know what I mean? So you got a heart of gold. So I appreciate you.
Thank you.
I love you.
Like you.
I love that you pour into your people, that you give people a platform to speak on, that you don't make it all about you. You do so many things that show great leadership. That's why when you said this topic, I was like, yeah, I'll be here for this because you embody it. And I appreciate you just for the fact of being you, all right, and the way you pour into people, but also the way you give other people an opportunity to be poured into and pour into others through your platform. Not many do that. So appreciate you and the leader you are. Got a big shout out to Jim. Jim's in the chat, loving it up right now. Drop some blue and green. So before I get rocking, I got to show some love to the blue and green, of course, as always. And Nikki, glad to see you for 1 second. This is awesome. This is awesome that you do this. I love this topic. I've been in and out all day. I love what I've been hearing. I like that everybody's kind of like, when one person says truth, it gives permission for truth, right? And a lot of the leaders here have been off the, I guess, the trendy topics of leadership and been on the real topics of leadership. Because leadership isn't always pretty. Leadership isn't always what we see on Instagram, right? The social media lifestyle, the laptop on the beach. I'm on my private jet. When we see this more and more, and I know how some of the people got into the space and got big into the space, and it was all smoke and mirrors. It was all BS. There was nothing real to it. And to be authentic means you have to be real. Right. And I always say the words real. And that means not the glitter and the glam, the showtime, the jazz, right? Like, we don't need to be dancing and singing and doing all these other things that do not equal true leadership. That equals entertainment. And we have to know there's a difference between leadership and entertainment. Now, a leader can entertain, don't get me wrong. An entertainer can be a leader. But there's a difference between entertainment and leadership. And when we talk about being authentic, I think part of it too is like, what are you willing to stand for? Right? What do you really stand for? What do you really stand on? And you can't stand, if you stand for everything, you fall for anything, right? And I think that's some guy's quote, give it to whoever you want. It's not mine, right? Someone much smarter than me said it. I'll just repeat it, right? I always said there's a lot smarter people. I just repeat them. So but also you can't stand for nothing, right? And sometimes to find out that you're real and authentic, you got to stand on it, right? And it's almost like a core value, you would say. It's like we always try to think of new terms for the same old thing, but it's, what do you stand on? What do you stand for? Who do you stand for? All right. What are you willing to fight over? And what are you not willing to fight over? Knowing these things lets you know who you are. Right? At the end of the day, it's like when we ask, who are you? What's your answer? All right. And I'll put that to the people in the Zoom, to the people watching, to the people that watch later. Who are you? And what happens is we'll start throwing out identities. I'm a dad. All right. Identity. I'm an entrepreneur. Identity. All right. We start throwing out identities. And really what we want to say is like, because I say I'm a dad, I'm a lover. All right. I love hard. I love passionately. I love with power. I don't love power. I love with power. Right. It's funny. A couple years ago, someone asked my daughter, what do you think your dad would do for you? And my daughter took 1 second, looked at him and said, anything. All right. And I smiled that moment because what my daughter knows is that I love her beyond belief. That's right. That I would do anything necessary or that I could do for my daughter. All right. So I would say dad, but really what I'm saying, that's a nice way of saying that's an identity rather than saying that I'm a huge lover. And I love my daughter beyond belief. My daughter saved my life. If you don't know the story, it's all right. But literally, I was a crazy 20-year-old, right? Like, actually, go ahead.
Share. I don't know.
Oh, I was a crazy 12. I was a crazy kid. I was crazy from 12 to 20. I was crazy. Right? Like I always say, be real. Like I was crazy. Right. And I don't know why anyone stuck with me during that time. I still have people with me that were with me during that time. And I think they're crazy. Like they're crazier than I was, I guess, because they stuck with me. But literally the week I found out I was going to be a dad, I beat a court case that I was facing 20 plus years. And I found out, and I got shot at. Right. And because I was going to be a dad, when I found out I was going to be a dad, I said, I have to change my life. Right. So I moved to Delaware, because who the hell gets in trouble in Delaware? Right. Most people don't even know where it is. Right. And so that's what I thought. And that's how I ended up in Delaware. I went to my people and I said, I got to change my life. Right. Because if not, I won't be here to be dad. Right. And then about 15 years ago, I had a mental breakdown, a young life crisis, I call it, rather than a midlife crisis. A buddy of mine passed away. I realized I never dealt with a lot of things that I went through, and that's why I was the way I was acting, was to try to feel something or get people to see me as I wanted them to see me, even though it did not work that way. When you do it that way, you got to actually go through the stuff so you can heal from the stuff, so then you can actually be able to say things in a way that people then can see you and see what you were trying to say and what your heart's about, what you're about. But that was my situation with my daughter. And then through that situation, again, my daughter saved my life. When I was going to take my life in Lewis Beach, I saw a picture of my daughter. That was supposed to be in my wallet, but it fell in my pocket. And then I decided to live again because, like I said, I wanted to live and be dad. But being dad to me is love. All right? I'm a lover. What I want people to say is that I go for it. I don't know if I'm a risk taker, but I go for my dreams and my goals, right? That's an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is someone that's willing to bet on themselves, that's willing to go for it, that's willing to try their own way. So when I say I'm an entrepreneur, what I mean is that I go for it. I'm willing to go. I'm willing to try. I'm willing to push. I'm willing to build my own. All right. At least when it comes to business, I'm willing to build my own. I don't need to have your paycheck every 2 weeks. I'll make my own. All right. And we'll be able to create the life we want and the lifestyle we want and what we want to have. All right. When we say, even I'm part of Unleash You Now, we host events all over the world, try to, change people's lives. What I'm really saying is I get fulfillment by pouring into others. What I'm saying is I'm a strong community member. And I love community and I love my tribe and I love my people. Go back to the word love. Right. But so often we put identities in place to make it feel okay to say the feeling in which we really have by what we do. Right. And that's what we really want. So when you say your identity, what is behind your identity? And your identities, we have multiple identities. What's behind them? Why do you love it? Why do you care about it? Why do you proudly say you're it? Right. Because then you're getting to true you. Right. On my nightstand, there's a pad that says my goals every day: be a better son, be a better dad, be a better man. All right. Everyone says, do you have goals? I said, yeah, I have 3 every day. If I do those 3, everything else pretty much works out. Right. Because when no one was there, my mom was there. You know what I mean? Like through all my court stuff, through all my BS, my mom never let me think those situations were my final destination. A little Trent Shelton line, right? That this didn't have to be my end. This didn't have to be my story. This was just a part of it. This was a page in it rather than the book. And the only reason why I believed I could change my life the way we did was because of all the time she beat in my head that this didn't have to be it. She really didn't beat me. My dad was more the disciplinary. My mom was the love, right? You know why I got really good at cooking was because my dad would never do anything in front of my mom that way towards us. He would just give us a look, and we knew at some point we were going to probably get it. Right. So I would race to the kitchen to get near my mom because I knew my dad wouldn't do nothing. So that's how I learned to cook. I was like, I saw what they did and I was like, oh, I can do this. Right. So first business I ever opened was a restaurant. Why? I can do it. I can cook. Right. And what's better than breaking bread together at a table? All right. And just experiencing one another. So I didn't even know it. When I started entrepreneurship, I wanted to give people an opportunity of something I loved. I love breaking bread at a table with people you care about. Right? The conversations, the laughter, right? The connection that happens to it. Why do I love live events? The connection that comes from it. It's the people in the room. It's not the room. Right? It's people always say, why are your events special? Why are they different? I say, because we don't try to sell anyone to come in it. We're very selective who comes in our rooms. All right. Well, you can't just go buy a ticket. All right. That's the reason why on our website, the price is jacked. All right. It's because you're not going to want to buy that ticket on there. You're going to have to talk to us. And we get to see if everything works out where we know the room, the level of the room will go higher because you're in it. The connection in the room will go deeper because you're part of it. Connection is like the cornerstone of human existence. What are we connecting to? See, here's the problem. When we get caught in the act, when we get caught in the show, when we caught in the jazz, right? Jazz fingers. I don't know why every time I say jazz now I do spirit fingers. I just call them jazz fingers now. I just changed the whole thing that's common. Jazz fingers. All right. When we get caught up in that, we forget the things that matter. We forget to develop the true connection. People don't love an event or not because the lights were good. People don't love an event or not because you played some good music in between some speakers. All right. Your stage was a certain height. What screen did you have? I bet you could tell me about an event that you had a great time at. I'd be like, what kind of screens did they have? You're gonna be like, I don't know, some, right? Like one here, there, kind of, right? You won't be able to tell me were they projecting, were they LED, were they up in the, were they on the ground, were they hanging, or like, where were they? Because we don't really care about that. That's not what makes an event. We worry about all the other things. And this is why when you're like events make it or don't make it, has nothing to do with all the jazz. It has everything to do with the people. Right? I've had some great experience in the Days Inn conference room. And I've had some great experiences at the Gaylord in Nashville. They're very different places. They're not very comparable. One, it's like a couple $100 a night. One, it's like less than $100 a night. All right. The conference room had carpet in it from the 70s. Love carpet from the 70s. And the other one, not, right? It's brand new carpet, right? Hardwood floor, right? All kinds of different. But why could they both be great experiences? Because the people, the connection, the community. When you feel connected to something, that's what we literally come into this world seeking connection, right? Everyone's like, you're born alone. You're not. You're born, there's people there. And immediately you get into your mom's arms, typically. Right? Why? Other than my daughter, I stole her right when she was born. I like took her and I held it for a minute, and then I gave it to the mom. Right? I'll let you guys talk to my daughter about where she came from. But when we do this, when we connect, and who we connect with says something about us. Right? Says who we are. What we stand for says who we are. Listen, I tell everybody, I'm pretty easy, but you disrespect my people, you're not going to think I'm easy. Right? I don't know if you could tell, I get a little red. I kind of like my beard, I blend. It just becomes one red ball. It's like a flame. They used to call me when I was young, Human Torch, right? And they'd be like, when I got mad, they'd be like, flame on, because I would just be all red, right? And I said, I'm easygoing. You could say anything you want to me. I probably won't care. I'll probably laugh with you, right? But you say hurtful things to my people, disrespect my mom, good luck. Right? Disrespect my daughter, good luck. Disrespect my people, disrespect my team. They work their butts off to create experiences for people. You disrespect them, I'll be there, right? Like we can talk, but because you got to stand for something. You got to believe in something. You got to be for something, right? I get known as the coach hater, right? They're like, oh, he hates coaches. And I'm like, no, love coaches. I hate the BS. All right, speak real. If you can do something, do it. And tell them you can. If you can't, show it. All right, it's how we came into space. We showed people we could build their businesses. We built their businesses. Hell, when we first came in it, we did it for 1%. Right? It was because what? We had to show you we were real about it. Like, we can do this. Right? We're not going to have to do some gimmicky stuff. I feel like anytime there's a lot of gimmicks, there's a lot of smoke, there's a lot of red flag. What's up?
Mike, Jim says no, he hates bad coaches.
I don't even hate bad coaches. I'll never hate on a person. what I would say this, anyone that gets mad at something I say, I always say, check it. I didn't say anything about you. I said something about a tactic. I said something about a strategy. I said something about an action. If you're mad about that, check the action. Right? Why are you doing that action? If you're doing it for a good reason, if you're doing it because with pure intention, well, cool. Right? If not, check yourself. You shouldn't be mad at me. You should be mad at you for why you do it. Right? It's so anytime someone gets mad at me about that, I'm always like, I didn't say your name. You just must do this. And that's okay. Listen, none of us are perfect. None of us, you got to dig too deep to find dirt. Right? Like we all have life, and we all lifed. Right? The question is, can you be real about your life? Right? I don't hide the fact that I was a troublemaker. I don't hide the fact that I did drugs. I don't hide the fact, right, that I messed up in life. I don't hide these facts. Right? Because they're true. Anytime someone tries to make you believe they're perfect, they ain't. Right? Spoiler alert, none of us are. All of us, the bathroom stinks. You know what I mean? So it's, let's stop pretending like it doesn't. And here's the deal. If we could be real in the space, like, man, like I mess up. Sometimes I'm frustrated. Sometimes things don't go our way. So someone asked me a question 2 days ago. They said, Mike, how do you win so much? I said, what are you talking about? They're like, every day it's like you win. I'm like, oh, brother, I lose way more than I win. I'm just not stopping. There's a technique called put the next pearl on. Right? And what if you're creating your pearl necklace? And my only job is to put another pearl on it. When a pearl gets on it, put another pearl on it. And when a pearl gets on it, put another pearl on it. Just put another pearl. Create your necklace. Not every pearl is going to be beautiful. Not every pearl is going to be exactly the same. Every pearl is created with some shit. Every pearl. I didn't get yelled at for saying that word. I won't say it again. But every pearl has some in it. Right? Sometimes you get a picture, just a pearl is just a nice coating around a shit ball. Right? But put the pearl on. And at the end, you'll have a pearl necklace. Right? And everybody loves a good pearl necklace. Right? So my thing is just put a pearl on. Show up as you. Keep going. What do you stand for? What do you believe in? What are you willing to fight for? What are you not willing to fight for? I would say, like, I'm a passionate Mets fan. I will not fight someone over the Mets. Right? You can say they're trash all day. I do not care. Like that, they're not that serious to me. Right? Some people will fight over a sports team. I think that's a little nuts. But that everybody has their own. But it's, what do you stand for? What level? What are you about? See, a lot of people talk about it's not what you say, it's what you do. And I'm like, man, I've seen people do things that were considered good for horrible reasons. We all seen politicians kiss babies' heads. I don't think they love that baby. I didn't hear that they gave them college tuition. I didn't hear that they provided them with diapers. I didn't think they gave them food. They kissed a baby for a photo op. If you say that action's good because they took some action, I'm like, we think different. My thing is, what's your intention? What's your intention? Because that's your heart. Right? And when we find one's heart, that's the deepest level. Right? It's when people say they care about you and then say some awful things to you. I'm like, God, I don't really know. Was that intent? Right? Was that intent to hurt? Because then we find out a lot of people, love is very conditional. Right? With a lot of people, love is very conditional. If you do these certain things, let's go. If you don't do these certain things, piss off. Right? That's where my love stops. So with a lot of people, love is very conditional. So when you do this, it's like when we talk about authentic leadership, I ask you the same question we started with. Who are you? What are you about? What are you for? What are you going to dig your heels in the dirt and stand there? Right? And stay there and take it. You want to know one of the most powerful things on earth is? A made-up mind. A made-up mind is one of the most powerful things on earth. See, what happened years ago, I used to wear 3-piece suits. All right. And now, like, listen, here's the deal. I don't care if you wear shiny jackets. Right? I don't care if you wear tie-dye shirts. Right? I don't care if you walk around branded all day with your stuff. I don't care. All right. I don't care if you wear the best 3-piece suit on earth. I would rock with people that had 5, 10 suits. Right? Like, what? All right. I looked straight like Peaky Blinders. I had a pocket watch, a vest, or Boston Scully. All right. I looked straight out of the show Peaky Blinders. Before Peaky Blinders were a thing and or popular, just so you know, I have pictures to prove it. And one day I was standing there and the guy was like, oh, good thing you wear a suit. Someone can view you as serious. And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, like you're worth something. I was like, because of my suit? They're like, yeah. I was like, oh, wow. All right. And it was a day where I decided I didn't like wearing suits. I didn't really like it. It wasn't really me. All right. I don't know why I was doing it. I probably modeled somebody. And here's the problem. Sometimes when we model somebody, we try to become them. Horrible thing. Because you'll never be better at being them than they are, right? We've all heard that one. I said it, but put their name in the quote. So it's not about your gimmick. It's not about what you wear. Take this hat off me, have it on me. Put a sweatshirt on me, put a suit on me. What I decided was I'm going to be me every damn day. I'm going to be me. Right? Another thing I decided was we are going to do this. This right here, this is my heart project. Everybody's like for-profit or non-profit businesses. I say for-purpose business. This is a for-purpose business. All right. And I made up my mind. It was like 7 years ago now. We were all in a room and we rebranded to this from CMF. I didn't want it to be after me. CMF was about me. I didn't want it to be about me. I wanted it to be about us. All right. So we rebranded to Unleash You Now. CMF was Coach Mike Favor. It was about me. Right? It literally was my name. So I was like, no, I don't want that. I want it to be about us. So we rebranded. And the guy said, how long do we decide until if we see this is good or bad? And I said, till we die. And he said, what? I said, till we die. There's no choice. This is it. Let's make it work. A made-up mind is super powerful. Right? Years and years ago, my pops passed away. I was like 18, 19, right? My pops passed away. My pops was a mountain of a man. Like he was in the military. He was crazy. He literally killed a shark at one point, had his tooth on his desk for the rest of his life. Like he was a nuts guy. Right? And strong as an ox. I don't remember my dad ever really being sick. My dad cut his finger off in a log splitter, put pebbles in the log to get his finger out, and walked in and asked my mom to sew it back on. Didn't even act like it was stressful, right? Me, I like bent my fingernail a couple days ago, and I'm still like nervous about touching things, right? That's how different me and my dad are. Right? Like he's that crazy tough guy, and I'm like, oh my God, my fingernail. It bent backwards. Right? He cut a finger off and asked for it to be sewed on. All right, we're different. All right. I don't know if he's proud or not, but we're definitely different. All right. I got a call to go to the hospital. My mom was ill when I was young. We didn't know how she was going to recover from some of the things. My mom had cancer multiple times and stuff. And so when I heard I had to go to the hospital, I thought it was for my mom. And when I got there, my mom was fine. All right. She was sitting there and I was like, what the hell? And I was like, Mom, what are we doing here? She said, it's your dad. I was like, oh God, what happened to Dad? What? I thought he got in an accident or something. All right. Because my dad was crazy. All right. So I was like, oh God, what do you do this time? Right. And they're like, no, it's something more. And when I saw him, he was like, we'll be good, good. My mom walked away and he looked at me and said, take care of your mom. And I thought he meant that moment. But then 15 minutes later, doctor came in and was like, your dad's gone. All right. So that day I made the stand where I'm going to take care of my mom. All right. You make that stand. I'm going to take care of my mom. You make that stand. I'm going to take care of my people. A made up mind is the most powerful thing on earth. So you'd be crazy to think I would be okay with disrespect towards us. A made up mind. We made up our mind. With Unleash You Now, for purpose business, we made up our mind. All right. So what do you have to decide and make up your mind? This is it. This is mine. This is the ground I'm going to stand on. Right? Nipsey Hussle, if you know me, you know I talk about Nipsey Hussle way too much. He was a rapper, also an entrepreneur, a brilliant man. Passed away way before his time. But he said a lot of people talk about belief. And the problem with belief is it wavers. Right? It's like care. People care one day, they don't care the next. Belief wavers. Right? It's everything's going well. God is good. Something bad happens. Why, God? Why? Right? Belief wavers. He said, I don't believe in this. He said, I treat it like the sidewalk. When you step on the sidewalk, you don't go, man, I really hope and believe this ground will hold me. You don't step on the sidewalk like you're nervous. Like, I don't know if this spot's a good one. You step on the sidewalk like you know it's going to hold you. Right? Like you know that it's going to be there, that it's rock solid, that it's not going anywhere, that it's got you. What do you need to decide in your life has got you? That you're going to stand on that thing bigger than belief, where you know it. Right? Like I'm blessed. Like I know I can pick up the phone and my mom's there. Right? I know I can pick up the phone and my daughter's there. I know I can pick up the phone and my team's there. I know I can pick up the phone and my set's there. I know I can pick up the phone and my boy Hudson's there. I know I can do this. Right? I know I can lean into the blue and green and they're going to carry me. Right? Because they're amazing people. Best people ever walked this earth. I promise you. All right? I'm lucky just to be associated with them. So when you really want to talk about authentic, when you really want to talk about leadership, push away all the lights, push away all the glitter and the glam, all the fake acting and all the BS that we see. What do you stand for? What are you about? Who are you? Right? Who are you? What is your mind made up about? And where are you going and who are you doing it for? Anybody that can't answer those questions needs to think about it. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the platform. Thank you as always. Twice in a row, rocking this thing. I appreciate the Facebook chat. You guys are going crazy. I appreciate we go nuts. We go hard for our people. So, and on your Friday, thank you for giving us time to pour into you, and thank you for giving me this platform to do it as well. I appreciate you guys and love you. And anything you need, I'm always a message away. Hit me up.
Thank you so much. Are you kidding? I was writing stuff down. I love listening to you, Mike. Always, 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 always. You're always welcome here. I know sometimes the subjects somewhere you, but this one was like, are you kidding me? If you don't come on here, what's the point of anyone else coming on here? Like, come on.
Can I tell you a story of you? That's one of my favorite stories, and I tell everybody. It was when you were like, hey, I really want you to speak at this event. And I was like, bet. What is it about? And you said health. And I was like, you probably want to save me for a different one. And I was like, I smoke cigars and drink whiskey. I'm probably not the best one to bring on about health. And you were like, all right, well, we'll talk about a couple different ones. And then we found the different topics. I still laugh about that because I love that you were like, you can do this. And I was like, not this one. All right. You had more faith in me than me.
But I think that what you do is for health. So that's
Thank
how
you.
that's
See,
why
that's why I say you believe in me more than I believe in me in that area.
that's why I was like, are you kidding? The stuff that you preach, even if you just stand there and just be you, which is kind of what you were doing in Maryland. I'm like, who's this dude? I don't know him. And I'm like, I gotta go talk to him. He looks real. I love it. No, it's amazing. You know what? You gotta come. Are you a goal guy?
Gold?
Like, goals. Are you into goals?
Yeah, I think you said gold. I was like, love gold. No. Yeah.
Gold is good. Gold is good.
Yeah, 100%.
January is January 24th. If you're free, it's Goal Junkies.
Oh, nice.
Right? Let's do it.
I'll be listening.
Yay. February, unless I change the name, February will be Love Heals. So you can't,
Nice.
like, you might not come, but maybe you will come because it's
I'll spectate.
It's all good. So much. I can't wait till we see each other again. And
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
hopefully soon. And who knows, maybe I'll have a live event and I'll be able to come to yours. I've got some trips already planned for next year. Gosh, you know what? If someone could please just bottle up some time for me, I'd be awesome.
You're a busy woman. Everybody wants your attention. That says something about you, though. Something
And
good.
you know what? And I still want to come to your event. And it's not that I don't want to be there because it's sure, where is your next? And please tell us about your next event.
Move Maker Live. That's in Nashville, Tennessee at the Gaylord, best resort on earth. You can take a boat ride inside. Tell me another place you do other than like Vegas. I think one place. Someone told me Vegas you can. I was like, all right. But it's next to the Grand Ole Opry. It's in March, 20th to the 23rd, 21st to the 23rd. I almost forgot myself. That's a good sign. Got to keep that information. Yeah, no, it's the speaker list is phenomenal. It's about to start dropping some speakers. The venue is, of course, beautiful. Got some new entertainment, some new moments and experiences. Excited to see how it goes. We're in a new room. They put us in a bigger room this year. I guess we graduated from middle school to high school now. So we're in a bigger place. Excited to see how it goes. Excited to be there again. It's getting closer. So now I'm getting the energy of there rather than just like the nervousness of creating. And there's already over 200 people going to be there. So we're excited. Hopefully it works out that everyone that's meant to be in that room will be in that room and we'll rock out like we're meant to.
I like the way it works out. It's already working out. He's already sold out. And
set the bar real low, step over with street shoes. You know what I mean? Set the bar real low, step over with street shoes.
He's so humble. He's so humble. He's awesome, period.
Unless we talk about the Mets, then I'm not humble at all.
Call Michael if you want to go there. Michael will tell you. Give some information on my Facebook in the chat or have that would be great. And thank you again so much for changing with Spencer, who had an event, who was going to speak at 2, and then we just switched the two awesome guys with each other. They're kind of brothers anyway.
Right.
They're
I got
total
the looks.
And thank you for gracing us with your amazing energy. I love you so much. I love it when you come here. I love it, love it. This is
you guys are awesome. He has much nicer teeth than me though. I'll tell you that one.
Fake.
Yeah. No, his definitely are fake. His are 100% fake.
These are fake.
Oh no, I was talking about Spencer's. His are taped in.
Oh, I thought you were talking.
He has duct tape on the backside of him. It's real weird, but it works. Stays in there.
We might have a dentist. Mine, I have a lot of implants, and I don't even.
I think you said I haven't seen a dentist. I'm like, we all know that. That is not a secret. I appreciate you. You guys are awesome. You're in great hands. Thank you very much.
And with that, we have Spencer Jones, who has literally never been here before. Let's everyone welcome Spencer Jones.
Yay. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you for having me. This has been, it's amazing so far. Incredible speakers. And Michael, thank you so much for being able to swap spots. We had a challenge happening. And so I would have made it, but it would have been tight. So I really appreciate you letting me get some breathing room there, brother. Thank you so much. And yeah, the tape hasn't shown yet. So we'll keep the pearly whites glistening here. See, show them as much as we can. But oh my gosh.
Spencer and I have the best smiles, right? And we were caught in was it a fire alarm in Maryland when we were outside and we're talking, and I'm like, oh, this is a fellow hippie, because I always think of myself at heart. I'm like a corporate hippie, you know? And Spencer's like, oh yeah, he does all the stuff. I have those clothes and I do that. And a lot of what he does, I do. And I'm like, oh, this is my hippie brother for sure. So with that, I give you the amazing Spencer Jones. Go for it.
Oh my gosh, well, that's quite the lead in. It was an amazing and fun event in Maryland, the CLA Summit. Thank you, Jose, for hosting that. Excited for the next one. And yeah, hopefully there's no fire alarms this time, because it was cold out there hanging outside, but we made it. We survived. We were here, and to be surrounded by amazing leaders is incredible, right? When you get to surround yourself with people who are their genuine selves, it's like nothing else. Because you get to feel their energy, and I'm a big energy guy. I'm a person who likes reading the room, whatever you want to call it, right? Marianne's like, yeah, me too. She's waving her hand here behind the scenes. You can't see her, but she's waving like, yes, me too. That we feel that energy, and we feel when someone's lying and someone's not true to themselves or true to their energy. And we feel when they're real, when they're authentic, when they're themselves, their raw, true selves. And sometimes some people are really good at disguising it. I don't know about you. I've met some people who are really good at disguising their energy. And so we fall prey to that. Okay, Marianne's like, yeah, maybe maybe it was for me back then. I'll say, okay, for me, I struggled with it back then, for many years back then, being probably the last 20 something years, because I wasn't tuned into my intuition, into my gut feeling. I would maybe feel something, but then I would ignore it and be distracted by all the glitz, the glamour, kind of like Michael said, right? You have the lights, the shiny and the glitter and all those things that used to distract me, because that was who I wanted to be. I wanted to be the person who was seeking fame, fortune, notoriety, whatever you want to call it. And it wasn't healthy. It wasn't really who I was, but deep down there was things that were working to build up who I am today, right? So the nickname my wife gave me even before we met, was Ego Man. I was a person who just loved themselves and loved sharing from the rooftops. Look at me, look at all the cool stuff I'm doing, and did a lot of cool things for some cool causes, but for the wrong reasons, right? I was just trying to get noticed. And what I noticed about me is I wasn't my true self. And it took me hitting my rock bottom of being suicidal, of losing friends, losing relationships, family, jobs, not knowing who I was. Like really, my life came crashing down. It felt like a bomb went off. And I didn't know who I was, what I liked, what I didn't like. Like, do I like chocolate ice cream? I don't know, because every time I said yes to it, it was, do I please this person? Do I not please this person? I don't care about my own taste. Do I like this movie, this TV show? Whatever it was just to be a chameleon, to try to be liked, right? To try to feel loved, to try to feel worthy, to prove myself. Then I hit my rock bottom. I had to discover who I was. And that's where I really learned to take in about being authentic, right? And that was a tricky thing for me. And I remember even teaching. So prior to being a full-time entrepreneur, as I am now, helping people with our personal growth company, I was a middle school, high school choir director. I did that for 9 years. I'm a professionally trained pianist, love playing music, love helping people express themselves through music. And I love teaching. It was a right calling at that time. And I remember learning and going into different classrooms and learning the other different teaching styles, right? I saw this teacher teach that way, and I really like that way. And I saw another teacher, I don't like that way. Okay, how can I make it my own in the classroom? But I didn't necessarily make it my own right away. I'm like, well, I'm just going to copy paste that, right? I like that. I'm just going to copy paste that. I'm going to do it this way. And then it's not working. It's not clicking, right? It's not performing the same way I saw it perform. Maybe it's from their years of experience, but it just wasn't clicking. Heck, even once I hit my rock bottom, I was learning and growing and stepping into my authentic self. We're trying to grow this business, trying to impact and help more people. So I would listen to different people, whether it was coaches, podcast hosts. I would read a book. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the strategy they're teaching. Let's copy paste it, right? And we see these people share these, like, here, just implement this strategy and it'll make you 7 figures in 3 days or whatever stuff they're peddling. And okay, so I didn't necessarily buy into those big ones, but I'm like, okay, here's a strategy. Let me try it verbatim, right? Just copy paste it. And only to realize it wasn't working. It wasn't clicking. Maybe it helped some, but man, it wasn't converting like they said it was going to convert. It wasn't working the way it was gonna work. What's going on? And even as much as I'm my authentic self, you see me in tie-dye, you'll see me in crazy suits, you'll see me in shorts and a t-shirt, you'll see me dressed up in a tuxedo. I'm just me. But even when it came to the business side of it, I was me in some parts, but other parts I'm like, well, let's copy verbatim what the greats, quote unquote, greats did and do to do this. And why isn't it working? Until it hit me. And I'm sad, I'm disappointed, I should say, by how long it took me to realize it. It took me years. As in, like a year or two ago, it hit me. Why am I just copying what they're doing? When I just learn what they do, learn the essence of it, and then make it my own. Sure, it might not be exactly what they did, but I bet you it's going to resonate with our people. It's going to hit that much more when I make it mine. So now not only am I being my true authentic self, I'm implementing, and the stuff I'm doing resonates with me. It's my authentic self, our strategy. That can be based on these successful strategies of other people. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate it. I love all the comments. Hey, Nikki, Jim, Ellis, thank you so much for being here. Awesome. Love how you guys all show up and support. Thank you. And you've probably heard a lot of this stuff from the amazing speakers earlier. So let me ask you, have you ever felt like you were wearing a mask before, just to try to fit in to lead effectively. Yeah, right. I see Marianne going, yeah, me, I've done that. I think we all have to some degree, just to fit in, whether we were a kid. I'd started it when I was really young. I think we all did at points, just to have friends. I put on these masks and then more masks, more masks, more masks, until now I just shed them and I just shine my light as bright as possible. And I love helping people recognize those masks and take them off so they could shine their true bright light. Let's talk about being authentic and authentic leadership together, because that's what the theme of this summit is. So authenticity, in my opinion, and how I would describe it, it's being you, right? And you probably have your own description. You've heard other descriptions, but just so we're all on the same page for the next 15 or so minutes, it's you being you, fully, truly, authentically authentic. Does that make sense? Can I use a word in its own description? Probably not. But you're your true self. You're transparent. You're vulnerable. You're doing what is right with whether it's easy or not. I didn't mean to talk over you, Marianne. What were you going to say? I got excited.
I want you to be excited. I don't want to interrupt, but I was like, you can do whatever you want and you can make words up. I do words. I make up my own words. People look at me like, you have a publishing company? I go, yeah, you want to make something out of it? I can't spell either. I suck at spelling and I'm like, look, if I can want to do it, you can hire people to fix your spelling, for Pete's sakes. No, please make up words. I love that.
I love that you do that and you're just real about it. Like, yeah, I make up words. I make spelling mistakes or whatever. Same here all the time. Thank God for Katie, my wife. She's amazing. She's our editor. She checks everything. And then sometimes I post things that she doesn't check. And she's like, hey, Spencer, what about this post? I'm like, okay, let me go back and edit that. And it happens. It's who we are. So be you, be yourself. And that yourself doesn't have to be like me wearing hoodies and shine, just making up words and being hyper. Maybe you're more conservative or you're more of an introvert and you're like, I just want to be alone or do these little things. That's cool. You do what works for you, right? So authenticity is being you in your own way, whatever that looks like for you. Leadership as well. You have people following you in some way, shape, or form. It doesn't have to be the quote unquote typical leadership that you see, right? You're a manager, CEO of a company, and you have all of these employees with you. Maybe not. Maybe you are a leader in a organization, right? And you're, the vice president, the secretary, or managing certain parts of a charity. Awesome. What about your family, right? If you have kids, you're a leader of them. They see what you're doing. Of your peers, of your brothers and sisters, of other areas of your life, your friend group, you're a leader, even if you might not call yourself a leader. So when you are your authentic self, your true self, you're transparent, you're vulnerable, you're just being you, you're not pretending to be anyone, you're not wearing those masks, and you're leading, you're a lighthouse to all the people who are seeing you, right? Because you are showing them, hey, you are okay being you. Let your beautiful light shine, right? You're steady, you're reliable. And by being that guiding light, by being you, you make it okay for other people to be themselves. Just by being you, you give other people that permission. Whether you say it or not, you're giving them that permission to be themselves. And that is truly amazing. I think it says, even if even one is following you, you are a leader, 100%. 100%, right? So be you, be that lighthouse. So let's see how we could do it, right? But even before you do that, why does being authentic matter? Well, it builds trust, builds genuine connection with people. All right, we'll talk about how in a little bit, but inspires them, as I said, to be themselves. It creates resiliency, even creativity, and a supportive environment where people come in and support. Unleash You Now, they support their people like crazy. It's amazing to see what they do. Our Energizer family, same way. They're going to show up and be there to support you. Whether you're on the summit, they want to celebrate with you. Whether you're going through that valley, they're going to help you through. They're locking arms and helping you, shining a light on that next step and helping you take it. It's so amazing when you surround yourself with those types of people, because not only can you go faster, you can go farther together. And when you all get to be yourself, that's truly amazing. And you know what's interesting is our authentic selves might get along great. They might not. And that's okay. right? You're still going to be you. We're not going to align with everyone. Our energy's not going to synchronize with everyone. That's okay. And sometimes they synchronize, sometimes they don't at some points or another, right? They synchronize and then we grow apart. That's okay. Maybe come back together. That's cool. But by being you, you know you're doing what's right for you and you're inspiring other people to be themselves, whether they align or not. So I wanted to share 3 little nuggets of just really of how you can be you, of how you can be an authentic leader. And so first one, it sounds easy, but it's tricky, at least in my experience, and that is to be you fully, all in, going at just being you. Because you, as you are right here now, you are amazing, you are worthy, you are enough, just the way you are. Yet, we don't always feel that way, right? We look at our faults, we look at the things that we struggle with a lot, we look at we're not as far as maybe we want to be. We look at the negatives as opposed to those positives. And so I encourage you to be you fully by looking and embracing your strengths. What are some of your strengths? I bet you know them. Maybe you don't amplify them as much, but embrace your strengths and your quirks. What makes you you? What makes you unique? A little short story. So as I said, I was a teacher. Well, going into my interviews, I'm a person who talks fast. Shocker, if you haven't figured that out already. I talk fast. I mumble at times. I've gotten a lot better. I've worked on it over the years. I mumble and I mix up words. It happens at points. I get excited is how I like to frame it as. So in my interview, I'm answering questions, answering the scenarios that they give me, all of that. Every time I think every interview this happened, at least at some point towards the end, I would mix up some words or whatever. And I would just take a moment and say, hey, you know what? I would love this job. This would be amazing. Like, I think I'd really fit well, but just so you know, like, you're just going to get me. You're going to get my true self. And that means I'm going to pour my love, light, energy into the students, into this job, but you're also going to get the quirks. Like, I'm going to mix up words. I'm going to fumble up at times. And, I'm just sharing, like, I'm not perfect. And I know that. And you just saw some of these faults, but I'm going to, instead of like being ashamed, like, oh my God, don't look like, oh, I hope you don't remember. I messed up my words. I'm calling it out. You might try to forget it. I'm like, let's look at this. Look, I messed up. It happens. And that's okay. Right. But we're just going to keep going. And that has won me more jobs than not, more job offers than not. That has won me. I won't say won. That's not the right word. Has earned me whatever. It helped the relationships build and come together and strengthen when I was just being my true self. I'm just being me. And then as I've gotten more comfortable teaching into it, I would dress up, wear shirt and tie or suits. Then I would start wearing what I first do. I started doing crazy socks. So it was hidden, but not hidden too much. So I could wear some crazy socks. And it started being ties and then tie knots. And that's where I pretty much ended that craziness before I retired and went to doing what I do now. But you can still show yourself even if you have stricter regimens or stricter guidelines you have to follow. All right, so number 1, be you fully. Number 2, lead with vulnerability. Be open, be honest, right? Like I was in that interview saying, hey, I messed up. I'm human. Right now, with the stuff that we do, I share when I'm struggling. I might not share it in that moment, but I'll share at points, hey, I'm struggling in this moment, right? Or I struggled yesterday. The nickname actually Michael gave me is a Prince of Positivity, right? So, okay, I'm the Prince of Positivity. And I'm not talking toxic positivity, not everything sunshine, rainbows, and unicorns, right? We go through struggles. Okay, let's look at them. Let's share that out. I'm not someone high and mighty who's on the summit all day long. No, I go through the valleys. I struggle. So let me share that with you. Okay, but enough about me. What about you? How many times do you hide those struggles in your life just because you don't want the world to think badly of you or to share it out? I'm not saying you need to share everything out with the world. It's not a poor me situation, but sharing, hey, I'm struggling right now. Maybe I need just give me some grace today, or I'm struggling with it here, or this is what I struggled with. Here are some of my takeaways. So now you're teaching and helping other people. there's ways of still showing up and being vulnerable, being yourself, letting them know, hey, you're human. Humans make mistakes, right? As leaders, we do that hopefully all the time. Our team makes a mistake, right? For us, let's say an email, our team member, I write all the emails and our team member schedules them up and sends them for us. Great. Sometimes they forget to put in the first name, right? To make sure it's customized. Okay. But when that happens, I realize it. I give them grace, but I own it. I'm like, hey guys, I made a mistake. I didn't catch this. Own it, right? Be vulnerable. Show that you're human, that you make mistakes. And as a leader, own those mistakes of your team. You work with your team and help them through it. Own it, right? You could be there for them. You could show the vulnerability to your team, help building that trust, but also to everyone else who sees you, who follows you, who's inspired by you just by being you and shining your light. Jim says, yes. Nick says, vulnerability isn't defeat or weakness. No, it's not. It's a beautiful strength. It's a beautiful strength, especially when you couple that with going forward. Like, okay, I'm vulnerable. Let me share this. But here's where I'm going forward. If it's the vulnerability of just trying to be, oh, poor me, that wears on people. It might work at first, but then it starts wearing. So take that. Well, let me be vulnerable. Let me open, but let's keep moving forward with where we're going. Even if you feel stuck, you're still moving forward, but share part of that journey with them so they could see that growth. So when people who are looking in and see you, they go, oh, okay, look at them. They've struggled, but now they've been through it. That means I can get through it, right? How can I keep going? Well, look, they did it. I can do it too, right? Whoever that is. And you could see those stories. You could read those books. You could watch the movies of that storyline over and over and over again, help give you inspiration and hopefully give you the motivation. Talk about one of Jim's posts earlier. Inspiration's great, but you have to take the action, take that action to keep going. The third thing is, it's a beautiful saying, man, is this tough to do. And it's one of our cornerstones as energizers, and that is to respond with love. Respond with love. So much easier said than done. When someone's berating you, belittling you, your team, what you do, or whatever, sometimes I don't know, for you, I feel I get angry. I start getting all flush in the face and I start choking up on my words, but I get pissed off and I just want to retaliate at them. And then I go, well, how would I respond with love? What would that look like? It's usually not responding in a way that's just throwing anger and venom and trying to belittle them, because that's only going to hurt them and or hurt me. That doesn't do me or the world any good. Instead, let's show love. Let's show compassion towards them, but also towards yourself. How many times do we beat ourselves up and we belittle ourselves? Show yourself some love. Respond with love to you, because you matter too. So now you're responding with love to yourself and others. And when you catch yourself not responding with love, because it's going to happen to all of us, show yourself some love and grace then too, and be like, okay, let's just come back to it. Even, okay, holiday time can be extremely stressful. Right, you're going shopping for food or gifts or whatever. You're out and you see people really stressed out and they're struggling, and they may say something, they might do something rude or be rude to somebody else, and you can just observe and go, how can I respond with love? Or if I was in that circumstance, how would I respond with love? Just as a fun to me little challenge of how would I handle that differently. Once I started to intentionally live my life with responding with love to everyone, and myself included, my life changed drastically because I loved life more. I wasn't angry as often. I was enjoying and savoring moments, and more amazing, beautiful things started to happen for me. So those are the three little nuggets here. And I know I see my time starting to wrap up. So first of all, just I want to repeat, be you fully. Just be you. See if you can identify one of your strengths and one of your quirks and embrace it. Number 2 is lead with vulnerability. I invite you to share a challenge that you're facing or have faced with your team, with your community. And third, respond with love. I invite you to think today and this weekend, at least once, pause and ask yourself, how can I respond with love? It's the word game changer or phrase game changer is overused, but man, it really is. If you can work at it. And it's a practice. You're not always going to get it right. And that's okay. You're trying. And that's a beautiful thing. When you lead authentically, I'm going to change that. Not only when you lead authentically, when you live your life authentically as your amazing self, and you're letting your true light shine. And you might realize, hey, I have these walls, these armors, these barriers stopping me from shining bright. Cool, you recognize it. Then you can work at dissolving it. That's beautiful. And then your light continues to shine bright and more people could see it. But when you live that way, you inspire others to shine their beautiful light. We all have that gorgeous light inside of us. It's shining bright. We built up so many walls and masks and armor to hide it. Dissolve them. Let them go so the world can see your beautiful light, so you can shine your true light with as many people as possible, because it is truly amazing. How can you show up authentically this weekend, this year, and into the new year? It's a lot of things, so pick one. Of all the things I've said, pick one. Of all the speakers you've heard, the incredible speakers sharing all these nuggets and different tips and different stories, which ones resonated with you? Maybe it's something I said, maybe it's not. That's cool. Pick one, at least one thing to take action on. You are worth it. So go shine your beautiful light. Marianne, thank you so much for having me. I'm deeply grateful. I appreciate you and all you do for the world. Keep shining, Marianne, and everyone. Keep shining your beautiful lights. Thank you.
Spencer, you're so awesome. I think we look alike. We could totally be brother and sister. Blonde hair, blue eyes, right? Blue.
100%.
Even though, and great smile. Like, come on. Everyone's got to agree with us. Spencer, you're awesome as always. I'm gonna
So are you. You're awesome.
I am awesome. Thank you. You guys have got it. Next time, can you bring a picture? Because I don't think I have. I was trying to look for it, but that was so long ago. I can't find it in my phone of Spencer's suit. So he still wears suits, but nothing like before. They're so awesome. It was like, oh my God, I love it. We were outside and it was raining in this in Maryland when the fire alarm went off, and we're like trying to hide from the rain, and then we're like, yeah, this isn't a real fire drill. We're just gonna stay inside. The rebels.
Here you go. Here's let's see, is this the full suit? There you go. There's the full suit for you.
There, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Gotta love authenticity. This is like, I gotta do an authenticity one next year too. I just gotta call it something else. But maybe I don't. Maybe I just call it this again.
Right.
I'm in charge.
Yeah, exactly. Right. If it resonates with your people, that's a beautiful thing. So thank you so much for having me on. I'm excited to keep watching the amazing people.
Thank you so much. We have one more beautiful young lady. Her name is Jules. She comes to us, I think she's at home, and home right now, it used to be Canada, and prior to that, Ukraine, and now it's Cancun. So I had the pleasure of meeting this lovely young lady through another lovely young lady, and I didn't even know she was in Cancun. And it was 3 days before I was leaving for Cancun, because that was another trip I won with the company that we were talking about earlier, APL Go. And we're talking and talking, and I said, you know what, we'll talk more once I get back. I have to go to Cancun. And she's like, you're going to Cancun? She goes, I live in Cancun. And I'm like, what? Get out of here. So she came to the convention, and now she's with APL Go too, but she's also very busy, which is why she couldn't make it earlier. But I have the pleasure of introducing to you Jules Vitality. Isn't she beautiful? Jules, take it away, sweetheart.
Aw, thank you, Marianne. Sound check. You guys hear me okay? See me okay? All good? All right. Okay. Well, I first of all blown away with the speaker lineup and the information they've shared. And I was like, okay, now I can't talk about this. This was already talked about. What do I want to talk about? So, all right. So let me introduce myself and then just get into it, or do you want to ask me some questions?
Tell us a little bit about yourself. I used to do bios. I used to read bios for people, and then I did one last one where I did it without the bios, and I asked people, what do you prefer? And they said no bios. So now I just ask everyone to just Tell them what you want people to know about you.
Okay, awesome. Well, one thing I think comes before professional titles is that I'm a wellness advocate, hence my online last name, Vitality. And basically, everything I do in business and personal life is driven by the desire for myself to feel better and also for others to learn tools to feel better in their life and their business, because I believe those two are very much related. So even the reason why I am with APL Go is because of the tools or the medicine that they provide in order to boost vitality and on so many different aspects of life in such a natural way. So I am on the holistic side of things. I do understand some of the allopathic disciplines, but I do support anybody who's working in the functional medicine field, holistic healing, spiritual, emotional healing, mental health. Those are the areas of business that I'm very, very passionate about. However, I don't have any gifts in those areas. My gift is creating visibility, building stages, showcasing people's talents, very similar to Marianne's. I also have multiple events and stages and magazine and so on. So I'm called to use these platforms and stages to showcase healers of all these types that I just mentioned, including mindset busters. Can we use a new word instead of ghostbusters? Mindset blockbusters, because a lot of the times we're stopped in one area or another. We only hit a limit and only in an area of life, and sometimes we don't see what it is that's stopping us. Could be our blind spot. So that's where I think mindset professionals are so crucial, and I really feel grateful that this line of discipline and all this work and the metaphysical work that Marianne is doing in life coaching are available to more and more people. And our platforms exist to provide more visibility and make these disciplines and these people more accessible to general population, right? So they can upgrade their life and business. That's my little intro. Hi.
Are you going to tell us more about what you do?
Oh, yes. Okay, so I can talk about what I do, and then I can link it to leadership, authentic leadership. So I am a visibility, social media, and overall business coach, especially for businesses who operate primarily online. So how do we reach a greater audience globally, digitally? How do we build a proper digital image or personal brand? So I'm going to share some unpopular opinion about authentic leadership, because there is a difference in self-care and taking care of yourself. And I believe a lot of people go to the authentic side and stop taking care of themselves, and they still demand acceptance and recognition, even though they become maybe not the best example of leadership. It all comes from self-leadership. So basically, to me, that is a symptom of lack of self-leadership. If we cannot take care of our own multiple level health, physical, emotional, spiritual, business, mindset health, then how can we possibly lead somebody to follow us? So I believe it all starts with us, with our self-leadership, then those around us. So our immediate family, our smaller community, what is our reputation in this community? And only then, when we sort of figured out how to lead a small group or even our family first, then I believe we can earn the right to lead a larger group. Because I've met people who lead great communities, but they're maybe a really bad father or a mother, right? Or maybe they really aren't a great example of self-leadership, or maybe their integrity is lacking, where they promise one thing. Maybe they make a lot of promises, but they don't actually live up to them, right? So when I talk about authentic leadership, I want you guys to keep that just in the perspective. Of course, we all want to be the best version of ourselves as we can be. So yes, be yourself, but try to be a better version of yourself first, so that you can lead with confidence and others have an example to look up to. Okay, so when we translate that personal leadership into business, then again, leading in business and promising things that you haven't personally done, it's just like going to the doctor that can't heal himself, right? It's just like going to a shoemaker that has broken shoes. So we need to have a track record or reputation of the things that we announce that we can lead people to achieve. And if we can't have that, or we cannot validate that or demonstrate that, or we don't have a reputation of that, then I personally do not choose to follow leaders like that. I'm sure there are still people who will, but I choose not to. So when I look at leaders to follow, I look at their integrity, their track record. I'm not crazy about reading reviews, but I will sort of skim over their reputation. I'll Google them. I'll put their name in ChatGPT. I'll put their company in ChatGPT, and I will find out what do people say about them, and so on. So I encourage you guys to do the same thing, because I know a lot of you people in the audience, I bet you probably majority of you have purchased things or signed up for things that didn't end up being what you thought they would be. And that is because you didn't do the research, right? You didn't spend 2 minutes to validate the claims a leader was making, okay? So take those 2 minutes next time. As I mentioned, 2 simple things, Google and AI. Just ask, simple search, something about this person or about their brand or about the company or the program or the course or whatever it is, okay? Just like you would when you're buying things on Amazon. You would look at the reviews, you would look at the testimonials of the star rating, right? Same with books, right? You're not going to read a book where everybody's saying, oh, this was super bored, I fell asleep during the first chapter, right? So do a little bit of research. So now talking about leaders who are growing in their field, or leaders who are, aspiring leaders, take care of this stuff. Take care of your reputation. Google yourself, look yourself up, see what people are finding, what people are seeing, right? Go look at your social media profiles. Are you even the same person across the profiles? Do you have the same title, the same picture? Is your hair color the same, right? Are your brand colors more or less consistent? Let's not nitpick here. It doesn't have to be the same shade of red, right? But is it overall in the same sort of theme, right? Marianne's very consistent with her colors, branding for the event, branding for the books, right? She's very consistent. She's not a super detail-oriented person, but she has a visible brand, multiple brands that she's carrying, right? So that is an upgrade to just being a leader of one thing. When you become a serial entrepreneur, you have multiple venues that you're taking care of, or multiple communities, then the messaging becomes, you need to differentiate that messaging as well. At the same time, as a leader leading multiple communities and multiple projects, people need to know what you as an individual stand for. What is your motto? What gets you out of bed? What is your purpose? What are you, motivated by day by day? What makes you want to run these venues and projects? As I mentioned, for me, it is wanting to create stages and opportunities to bring more healing to people who need it. Okay, more personal development, awareness, business acumen, tools, resources, connections, right? For somebody else, it could be, I want to sell more programs, or it could be, I want to build a community that supports a certain cause, right? What is it for you? Why are you even wanting to become a leader? Or if you are a leader, what it is that makes you continue to lead a team or a community, right? What is your why? And we need to constantly look at that why and reevaluate, is it still close to our heart, or are we becoming more disconnected from it? Because as we become more disconnected from our why, we'll become more robotic. We fall into marketing traps. We fall into industry traps. We become victims to possibly even manipulation, or maybe even false promises from other leaders, right? We make wrong collaborations. We start sidetracking, even 1 degree gradually. We start floating away from where we initially wanted to get to, the impact and the legacy we wanted to leave initially. Usually for a lot of leaders, it's at least part of their motivation is to leave some sort of a legacy, make an impact, and motivate people to take a certain course of action, right? Also, a lot of community leaders often stand for something, but also against something. So do you resonate as a community member? Do you resonate with what the community is trying to achieve and also what it doesn't support, right? For example, there are a lot of anti-type protests, right? So they're trying to create world peace, but they're anti-war, or they're anti this and anti that. So my question to you is, are you a part of a community because of the anti-model or because of the impact and the positive change that they're creating? Because we all know bad news are more popular than good news, and negativity often attracts people who are more passionate, and there's more action to be taken, right? So tune into yourself. A lot of talks were focused on understanding yourself, who you are as a person, as an individual, before you become a leader, and how aligned is your leadership role, or the role you're taking on, whether it is the one you've chosen or the one you've been put into. Maybe you're in a corporate leadership. How aligned is it to your intrinsic values and needs? Because needs, 6 main human needs, they change throughout the years. Somebody could have been driven by fame and validation earlier in their years, and now they may be driven by contribution. So I suggest you look up 6 human needs and figure out what are the top 1 or 2 that drive you. And you will understand that that exercise will answer a lot of questions for you. And when you start sharing those values with your audience, with your followers as a leader, you will see so much more buy-in, because people will start raising their hands and saying, yes, I'm driven by the same need. I recognize this. I connect with you because of that. And that's another reason why people share stories, right? So people who have similar stories or have experienced similar milestones in their stories seem to flock together. That's why story marketing is a thing, right? That's why people buy books. That's why people listen to podcasts and shows, because they relate to somebody who has experienced the same heartaches as they have. But that's the principle that I'm related earlier, that negative aspects seem to unite communities stronger than sometimes the positive aspects, right? But the combination of the two is even more impactful, right? So, for example, overcoming certain challenges, achieving certain results, right? So we're getting away from pains toward gains, right? So the combination of the two, the more clear you make it for your community as a leader, the more likely you will, first of all, connect the right people, attract the right people, right? The longer they'll stick with you, the more referrals they'll bring to you, right? Because you have so many more common elements now versus just maybe a loud promise or a topic or just a theme for a community, right? That's why niching down also really, really works in this day and age, because I'll give an example that's completely in the left field here. For example, a dating website, right, or a dating community. Well, it's just so diluted. There could be people of any age, any race, nationality, language, geography, social status, economic status. But as you start narrowing those things down, for example, Black LGBTQ community between 25 and 30 living in the West Coast of the USA, right? That is so clear that people self-select and self-identify to belong to that group versus just to say, I'm one of the singles on the market, right? So being niche and specific about your messaging, your community, the organization you're leading, everything that describes that organization, the more quality people are going to have in it, the more supportive they're going to be, the more they're going to be engaging with you and one another, because you don't want a community of, blind followers that are just looking up at you. You want to engage people. You want to allow them a way to communicate with one another, to build relationships. Sometimes you have to literally take them by the hand and pair them up, right? And say, hey, you guys, do a call together. You guys go for coffee together. I'd love you guys to interview each other on your social media, right? So people appreciate that, because sometimes those of us who are more shy and reserved, we sometimes need those leaders and people who have initiative to help us take that next step. So the last couple talks that I heard on the show were talking about, being yourself, being vulnerable, admitting your mistakes, and not being perfect. Absolutely, absolutely agreed. However, why do people follow a leader? Obviously I'm generalizing the terms. It could be, why do people support their manager? Or why do people follow a social media page? Or why do people come to an event or even a networking event, right? Like, why do people go after some cause or person or brand or support a brand, right? It's because usually there is a step ahead of anything, right? It's either an example of what this person can become, a promise of achieving something this person can't achieve on their own, right? A vision to support them in being propelled in a certain direction, right? A sense of community of like-minded individuals, right? So having all that in place and positioning yourself as an expert, not a know-it-all, not an absolute guru, but just somebody who's got it a little bit more figured out, has authority, has experience, maybe has made mistakes, and is able to offer help to those who are in the community. That's what makes a leader valuable, right? It's not just to say, this person is just organizing a bunch of people and okay, well, he's a leader. No, we got to respect our leader. If we don't respect our leader, if we don't look up to our leader, we're probably not going to stick around in that community, right? So as a leader, you want to be that respectable person. You want to show a good example to your tribe. You want to put a little bit of an effort in being more than just an average you, a day-to-day you just got a bed, bed hair or whatever. Put a little bit of effort into being presentable, into being professional, right? Into being accurate. Yes, of course, we all make mistakes. Perfection is, something that only a few achieve, if any, right? So we all understand that it's being human. But striving to be better, I believe, should be a characteristic of leaders. And if my leaders in communities that I follow, if I do not see them growing, if I do not see them investing in their personal development, business development, their leadership skills, then most likely I'm not going to stick around for too long. Why? Because I will likely outgrow that leader. Because as a leader is on a journey, his tribe is on a journey, and the tribe will catch up to the leader if the leader is not growing. So your goal as a leader is to always stay ahead, always move forward, always improve, always learn, right? Continuous learning mentality, right? And I know you guys talked already about recognition, validating the contribution of your community, of followers or sub people who report to you if you are a leader in an organization, right? Validating your community, acknowledging their contribution to being a part of the community is super, super important to create engagement and to have these people stay on board and aligned with your mission for as long as possible. So understanding the people in the community, getting to know them, spending time with them, asking them what's important to them is also a characteristic of an authentic leader. It's not beneath us to lower ourselves to the level of our peeps, okay? And find out how they're doing, what are their challenges, what are they struggling with, right? We want to do that. We want to understand, we want to mingle with them, right? And that's what the presidents do before the elections. They go to the pubs and bars and hang out with people, right? Unfortunately, only before the election, but I mean, that is the principle in action, right? So I think everybody relates to that. So that's a good demonstration, but do that as often as possible, right? Show up in places where your people show up without your leader hat, right? Just being a good neighbor, just being one of the tribe, and talk to your folks heart to heart, right? Without being unreachable, without being, having the title that people can only dream of being introduced to, like the president, right? And then all of a sudden they can go and do cheers with them in person at a bar. Wow, what a privilege, right? And then they take pictures and then they post them all over the place. But really, how reachable is the president when once he takes the seat? Not to reach, right? Okay, so I know I put a little pointers into here. So let me maybe sort of close it with a few things that are most important. I think clarity, if I could summarize a bunch of points that I made into clarity of your vision, your purpose, the mission of the organization or the community that you're leading, alignment of all its members, and also having an alignment with your personal individual goals and motivations and your why. Okay, so simplicity, alignment, confidence and authority, yet not taking it overboard and being unapproachable and unreachable. Being a step ahead of the tribe by always investing in your own growth and development, always looking for more opportunities to grow, more resources, more connections. You are the leader. Don't expect people to grow the community for you, right? Show them the way, right? It's kind of like in the icebreaker, you are the tip of the icebreaker that's hitting the ice first, right? The rest of them are hiding behind your back. You're protecting them from all the rain and the challenges, the ice. And most importantly, I think not being scared to lead, right? Leadership doesn't have to be, as I said, disconnected role, an approachable, perfect person. It doesn't have to be that at all. Sometimes leaders are ministers. They're the ones who are the servants. They're the ones who provide the most help and support to people, and then naturally rise and people start looking up to this person in a way they almost, like, if you can imagine, lift them up and start holding them up on their hands, and they put the person up. The person gets voluntold to become a leader. You want to naturally emerge to be a leader because people are already trusting you, liking you. They know you for your integrity. They know you as a person of your word. They know you keep your promises. They know you're aligned and true to your own values, right? And if you're not aligned with your own mission, your lack of integrity will come out sooner or later, right? So take a step back, get realigned from time to time. That should help you continue being respected, admired leader, and also motivate and inspire others to follow that mission and vision that you set in front of them. So I think that would be my inspiration to you guys in a nutshell. Any questions, you let us know. I'd appreciate to hear back from you, and maybe you learned something or not. Drop it in the comments. Let us know. And would love to hear from you guys. I'm sure Marianne will let you guys know how to do that.
Thank you, Jules. If you want to put your contact information on my Facebook page underneath, like in the underneath the live, that would be great. And that is almost it. We are just Nikki and I will come on and talk to you a little bit about bank. Jules, thank you so much, and thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us here. Thank you. And Nikki, let's chat briefly about bank and what an amazing product that is. So bank code is now called Codebreaker, and it is a personality assessment, but honestly, it is such a valuable tool in life. It is not just for business. It is not, I know a lot of people think it's for just sales. It isn't just for sales. I mean, it will help you to make sales easier. It comes with an extension onto LinkedIn, and it helps you to decipher people on LinkedIn so that you know who you're talking to. And it just allows us to present the product that we're selling in a way so that the other person can understand it better. Because sometimes, I'm sure we can all agree that we sometimes communicate differently, right? Like there's 4 different personalities. Do we have the cards out? We have 4 different personalities, and I know for me, I like my information presented a certain way, and that is, I need a brief explanation, and I need it to be fun. If you can make it fun, that's the bonus for sure, because I know not everyone, you know, is going to go out of their way. But here's the 4 personalities. And, you know, it's phenomenal if you can have these cards with you. They're actually fun at a party, and people start putting them together like, oh yeah, this is me, this is me, this is me, you know. And so these 2 are somewhat similar. Not, you know, this one, this is the fun one. This is the one that wants the information fast, to the point. It's got to be fun. If you can include like a celebrity has this product, this would be the one to pull that card out. This one is super. So this one's called Action. This one acts fairly quickly. The less selling you do, the better off you are. This one, you need to make it about the whole. If you can make it about the whole world, that'd be great. If you can make it about the whole community, the whole family, they're coming to join a community. That's, you know, this is it. They're very nurturing. There has to be a higher purpose. It's all about all of us, and it's not about the money, and so on and so forth. So like, this one will drive a Ferrari, let's say, or a Mercedes. This one will probably drive a van. Because that's how you fill up the car with the most amount of people, right? Or maybe just a really big Mercedes, maybe, depending. Large, so a large number of people can come in. These 2 are a little less similar to these, right? These are more blueprint. This one needs systems, processing. Oh my God, they need everything. Like, you know, there's rules, there's credentials, titles, tradition. This is them, right? And if you're late, if you come on time to an appointment, you're already late. So that's this one. There's going to be charts. There's going to be Excel spreadsheets. You know, I'm not this. And then there's this one that will ask you 6.5 million questions. And then when you answer them all, they'll say, okay, now I have enough information to go home and research. Like, what? I just told you everything. But nope, now they're going to go home. And so this one's tough, right? Because there's never enough information, right? It's a lot of mental. We need this, we need intelligence, we need information. And they're all fun, and we have all 4. It's just a question of how much. So I spent quite a bit studying. So this one was super high. This one and this one are almost identical. They're 1 number apart, because when you do the advanced version, there's a number. And these 2, this one's, I think they're only like maybe 2 or 3 numbers apart. This one was really low. It was in the single digits for me. And over the course of the time, you know, it's important for me to learn how to be a little more organized. So that's where this one comes in for me. But I love surrounding myself with these people, because I don't have a lot of this. So I want more of this, because this is what I need. I also love myself, so I want more of this too. So that's my take on it. It's an absolutely amazing tool. We are having a presentation. I believe it is for free on the 17th of December. If you'd like to join me or us, please DM me, or if you feel drawn to Nikki, then DM Nikki, and we'll get you the link to the free session. It is absolutely amazing. You will not be sorry. You will love it. It will help you, and it helped me create honestly, I don't think I would have been able to represent this person in the old me, because this gentleman was all about the process. There was plenty of questions. I answered them all with an extreme amount of patience, which I normally don't have. And in an hour and a half conversation, he said, yeah, I think you should be the person to take the listing. On the phone, never met each other, never anything. We did finally meet in person one day at the actual property, but it was out of town, so we both kind of had to go out of town. And this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. I mean, there's people that have talked about, and shared about their families, like they didn't understand their children, they didn't understand their siblings, their parents. And this brings about an extra understanding. I have a friend that likes to ask a lot of questions, and I could never understand why she won't just be like, there just never seems to be enough questions. I'm like, okay, well, how much more information do you need? Like, there's just total information overload. Anyway, so this is just the short version of an explanation of how I feel about this. Nikki, did you want to say anything? I know you
I
do.
just, in the beginning, when I heard of this, I thought, I don't want to categorize people.
Right?
And you're not categorizing people. What you're doing is understanding what is the dominant way that they communicate and what motivates them. And that's why people tend to think it's all about sales, but it changes the communication you have with every other person. And I love the explanation that they give in the bank trainings, and that is, if you go to Japan, you don't expect everybody else to speak English. You learn to speak Japanese. And if you are making a connection with somebody and they have a very formal way of doing things, they're probably a blueprint, which is the blue card. Whereas you can talk and address them in a way that makes them comfortable. And somebody earlier today, there's been so many powerful things, but somebody was talking about listening. And a big part of listening is making sure, or communicating, is making sure that the listener can hear you. Well, if you're speaking English and they're speaking Japanese, they can't hear you. The same with the bank cards and the profiles. I learned that I can't run around going, hey, to everybody. Because as soon as I do that to somebody who's a completely knowledge-focused person, they go, yeah, I don't think so. And they shut down. So if I can just turn around and respect where they're coming from, that's what it's about. Respect, and communicate with them on their level and say, good evening. I have this information for you. Not, hey, do you want a hug? In their eyes, giving them information is a hug.
So, but this one wants a hug, right? This one wants a hug back.
Yeah.
If you don't give them a hug, they're probably not going to do business with you.
Yeah. They don't want to know what the costs are or what the goal achievement is. They want to know how many people it's going to help. And when you understand that, you know how to speak to them and you are respecting their values. And this has been powerful for me in my coaching, in my messaging, in my social media, in my sales, and in my marriage. Because I just thought my husband was being a nuisance, not answering questions when I asked them, and all the rest. But now I understand that he's actually knowledge. So when I present something, he's processing it. And he will come back to me when he's got all the facts to give me. I don't care about the facts, and he's learned to realize that too. Does it work or doesn't it work? That's what interests me. So the power is in understanding other people and being able to speak their language.
It's so true. It's so true. I don't want to hear the facts. I know I'm like, I had a lady trying to sell me something, and I'm actually telling her, I go, listen, I'm going to stop you right here, right now. This whole PowerPoint presentation isn't working for me. One, it's too long. Second, I don't really hear what you're saying. It's kind of like it's going in. I'm already thinking about what I'm doing tomorrow on my schedule. I'm not listening, and I will probably never listen to you, but I do understand what the product is approximately. That's enough information for me. Can we just do this? And I would like this, this, and this. And this is how, this is how you're going to deal with me. It's going to be quick and easy. And here's my credit card. Let's go. And she's like, huh? But I have to do a presentation. I go, no, can we just say you did? Can we not do it and just say we did? and that's it. And I go, honestly, and I just signed up and that was it. It's the way I do things. It's go big, go home, right? It's when we were talking about the supplements earlier, I was like, okay, well, if I'm gonna do it, I think I should just get the highest amount. And just, what's the point of going with the little, I'm gonna eventually end up here, so let's just do it right away. And then, I wasn't really that familiar with the product. I hadn't had a chance to try it. Because giving out samples is kind of how you get these products. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't live there. By the time I get a sample, it's gonna be 3 weeks. It's gonna take forever to get here from the States. So let's just do this now. I'll try it, the appropriate amount, and then let's do this. Like, this is just how it is. So
Yeah.
it's important to not bore that person who thinks that way, because if you continue to talk, I'm probably not going to buy. Whereas the other one needs the extra information. This isn't going to be enough, and even if you give it to them and they have an exceptional experience, it's still not going to be enough for them. They need to hear some more information. It's just the way it is. And nobody's right and nobody's wrong. There's no this or that. It's just, this is the way it is, and this is the way it is. And that's it.
And the other thing that you said, which is so important, and has been important for me, when I first took this test and it showed it to me in a pie chart, I couldn't even see the green, which is like the knowledge. And yes, I do have knowledge, however, not that kind of knowledge. But as I've realized that, I've been able to exercise that part of my knowledge and understanding. So my green has gone up, because we all have all four. And all four interact. And I can tell you right now, Marianne operates in a higher amount of different areas of this, depending what she's doing. And that's the way it works. So it's encouraging, it's powerful. And the other thing I've learned is, if you are talking to an action person, have the link and have the price. If you are talking to the knowledge person, have all the information. If you are talking to a blueprint, be polite, lay out the charts for them to look at. And a knowledge and a blueprint, you may not get an answer from straight away. An action, if they don't give you an answer, get back to them fast. And for a nurturer, just give them the passion. Put the passion behind it. And when you understand that, you realize that you are growing in your communication skills, because you do have to observe, you do have to listen, and you do have to be quiet to see what's going on in the other person's mind. Don't be quiet too long with an action. They'll be gone, and they'll just say, send the contract, my VA will deal with it, So it's exciting.
It is. And you know what? When I do real estate, I'm certainly much more in action mode than when I'm coaching. And when I'm coaching and I'm teaching, it's going to be nurturing. Nurturing is going to come first above all else, because that's what it is. But I do want to read off the cards to you. So here's action. This is their card. These are just the preliminary. I mean, there's so much more to this. That's why we want to invite you to the actual event. Like I said, it's free. All you have to do is show up. You won't be sorry, because if all you ever do is show up for that one event, you will already walk away with so many new skills and so much more knowledge. But who knows, you might want to use the product, because it's so amazing. My social media girl uses the extension every day. Like, she goes on LinkedIn every day. I think this would be perfect for real estate agents and also for recruiters. I used to be a recruiter, and we were on LinkedIn all day long. And you're cold calling. Anyone who's cold calling off of LinkedIn, this, you need to talk to me. Like, don't even think about it. Just talk to me, come to the event, and then make your decision. But I do want to read off some stuff. And so the action, some of their traits is they love freedom, flexibility, spontaneity, action, opportunity, excitement, attention, stimulation, competition, winning, fun, and image. They love their image. They wear the designer clothes. They drive the designer cars. They have the pools, they have the big houses, the show off this, show off that. They love that. They love the having money and they love showing it off. The nurturing, they value relationships, authenticity, which is the name of this, personal growth, significance, teamwork, involvement, community, charity, ethics, harmony, morality, and contribution. So I'm right in the middle of both of those because I do love those. The blueprint, the opposite to the red, for sure, opposite to the action. Stability, structure, systems, planning, processes, predictability. Oh my gosh, every single one of those I'm not. Responsibility, I can deal with that one. Duty, rules, credentials, titles, and tradition. A little bit different from the other ones. And Nikki's favorite, knowledge, is learning, intelligence. So they value learning and intelligence. It's all mental, right? Logic, self-mastery, technology, research and development. There's something you'll never see in my title. Science, universal truths that I can get on board with. Expertise, competence, accuracy, and the big picture. Now I can relate to the big picture. So there's some things in there. There's more to it. There's so much more to it, and it's amazing. I just did my level 5 coaching. Nikki uses the, I'm not sure what you use, Nikki. Do you use the?
I use the LinkedIn extension.
And?
Sorry, I thought I was muted for a second. I use the LinkedIn extension and I drop links to share with people so that they get a report on themselves and I get a report on them. And it makes it so much easier for me to work with them. I'm also have the lower level of training, and just going through the modules is amazing. Absolutely amazing. And the other thing that is incredible is that there are these cards for kids too. So kids can get these cards and it's worded slightly differently and they can then identify their personalities. So the kid in school who's always been outcast, called a geek and all the rest can now recognize that he's not just an outcast, he just has a different way of processing information. He's usually the knowledge. You know, the high school prom king is usually the action. Neither one is better than the other. And understanding this, I've heard stories where families have got on so much better now because parents understand their children and they understand why they respond in certain ways. As I said, my relationships, particularly my marriage, but having people know how they express themselves makes them feel accepted because they are actually accepted. And the whole principle of this is that we get to make people matter, no matter what their primary means of communication is or thought process is. So that's just awesome. And there are so many testimonies to this. It's powerful. I encourage you. I have been to one of the previous events and I was blown away. I thought I would just hop on for a short period and then I would now go and do my thing afterwards. Well, I couldn't tear myself away from that. There were breakout rooms in that particular one. The coaching, the interaction, it all brought so much clarity to what this is about. And if it's free, what have you got to lose? Jump on.
Nothing, no losing, only winning here. So I post the link above on my page and Nikki will post it on her page, and by all means connect with either one of us. The code, you can do your own, it's called Crack Your Code. You can crack your own code and just learn a little more about yourself, right? Isn't that our favorite subject? Us, right? So Go and learn a little about yourself for free, and then come to the event, connect with either one of us. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank all my speakers, the ones that are listening to me right now and the ones that are done. They will come on again. I want to thank everyone for this entire 2024 year. I'm so happy I committed to myself and I did it. I had a summit every single month this year, and it got better and better and better. And my speakers are spectacular. Thank you to all of you who come out each time, who listen to us. Thank you again to all my speakers, and thank you for Nikki, who has now pretty much become my co-host. And she's for sure my Vanna White. So she is lovely. And thank you again, everyone. Any final words, Nikki?
Two things. Congratulations on achieving your goal for the year. And I'm so glad to hear that just because you've reached this goal, you're not going to cut it off and put it away, because what you bring forward here is absolutely amazing. And the only other thing I have to say is Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays to all of you. Don't miss out on what's still going on, because it's Christmas. There's the summit. I know Marianne's got lots of other things, not the summit, the event for the bank code. It's been a long day, and so many other events. Stay tuned. Marianne brings so much wisdom all the time.
Everything is so beautiful. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Nikki, again, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Happy new 2025. The next one is scheduled for January 24th. It is a Friday. It is going to be on Goal Junkies. So if you like I like creating goals. I've been doing goals since I was 19 years old. I'm now 62. I'm going to be, oh my gosh, on January 24th, I'm going to be about 2 weeks away from, maybe 2.5 weeks away from my 63rd birthday. So that is a lot of goals I have written out in my lifetime. But goals are fun. And, you know, I'm not the only one that does them. So we're going to talk about goals. We're going to have some fun. Come join us again. It's free on here. So thank you all again. And everyone take a deep breath in. And exhale. And inhale. And exhale. And one more big inhale. And exhale. And namaste, and thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Thank you.